The Blood Angels, the Sons of the Angel, a noble, blooded host and defenders of humanity, known for their strength, celebrated for their nobility, and unrivaled in their loyalty. They serve the Emperor with a commitment beyond question. The Blood Angels are amongst the greatest of the 21st founding legions of Space Marines. They were originally designated as the 9th Legion before the second founding broke the mighty Legions Astartes into separate chapters of 1,000 warriors. Renowned and feared across the galaxy, they possess a battle thirst that borders on legendary and bear a somber curse embedded within their own flawed gene seed. They are also known for their unusually long lifespans, as Blood Angels have warriors who have served the Emperor of Mankind for over 1,000 years. This in part has led to their standing as some of the most experienced and resilient amongst the Adeptus Astartes. In recent times, the Blood Angels have faced a perilous threat of extinction, their ranks severely depleted due to relentless warfare and the toll extracted by their curse. To survive, they have made rare calls to their successor chapters, requesting a tithe of neophytes, the next generation of Space Marine candidates. Through these contributions and the arrival of Primaris Space Marines during the Indomitus Crusade, the Blood Angels have replenished their numbers. However, now they face a period of trial unlike any other since the Horus Heresy, testing their strength and unity to the utmost. These warriors are the noble descendants of Sanguinius, the Great Angel, the Primarch renowned for his angelic presence and his unmatched martial prowess. The Blood Angels stand as paragons of the Imperium, their countless acts of heroism and nobility celebrated by billions across the galaxy as one of the most esteemed chapters within the Imperium. Their legacy echoes across the stars as a testament to fortitude and loyalty unmatched by any other but the Sons of the Angel himself. In the grand halls of 1,000 holy sanctuaries, angelic visages of Blood Angels heroes adorned Gothic facades and stained glass windows, their radiant countenances immortalized in the revered illuminated tomes. These idolized images, replicated and cherished across countless basilicas, portray the noble warriors as serene paragons of loyalty and valor. Yet behind these hollowed depictions lies a darker truth, a curse that shadowed the Blood Angels, born from a single tragic moment. At the climactic zenith of the Horus Heresies, the Blood Angels' revered Primarch Sanguinius was struck down by none other than the arch-traitor himself, Horus Heresy. This grievous act did not end with his death, as it marked the beginning of an enduring torment for every Blood Angel, as each warrior is doomed to bear a fragment of the pain inflicted upon their flawless Primarch. From that day forward, they have been haunted by vivid visions of his last moments and forced to relive his death time and time again in their minds, as if it were their own. For the Blood Angels, these haunting recollections grow in intensity with time. The older a Space Marine becomes, the more frequent and overpowering these walking nightmares become, gnawing away at his sanity. If a battle brother is not slain on the battlefield, he will one day become consumed by these unyielding visions, spiraling into a state where he relives the death of Sanguinius endlessly and the battles at the end of the heresy without end, a specter trapped within the shadows of Horus's betrayal. This relentless curse, however, also serves as a source of purpose and resolve, going so far as to even boost the combat ability and strengths of Space Marines far beyond their physical capabilities. It steels the Blood Angels in battle, propels them towards a glorious end in the service of the Emperor and Sanguinius. Lesser souls might be driven to abandon their faith and or succumb to despair, yet the Blood Angels endure steadfast and honorable, sustaining their purity and nobility across 10,000 years. But even the might of their will could not halt the slow and inexorable decline of the chapter. Every year, more and more Blood Angels succumb to the red thirst, a deep and insatiable desire to consume blood along with the black rage, the genetic need to extract vengeance upon those who brought about Sanguinius' demise, and by extension, every foe of the Emperor becomes a mirror of said enemy. The murder of Sanguinius is etched into history books as one of the most treacherous and mournful episodes of the Horus Heresy, marking the end of a devastating betrayal by his brother Primarch. Some claim Sanguinius sacrificed himself to weaken Horus, just enough to allow the Emperor to vanquish him in the final fateful clash at the Siege of Terra. Yet for the Blood Angels, the loss is a wound that shall never heal, a constant ache that lives through Sanguinius' blood coursing through their very veins. In battle, when the clarion call to arms resounds, The Blood Angels are overcome with fury, their wrath ignited by the memories of Sanguinius' final moments. For some, however, the red thirst will become unbearable, overpowering all restraint within the individual. For others, the black rage consumes them and condemns them to live and relive the agony of the Primarch's death and the final betrayal above Holy Terra. However, they do remain warriors to the end, but their minds are forever lost, submerged in a tide of wrath and sorrow that few can ever even assuage and escape from. Across the vast reaches of the Imperium, the Blood Angels have remained celebrated paragons of martial excellence and aesthetic perfection, their legacy and deeds legendary, and their striking iconography immortalized in a myriad forms. From monumental marble statues to oil paintings and intricate tapestries depicting the illustrious Sons of Sanguinius grace the cloisters of a million worlds and a million realms. At the heart of this veneration stands Sanguinius, the angel-winged Primarch, a figure whose visage is so serene that it is worshipped as the epitome of both benevolence and sorrowful grace. In essence, he is the second most worshipped being in the Imperium, whose worship is only surpassed by that of the Emperor of Mankind. For the Blood Angels, their Primarch is not only a symbol of purity and the rallying figure who inspires their sons to bring out death from above towards the enemies of humanity, but an impassable shadow that they can never hope to truly live up to. Yet they will strive towards that one singular noble goal until their death. The Blood Angels' commitment to perfection is a guiding principle that manifests not only in their art and their culture, but also on the battlefield. Amongst the many tactics employed by the Adeptus Astartes, the Blood Angels have gone above and beyond to refine the aerial assault to an art form. While other chapters masterfully deploy drop pods and thunderhawks, the Blood Angels are singularly known for their unparalleled precision and mastery in executing these swift and devastating attacks. Their reputation for airborne dominance is unmatched, both within the Imperium and without. As they descend from the heavens, with flawless coordination, they strike fear into the hearts of mankind's enemies. One element of their strategy that stands out as particularly exceptional is their usage of the Stormraven gunship, in particular a variant of mysterious origin, as this variant appears to be smaller than their more agile counterparts, and though they have a limited armament and troop capabilities, these Stormravens compensate with remarkable speed and agility, making them ideal for lightning strikes and rapid deployments. With this craft, the Blood Angels have achieved a near-perfect blend of mobility and firepower, securing their position as the preeminent aerial assault force amongst the Space Marine chapters. Through the Stormraven, the Blood Angels continue to embody Sanguinius' legacy, bringing swift and unrelenting retribution for those who would defy the glory of the Emperor. While the Adeptus Mechanicus has deliberated for centuries on the standard template constructs imprint of the Stormraven's gunship, in particular the Blood Angels' modifications to it, the Blood Angels themselves have been able to recognize and modify these machines to maximize its tactical potential, integrating it into their arsenal without hesitation. Recently, the chapter's forges have perfected the methods of fabrication to such a degree that the Stormraven is now deployed across their entire military force, while other chapters are only beginning to incorporate these crafts in similar numbers. The Blood Angels are masters of the Stormraven and modifications, to the point that their modifications seem to have been intended in the Stormraven's design principles from the onset, having refined their aerial assault methods to such a degree that others can only hope to match. The Blood Angels' doctrine of aerial assault is merely the prelude to their unparalleled prowess in close combat. Whether delivered by Thunderhawk, Stormraven, or transported within the armored hulls of Rhino, a Razorback, Land Raiders, or even the more recent Impulsors, Blood Angels excel at close quarters combat. Their mastery of this form of combat has been honed not merely by battlefield tactics, but through the unique gifts and curses inherited from their Primarch. The gene seed of Sanguinius grants his sons exceptionally long lifespans, even amongst Marines, which allows them to perfect their craft over centuries and innumerable battles. Yet it is not solely discipline or training that drives these warriors towards this brutal form of warfare. The Blood Angels are also bound by darker impulses, a curse known as red thirst. This urge to spill and consume blood and viscera is a need that has been driven to the point of a ritual and cultural affliction. This thirst exerts an inexorable pull on every warrior within the chapter. In battle, this urge transforms Blood Angels, often contorting their noble features into expressions of fierce savagery as they close within their enemies and begin to destroy, rip and tear, consume and devour. Every Blood Angel feels the red thirst, and it is a force they must constantly battle to restrain. For some, this state of heightened aggression is only the beginning, a harbinger of something much worse, what is known as Black Rage. In the throes of the Black Rage, a Blood Angel becomes a relentless, furious warrior, consumed by the echoes of a vision of Sanguinius' final moments, gaining not just his memories, but a primal connection to the Primarch's skills, which allows them to push their combat abilities far beyond what any Space Marine should ever be able to do. Gaining a fraction of a Primarch's power is a dangerous thing. This rage-fueled state, once triggered, becomes irreversible and all-consuming, marking a permanent descent into madness for any who fall victim to it. The Blood Angels' mastery of close assault, therefore, is not merely a matter of tactical doctrine, but also an instinctual drive rooted in their very blood, that each warrior must both embrace and keep at bay. Amongst the many chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, the Blood Angels and their successors have been collectively known as a sanguinary brotherhood, stand apart in both power and tragedy. Unlike other chapters whose battle brothers ascend from neophytes through seniority based on combat experience, the Blood Angels endure a uniquely harrowing journey, rarely revealed to outsiders. One of the most startling aspects of the Blood Angels is their extraordinary physical transformation, one which has been noted to be even more extreme than that of the Salamanders, or even the Space Wolves. Upon induction, they gain an almost perpetually noble countenance, their faces molded into strikingly handsome visages, making them appear almost uniformly crafted out of marble. This transformation is a stark contrast to their origins, as the recruits are drawn from the harsh, irradiated tribes of Baal, a world marked by relentless radiation, blistering landscapes, and storms which may throw boulders the size of land raiders as if they were mere pebbles. Its people are stunted, their bodies marred by lesions and cancers, and the grim stigma that comes from their irradiated landscapes. The metamorphosis of these tribal warriors into angelic neophytes of the Blood Angels is not simply a result of genetic enhancements, but is achieved through a series of deeply mystical and secretive blood rites. These rites are ancient and arcane, and have become essential to the Blood Angels' identity, as they cleanse and reshape these afflicted souls into warriors of unmatched beauty and prowess. Marked forever as Sons of Sanguinius, they shall forever appear as a reflection of their Primarch, viewed through a broken mirror. Through this transformation, the Blood Angels acquire both physical attributes and a noble bearing which resembles their angel-winged Primarch. Yet behind this radiant appearance lies the constant presence of the flaw, a reminder of the tragic genetic curse each and every one of them now carries. To the unknowing, they appear as living saints. To those who understand, they are haunted warriors, bearing an impossible legacy with dignity, even as it slowly drives them towards a destiny none may escape. For the Blood Angels, an Astartes life will stretch on centuries beyond the already impressive lifespan of most Space Marines. In this time, each battle will shape their martial skill, yet the curse they carry, the flaw, will grow stronger, igniting an increasing urge to spill the hot, steaming blood from their foes. With every engagement, this thirst intensifies, and the Blood Angel is drawn deeper and deeper into a relentless pull which marks their heritage. To combat this rising fury, each battle brother submits himself regularly to the crimson embrace of a transfusion casket. Here, for long solar days, every drop of his blood will be meticulously cleansed as he is submerged within blood of others, purging him of the rage building within him. Yet even these blood-purging rituals only forestall the inevitable. After centuries upon centuries of service, a Blood Angel may sense the profound disturbance within himself, the first of the haunting echoes which make up the Black Rage. Unlike the impulsive bloodlust of the Red Thirst, the Black Rage stirs within them, not during or after the battle, but in its anticipation. This fury is more potent and dark and consuming than any other within existence, sans the rage fire, as it will threaten to engulf the very identity of whoever feels it. This is to the point that Thousand Sun sorcerers often will refuse to use their magics to enter the minds of the ninth bloodline. Most blood angels will fall in the line of duty long before they can ever feel the full grip of the black rage. For those who cannot keep it at bay, however, there remains only one path, as they will be inducted into the chapter's infamous Death Company, a grim brotherhood of blood angel warriors lost to the madness of the Flaw. In their final fight, within their final battles, they are still bound by their unbreakable loyalty to Sanguinius. These warriors are unleashed in the fiercest of engagement, knowing there is no return. The Death Company marches forward with a singular burning purpose to wreak havoc upon the Emperor's foes, believing themselves to be warriors, protecting the walls of the Imperial Palace during the darkest days of the heresy, honoring their Primarch's legacy as they succumb to his dreaded curse. As Sanguinius has imprinted a powerful cultural and spiritual identity into the Blood Angels, reshaping them from an army of relentless, ruthless warriors into a legion distinguished by nobility and battle, along with a deep and inspiring appreciation for both art and beauty. Under his influence, the Blood Angels would become as devoted to the mastery of these creative pursuits as they are in their desire to perfect their martial prowess. Many amongst them have developed a contemplative, almost mystical outlook, believing that they possess the power to change the galaxy for the better. These convictions permeate each and every action, aspiration they have, driving them to pursue the perfection of art, martial disciplines, and military doctrine alike through the entirety of their extended lifespans. Though the Salamanders chapter is a chapter of the greatest craftsmen known to humanity, each being able to make tools and weaponry greater than any other, the Blood Angels rival them, as a singular battle brother would dedicate his entire life, every waking moment that he is not training or practicing, in improving the most minute detail of a singular tool, weapon, or structure, to the point of reaching its perfectual zenith. Today, the Blood Angels are celebrated not only for their ferocity in battle, but for their elegance and grace, as they seek to embody the 10 guiding principles that reflect the heart and soul of the chapter. These ideals are divided into two sets: the 5 angelic graces, honor, humility, mercy, restraint, and forgiveness, and the 5 warrior virtues, strength, savagery, abandon, rage, and detachment. Together, these principles forge a dual nature within the Blood Angels, as they become capable of acting as relentless warriors in the heart of battle, only to later turn into a state of quiet, monk-like contemplation where they may immerse themselves in music, poetry, and art. One particularly unusual tradition within the chapter is the practice of resting within sarcophagi, even when they are not having blood transfusions. In particular, said sarcophagi are where the bodies of the Astartes are housed as they transition from neophytes into full-fledged battle brothers. Many battle brothers believe that this sleep brings them closer to the spirit of their beloved Primarch, allowing them to commune with Sanguinius and perhaps understand a fragment of his soul on a deeper level. For the Blood Angels, art is more than a luxury. It is an essential expression of their connection to their father. They will go to extraordinary lengths to secure a rare material. A Blood Angel may dedicate every waking moment of his life conquering a single planet so they may be able to get a particular gemstone that, when ground up, creates the most beautiful shade of blue imaginable. Amongst the materials they seek are bloodstones, gems mined from the depths of Baal's Curor Mountains, as well as a deadly larva of the spine worm fauna, which produces a distinctive white pigment used in the depiction of angelic wings. They crush the shells of ferocious sand clams. Each element brings a testament to the Blood Angels' dedication to honoring their Primarch through beauty and craftsmanship. Entire campaigns have been fought to secure the perfect pigments for their creations. The Blood Angels' dual nature as warriors, as savage as they are refined, continues to shape how the Imperium views them, as their journey is a testament to Sanguinius' vision and the purity of his legacy, which is protected by his sons with a fervor as fierce as it is laudable. The Blood Angels' origins trace back to their noble yet haunting progenitor, Sanguinius. Like all Primarchs, Sanguinius was engineered to embody the pinnacle of human martial prowess, a super soldier cast into the cosmos by the chaotic forces of the universe and, for the 9th time, the universe's worst mother. Marooned on the blasted wastelands of Baal Secundus, once united with his bloodline, he would define the Blood Angels not just as warriors, but as figures of transcendent grace amidst the darkness. Originally known as the Ninth Legion, the Blood Angels' early history is largely shrouded in mystery and darkness. While other legions played prominent roles in the Unification Wars, the Ninth's recorded actions are notably sparse, showing them instead as a silent, unrelenting inferno in the Emperor's arsenal. Relatively few in number, but unmatched in ferocity, the Ninth Legion was specialized to deal in vicious close combat raids, often striking out on small, daring offensives, rather than joining large-scale conquests. They were deployed to the most desolate war zones, facing adversaries twisted by the horrors of Old Night, all the while being designed to operate in the shadows and enduring brutal conditions alone. From the early days on Terra, the Ninth Legion's recruits were drawn from the dispossessed and forgotten, barely human by all terms. Those recruits, touched by the mutations of cursed Old Night, would undergo a transformation through the Legion's rigorous genetic procedures, emerging as tall, striking figures with nigh alabaster skin, appearing to be living statues hewn from the finest marble. Even as they cut their noble features in the bloodiest of battlefields, dark rumors surrounded them. Whispers of cannibalistic practices earned them the grim moniker of the Eaters of the Dead. After battles, it was said that these warriors would consume the entirety of the flesh of the fallen, a tradition that added a menacing aura to their reputation. This mystique inspired a cult known as the Cult of the Reborn, made up of fervent followers who hoped to be reborn as aspirants. Yet with the advent of the imperial truth, which condemned such superstition, the Ninth Legion was forced to eradicate this cult, and which they did with the same cold, merciless precision as they would with any other enemy, leaving only legends of their misguided devotion. As the Unification Wars gave way to the Great Crusade, the Ninth Legion found itself dispatched to the most nightmarish fringes of the Imperium. On the moons of Neptune, an infamously hostile deployment saw 12,000 warriors vanish into the abyss of combat. This mission was intended to be a Pyrrhic victory, if any, as it seems the Imperium chose to have the Ninth Legion end itself in battle. However, the Legion endured, emerging from the ordeal victorious, albeit with their ranks swelling to even greater numbers from the barely human dregs of Neptune's underworld. Time and time again, the Ninth Legion was cast into crucibles which should have exterminated them through hellish warfare. Yet time and time again, they rose anew with larger and larger numbers, earning the attention of Malcador the Sigillite, who would dub them the Revenant Legion, which he notes was a fitting title for a force that seemed to emerge from each campaign as spectral survivors, destined to fight on. This unyielding resilience saw them often deployed alongside legions viewed with wary distrust, such as the Warhounds and the Iron Warriors. This kinship of the outcast only strengthened their fierce isolation. While the Ninth Legion's practices were unconventional and at times rather disturbing, their resolve and their talents made them be able to face insurmountable odds and defy the beliefs of even the greatest tacticians of the Imperium, such as Rogel Dorn and Guilliman, long before Sanguinius arrived to set them upon the path of redemption. In these early years, they were both feared and respected as living specters of war and survival, an army of beatific revenants, awaiting the day their Primarch would lead them beyond mere survival and into the realm of a noble purpose. However, with every campaign, the shadowy reputation of the Ninth would spread further and further still, woven into the widespread tales of distant star systems. They were grim phantasms of the Great Crusade, specters unleashed by the Emperor to annihilate any and all threats on humanity's path to dominance. The Ninth Legion accepted their role with pride that was so chilling that it even shook Primarchs in its intensity as they embraced the mantle of monsters. Each mission was carried out with a ruthless precision and a brooding thirst for blood that marked their approach to warfare. To the Ninth, battle was an exercise in devastation, where mercy was cast aside and destruction of the enemy was all that mattered. This savage approach, however, led to their gradual isolation from even the most untrustworthy of the legions. With each mission, their methods would grow darker and darker still, as whispers of blood-soaked rites and disturbing practices began to surround them. As charred and broken bodies were left in their wake, many spoke of the unsettling descent into violence that they were witnessing, and the various red cults which arose within the very legion. Their uncompromising brutality drew the ire of imperial authorities, and the legion faced formal censures on war-torn worlds like Yarant. As they would find, their resources would become scarcer and scarcer, as the Imperium would grow reluctant to arm them with any advanced weaponry, confining them largely to infantry and jump troops, restrictions that only deepened their growing isolation and refined their particularly bloodthirsty and gory combat tactics, ironically accentuating the features that the Imperium wished to eliminate from the Legion. Meanwhile, on Baal, a young Sanguinius would come into his own, essentially his identity being born on an irradiated wasteland and touched by the warp's influence. He was found by one of Baal's last pure tribes of human, and with them he grew into manhood. His angelic wings, a mutation born from the warp, set him apart, and soon he would take up the mantle of leadership, uniting the remnants of Baal's human tribes to drive back the twisted, mutated scourges who plagued their world. When the Emperor finally arrived in his search for his scattered Primarchs, Sanguinius recognized him, and tales say that he immediately kneeled and pledged his loyalty. His reunion was said to be a rare one, as he welcomed his father without challenge, bowing to his authority and offering his unyielding allegiance in the year 843 M30. However, other tales tell of Sanguinius giving the Emperor an ultimatum, allowing his people to, within reason, maintain their lives as they will and their beliefs unassaulted in exchange for his loyalty, something the Emperor did not even consider challenging due to his need for Sanguinius. In that moment, the Emperor knew he had found a leader of a rare quality. Sanguinius was entrusted with the 9th Legion, bringing with him a cadre of warriors from Baal, who had long fought at his side. With a new name, the Blood Angels, he led his sons forth to serve as warriors of both nobility and terror, elevating their bloody history into something greater, something majestic even. Thus began the transformation of the 9th Legion that would bring not only war, but an almost transcendent beauty to the stars, forging a legacy of valor and haunting tragedy that would echo throughout the ages. The Blood Angels recruitment is as much a trial of the spirits as it is of the flesh, a harrowing process centered on Baal and its moons, where only the most resilient may emerge transformed. This time of selection, known as the Duplus Linguris, coincides with the centennial alignment of Baal and its moons, a rare celestial event which initiates a series of brutal rites and challenges for potential recruits. During this period, chapter members visit the scattered tribes across the entirety of the Baal system, calling upon them to participate in the selection process. These rites vary by location. On Baal Primus, combat to the death is a common method of proving one's worth, while on Baal Secundus, aspirants must endure a deadly pilgrimage all the way through Angel's Fall, a region of scorching deserts, narrow canyons, which is infested with fire scorpions, along with vast amounts of thirst water, both of which are easily able to eliminate even the most powerful of Astartes in a mere instant. Those who reach the place of challenge at Angel's Fall face an initial genetic test in order to see how stable their genetic lineage is. Blood Angels apothecaries then meticulously examine each aspirant's compatibility with the chapter's gene seed, a process that largely excludes many. However, it is considered one of the gene seeds with the highest compatibility rates in existence, being able to turn significantly more mutated and ill individuals than almost any other. Those rejected, if not dismissed outright, may be honored with the role of chapter serf. Yet those who survive passing the initial screenings only have further trials. For 9 days, the aspirants must compete in tests of physical and mental endurance at the place of challenge, By the end, only the strongest are recognized as true candidates for the chapter and promoted to the status of aspirants. The journey will continue from there on, with the aspirants undergoing grueling forced marches next to the place of challenge, where they are divided into smaller squads. Those who falter here do not return, remaining forever within the trial's grounds, either as casualties or as appointed sentinels, their fate now entwined with the chapter's dark rites. From this narrowing pool of aspirants, fewer than a handful will survive to reach Baal itself, where they will be welcomed to the Blood Angel's ancient fortress, the Arx Angelicum. But even here, there are tests to take. Each aspirant must then endure a sleepless 72-hour vigil, a test of their resilience and focus. Those who fail and succumb to sleep are wordlessly removed by blood servitors, their fates still obscured by the chapter's traditions. The final rite will come at the vigil's end. Those who remain are offered a sacred chalice by the sanguinary priests. Its contents contain a small, minute portion of Sanguinius' own blood. Upon drinking, the aspirants descend into a deep coma, only to be enshrined within the caskets in the Hall of Sarcophagi. Here, for a year, they are sustained by life support systems as their bodies undergo immense, nigh immeasurable transformations. As they are injected with the potent blood of Sanguinius, many will perish during this dark transformation, unable to withstand the gene seed's reshaping effects. Some will awaken prematurely, their minds fractured by the casket's isolated confines. Yet those who emerge intact and alive are fundamentally changed and will be welcomed into Blood Angel's chapter as inheritors of a legacy both glorious and cursed. Unlike other Primarchs, Sanguinius would play an outsized role in the development of the Blood Angels' culture and ethos, as he essentially steered them completely away from their origins as mere instruments of death. Under his guidance, the Blood Angels evolved into a legion of noble warriors, distinguished not by their martial prowess, but by their appreciation for art and poetry. This duality reflected a deep philosophical underpinning in a belief that transformation and improvement were always within reach. Such ideals would preeminate every aspect of their existence, essentially turning the entire legion 180 degrees, driving them to pursue not perfection in itself, but the constant improvement and a drive towards a better outcome in their artistic endeavors as fervently as they would in their martial discipline and military strategy. Today, the Blood Angels embody a unique juxtaposition of savagery and grace, a testament to their previous nature and to what Sanguinius strove to make with them. They adhere to the set of 10 commandments handed to them by their sire, which they consider essential to expressing the soul of their chapter. Strategically, the Blood Angels function largely as a codex-compliant chapter, yet in many ways and certain formations, they notably differ. In particular, the infamous Death Company, not being considered amongst the living of the chapter, ironically enough allowing them to have significantly larger numbers than they otherwise would. Their combat style is also characterized by a strong affinity for jump pack equipped infantry who engage in fierce combat and direct assaults. The spectacle of their planetary invasions, whether via gunships or drop pods deploying mid-fall, is both magnificent and fearsome, all the while essentially breaking with the Codex Astartes. This allows them to strike with remarkable speed and precision, seldom lingering to oversee the reconstruction of governance in conquered worlds, allowing some amount of self-determination for the newly conquered worlds. This is a stark contrast to the more methodical approaches of chapters like the Imperial Fists and the Ultramarines. Despite their focus on melee combat, the Blood Angels maintain a notably larger arsenal of armored vehicles than most chapters, featuring several designs and modifications that make them distinctly their own. Chief amongst these is the Baal Predator, a symbol of the chapter which has given them a rather bad reputation with the Mechanicus. It must also be noted that almost all their vehicles are designed to be deployable mid-flight from a variety of aircraft, shaping their identity as fearsome warriors and rather unique creators. With that brief overview over, we can now focus in on the history of the chapter, starting with the Dregs of Old Night. Within the records of the Unification Wars, noble legends are abound, tales of the Emperor and the fledgling Space Marine legions, who, with unmatched ferocity, vanquished all who dared stand against him. Yet curiously absent from this, and many of the narratives of the early days of the Imperium, is the Ninth Legion, their legacy having been reduced to grim rumors and half-formed whispers, while the initial companies of other proto-legions were forged in the crucible of battle across notable fronts like Albia, Indonesia, along with Frank, and many others, fighting alongside massed ranks of more human warriors and the Emperor. The Ninth Legion was notably absent, relegated to a role both crucial and unsightly. The old Ninth Legion served the Emperor as his personal inferno, not as conquerors, but as agents of devastation. Their methods not ones of precision, but rather of sheer and uncontrollable ferocity. They were sent to ravage the enemy as they advanced. These missions given directly to them by the Emperor transformed them into a weapon that could not easily be directed or restrained, only endured. In those early days, the Space Marine legions were few in number, often acting as vanguards for larger military formations, their sharp strikes complementing the overwhelming force of the Unification armies, a precision dagger besides the blunt force of a sledgehammer. However, the Ninth Legion was forged in a different mold. Even from their inception, they were amongst the most formidable and dangerous of the proto-legions. When they took to war, they were akin to the sudden onslaught of a tsunami sweeping away all opposition. Rather than a military force or warhounds of the Emperor, Ninth was the Emperor's living iteration of nature's wrath. The Ninth Legion would be deployed to the most perilous war zones on Terra, as the Legion found themselves tasked with operations in regions ravaged by relentless radphages and chemical strains from Old Night, places where only the most depraved and twisted remnants of humanity still clung. In these forsaken wastelands, far from the records of history, they would stand as the Emperor's personal monsters, maintaining the Emperor's will, while his grand conquests unfolded in more celebrated locations. This grim fate was not a mere matter of happenstance or arbitrary decisions made by distant commanders. It was an intentional part of the Emperor's grand design, as each Space Marine Legion was endowed with specific genetic tools crafted to fulfill distinct roles. It seems the Ninth Legion was one of the ones set to diverge sharply from its counterparts, while other legions scoured the remnants of old Earth for noble recruits, princes, champions amongst the conquered techno-barbarians, producing but a select few initiates. The Ninth Legion welcomed the forsaken and displaced masses, the dispossessed, the broken, and the damned, fashioning them into a formidable army of angels, scarred by generations within the rad zones and sunken fortresses of Terra's poisoned wilds. These recruits had evolved beyond mere humanity. They had been transformed into grotesque reflections of the former humanity. They were the very outcasts driven from society by the tyrants of old Earth, hunted and marginalized. Yet from such dire origins emerged a cadre of Astartes, uniformly tall, possessing features sculpted with a stern elegance that belied their tumultuous beginnings, with a skin that seemed almost as if carved by marble. This transformation spoke not only of their resilience, but also the remarkable potential latent within this seemingly hopeless. The Unification Wars era Ninth Legion is captured vividly in the color scheme exemplified by a legionary, Avron Sakern of the 14th Shock Assault Detachment, part of the 32nd Mercene Rift Gene Cull of the Ceramite. The bare color of the Mark II Crusade power armor lends a striking contrast, making an image that is a testament to the complex legacy of the Ninth Legion. Unlike their more selective counterparts, the Ninth Legion employed a more broad recruitment strategy, drawing in entire tribes from the wastelands, and prisoners of war as well would be inducted into the Legions Astartes, in part due to being able to draw from older recruits thanks to the strength of the gene seed. Eventually, this would lead to streams of hopeful aspirants following in their wake, all seeking the miracle of transformation. In this crucible of despair and aspiration, the bloody-handed apothecaries would rise up, and tirelessly wielding their scalpels, working without respite to ensure the Legion would remain combat ready at all times, even within the most hellish war zones. As the Ninth Legion's ranks swelled, so too did the dark rumors surrounding them. The Emperor's legacy had bestowed upon them not only resilience, but something other, a more sinister gift. This duality earned them a grim reputation amongst the Imperial forces, who referred to them as the Eaters of the Dead. This is due to the fact that in the aftermath of each battle, the elegant forms of the Ninth haunted the blood-soaked fields long after the fighting had ended, as they scoured the corpses for the finest amongst the fallen, engaging in a macabre ritual of feasting upon flesh and blood. In essence, the Astartes, who themselves without their armor appeared to be living marble statues, would go out into the wilds after a battle and begin to quietly and almost mechanically consume the corpses of the dead. However, the Imperium would still need of them, despite their noble countenance being marred by such acts, as the quest for unification across Old Earth was punctuated by unsettling sights of blood-smeared angels, members of the Ninth Legion silently stalking the fallen and wounded champions of their enemies across battlefields littered with corpses. While their detractors were quick to criticize this grim behavior, few grasped the true purpose behind it. This unsettling fixation was not merely a product of savagery, but rather it was intricately woven intentionally by the Emperor's grand design. The genetic amalgamations that had transformed the Ninth Legion granted them a formidable ability to absorb the essence of their foe to far greater effect than any other legion. This was thanks to their significantly overactive homeophagia implants, which allowed them to assimilate knowledge and skills of their opponents as effectively as if they had lived their opponents' entire lives as their own, to the point that the legendary chapter master Nasir Amit had once consumed a female warrior of a human world and experienced her entire life, including the feelings of motherhood. And this, it seems, Belsarius Cawl has found, was an intentional part of their design, requiring merely the consumption of the enemy's bodily tissues or brain to experience the entirety of their existence in the mere moment. In the desolate and broken landscapes where they fought, often isolated from hope or reinforcements, this particular trait became a vital asset, as it provided the Ninth Legion with invaluable information and enabled even the most inexperienced of recruits to almost immediately be forged into the most competent warriors within the Legion. Yet this dark reputation would cling to them and shroud them, obscuring their accomplishments and overshadowing their valiant efforts. Created to combat monsters and threats in the deepest shadows of Earth, the Ninth Legion found themselves treading a perilous line. In their relentless pursuit of the Emperor's grand design, they risked transforming themselves into the very creatures they had been set loose to eliminate, some even believing that they may have become even more abhorrent than that which the Emperor desired to erase from existence. Despite being amongst the very largest of the early Space Marine legions, its ranks were not increased due to having good recruitment policies, but rather by having extremely high and aggressive recruiting during battles on Old Earth. The Ninth Legion would find itself sidelined during the early days of the Great Crusade's interstellar war, while other legions surged forward to assault the strategically vital Jovian moons and the resource-rich inner worlds. The Ninth Banner was planted firmly amongst the artificial moons of baleful Neptune. Within the labyrinthian tunnels and shadowy halls lurked Xenos raiders and the last remnants of the genetically debased human abstract species, their once glorious lineage now twisted by time and circumstance. The assignment to Neptune offered little reward. Instead, it served a singular purpose: to buy precious time for the Emperor in order to allow him to secure the orbital shipyards of Saturn and the allegiance of Mars. With this mission, the Emperor sought not only to contain the raiders and mutants to the outer worlds. This was a move that many consider sacrificial, as he dispatched the 9th Legion, knowing that they faced a danger that any other legion with their logistics would be completely ill-equipped to bear. In the grim twist of fate, the 12,000 seasoned warriors of the 9th Legion, battle-hardened veterans of old Earth, vanished amongst the moons of Neptune. And while the Emperor and his grand armies achieved resounding victories in bringing Saturn, Mars, and the inner worlds under Imperial control, the fate of the 9th Legion remained shrouded in silence, as no word reached the Emperor, neither of their triumph nor of their annihilation. By the time the Emperor had returned to the cold, dark reaches of the outer system, few harbored hopes of finding anything beyond frozen corpses. Yet as they approached Neptune, they were met with an astounding sight. The 9th Legion was alive and remarkably thriving. Despite significant losses, the size of the force would remain by some accounts unchanged, by others greatly increased, bolstered by new recruits drawn from the remnants of Neptune's barely human population. Where other legions might have faltered, it seems the 9th Legion had risen from the ashes of adversity, becoming stronger and even more resolute. An indomitable force, the Emperor's Inferno made manifest. Later, during the days of the Great Crusade, the 9th Legion emerged with its ranks primarily composed of line infantry dedicated to the brutal chaos of close quarters combat. This was a realm in which the 9th Legion seemingly thrived, consistently opting for sudden and overwhelming charges over protracted battles of attrition or tactical feints and withdrawals. They seemingly possessed an acute awareness of their own grim legend, often choosing to launch their assaults in the shadowy hours of dusk or dawn, using tactics and knowledge gained from consuming the corpses of their enemies to further exploit fears and weaknesses. Their early Mark II power armor, often left in a more natural storm gray coloration, was often adorned with a variety of grotesque imagery. More often than not, the remnants of blood and viscera from other battlefields, or even the remains of their enemies, would be carried on as part of their war gear. All the while they took to the battlefield unhelmed, showcasing their angelic and beatific yet bloodied visages to unsettle the foes of humanity. Some companies within the 9th Legion even began to incorporate the Legion's secret bloody rituals into their battle strategies, tearing apart enemies on the battlefield while indulging in gruesome feasts in order to demoralize and instill panic amongst the enemy's ranks. Time and time again, the 9th Legion was thrust into the crucible of destruction, the Imperium intending to have them perish with their enemies. But time and time again, they would emerge, every single time coming back more robust and dangerous than they were before. To a point, a strange curiosity would emerge. Many of their veterans seemed to survive much longer than the veterans of other legions. As it seems, the upper echelons of the 9th Legion became a legion of immortals, as they would take the form of what would best vanquish their foes, doing whatever was necessary to continue fighting, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat and despair in a relentless pursuit given to them by the Emperor. On the silent obsidian battlefields of the Kuiper Belt and the desolate expanses of rust, the 9th Legion was dispatched once again to endure and fight where others had faltered, performing the unseen and holding actions vital to the early stages of the Great Crusade. Malcador the Sigillite himself noted their relentless exploits and coined the term Revenant Legion, describing them as indomitable warriors in a manner that not only reflected the superstitious reverence held for them by many mortals, but also served as a testament to their extraordinary actions and how they were a fitting tool for the Imperium's darkest corners. However, this designation was not without its complexities. The Sigillite, along with other senior officials within the Imperium's Divisio Militaris, expressed unease regarding this incarnation of the Legion's Astartes. The 9th Legion, despite being as physically appealing as humanly possible, seemed to lack the prestige and open admiration which accompanied their more celebrated brethren. At times, they were seen with even more derision and mistrust than even the Warhounds, and despite how they were regarded, their successes were often regarded and compared to such as the illustrious 13th Legion or Horus's own Luna Wolves. While they were perceived as dangerous and unsightly weapons, they were believed to be a necessity, one which was reserved only to be deployed in the most dire of circumstances and quickly concealed thereafter. This would lead the Ninth Legion to constantly finding themselves alongside those legions who had also fallen from grace in the eyes of the Imperium's elite, eventually forming bitter kinships that would last long after the Primarchs reunited with the Warhounds, whom Horus and many others within the Imperium had essentially relegated to the roles of disposable weapons, leading to the two becoming reluctant allies. And despite the rarity of their gatherings, the practical and gore-splattered efforts of these warriors had laid the very foundations upon which the Imperium would rise. Yet their deeds, though pivotal, remained largely unsung and overshadowed by the more illustrious tales of the campaigns of their peers. And while they might not be the ones who would sit on the shining city in the hills, they were most definitely the ones who would build it. Time and time again, the Ninth Legion would showcase the indomitable spirit and the resilience on the battlefield, which made them seem as almost supernatural entities, specters of war. Yet the chronicles of their valor and bravery frequently highlighted a select group of warriors and champions. This recurring focus has led some remembrancers and historians to interpret its evidence as a long tradition of formidable heroes, prompting the compilation of these records into epic verses that coalesced into a singular legend. However, the true explanation for this enduring prominence, in particular of certain individuals such as Ishir Assur and certain other names within the Ninth Legion, is far more complex and less notable than the romanticized interpretation suggests. Since its inception, the Ninth Legion has operated under-equipped and undersupplied in the harshest battlefield conditions known to man, a reality that has necessitated a number of practices that might be deemed grotesque by more conventional standards. One such practice, born from the exigencies of their design and the extreme environments on which they fought in, was the consumption of fallen champions by their surviving comrades. This grim ritual served a dual purpose. It was a means to preserve the hard-won skills and experiences of their leaders, along with being a mark of honor amongst their ranks. As one champion would fall, their identity and their spirit would be taken up by another. As a testament to this macabre tradition, it became customary for recruits to adopt the names of those whose abilities they had assimilated through the ritualistic consumption of flesh. Lieutenants would go so far as to assume the name of their fallen captains, along with donning their armor once they fell. This practice was facilitated by the striking uniform physical resemblance that each member of the Ninth Legion bore to their flawless brothers, making it difficult for others to discern this particular form of immortality. Thus, the Ninth Legion's legacy was not merely of martial prowess, but also a testament to their own discovery of an avenue of immortality, one which would make even the most relentless adversary quake in their boots. Amongst this pantheon of heroes associated with the Ninth Legion, one figure stands out as perhaps the most significant, the most legendary of all the Sons of Sanguinius. Ishir Assur, widely believed to be the Legion's first and only master, aside from the revered Sanguinius himself. Commanding the Ninth Legion from its early days of unity to the discovery of the Great Angel on Baal in 843 M30, Assur has become a central figure in imperial records. Yet, a meticulous examination of historical records reveal a particular truth. This name has died and been reborn countless times, only to be succeeded by another. Over the course of innumerable battles, the practice of assuming the identities and consuming the flesh of commanders would evolve into a hallowed tradition of the Ninth Legion. This visceral ritual forged an unbreakable bond amongst the survivors, uniting individuals from vastly different origins in a cohesive brotherhood. However, while this tradition strengthened internal ties, it simultaneously alienated them from their brethren in the Imperial Army and other legions. In the years leading up to Sanguinius' return, several other Primarchs expressed an open and unabashed disdain for the Ninth Legion and their practices. Though they could not contest the Legion's effectiveness in battle and their successes. The legacy of mistrust and barbarism that accompanied the Ninth Legion was evident. This legacy was not merely a byproduct of their unique traditions, but it was a grim necessity shaped by the God Emperor's grand design, which was enforced by their brutal conditions of the warfare they faced, compelling them to adopt the tactics and rituals that many deemed distasteful, but they found to increase their success rate. As they carved a path through the galaxy, the Ninth Legion would remain both revered and reviled, a paradox that benefited their existence and shaped the legacy of the Imperium as a whole. In the early days of the Great Crusade, as the fleets of the Emperor emerged beyond the boundaries known as the Segmentum Solar and into the vaster void of uncharted wild space, his armies faced battlefields that threatened to unravel the sanctity and sanity of the most stalwart warriors humanity had ever crafted. Amongst these harrowing locations, a particularly loathsome world became known as Kai Bran. The initial expeditions dispatched to said world were met with disaster, as 4 full regiments of the Imperial Army's burdened regulars vanished without a trace. Their disappearance left a significant gap in the flanks of the Great Crusade's galaxy-spanning advance. In response to this unsettling loss, the Emperor unleashed the might of his own terrors to investigate and drive out the dark forces that were at play on this forsaken world. To assist the beleaguered Viridian regulars, 3 companies of the 9th Legion's Astartes were deployed to Kai Bran. The planet itself was a desolate wasteland of irradiated sands, populated by chattel tribes of degenerate mutants and ruled with an iron fist by techno-barbarian warlord Lobia. These tribes were not merely adversaries in battle, but also the primary sustenance for the world's inhabitants, who thrived within a brutal economy founded on ritualistic bloodshed and cannibalism. The beleaguered ranks of the Imperial Army encountered these mutants in hordes which had been armored and armed with little more than primitive clubs and sticks, and it was them who had decimated their forces. The fallen soldiers had been unceremoniously dragged back to flickering fire pits where their remains were prepared for consumption. For 3 solar months, the trenches of the Imperial Army held firm against the relentless, ruthless onslaught. However, the tide of battle shifted dramatically with the arrival of the 9th Legion. Wreathed in black smoke, the storm gray drop pods of the Revenant Legion descended from the sky, crashing to the world's surface with a thunderous impact. With contemptuous ease, the 9th Legion broke through the mutant throngs, providing much-needed relief to the beleaguered Imperial troops. Once on the ground, the 9th Legion launched a fierce offensive against the contaminants of the local tribes. Armed with relatively superior weaponry and reinforced by formidable armor, they swiftly seized control of the northern mountain ranges, expelling the indigenous mutants with uncompromising brutality. As they continued forward, the Astartes encountered minimal organized resistance, allowing them to rapidly conquer territory. For several solar months, the 9th Legion unleashed uncompromising devastation across the planet until news of their incursion finally reached the techno-barbarian warlord in charge of the system. Enraged, he vowed to eradicate these invaders who threatened his dominion. Lobia commanded an army of mutant chattel whose staggering numbers were eclipsed by the terror he wielded over them. These unfortunate souls were so conditioned by fear that they would rather throw themselves into the fray than face the ghastly horrors that his enslaved sorcerers could unleash. As the 9th Legion advanced into the warlord's territories, the resistance from the indigenous forces intensified significantly, ultimately drawing the Astartes into a full-scale conflict. Initially, the 9th Legion easily dispatched these bands of savages attempting to raid their lines. However, the sporadic opposition soon transformed into overwhelming, unending tides of mutants, threatening to encircle the entirety of the 3 companies and the militarum detachments they had been sent to aid. The 9th Legion braced themselves to repel the relentless waves of foes, whose grotesque deformities allowed them to rend ceramite and twist flesh, and whose sheer numbers sent tremors and shockwaves through the ground as they advanced. Despite the determination of the Legion's Astartes, who fought valiantly and accounted for several numerous enemy casualties for each battle brother lost. The relentless onslaught began to push them back. In a desperate bid to regroup and stabilize the lines, the 3 companies of 9th Legion formed a spearhead aiming to break through the mutant horde and reach the distant banner poles that marked the positions of the brutish commander, Eklobia. As the tip of the 9th Legion's formation advanced forward towards the encampment of Eklobia, a series of unspeakable horrors of archaeotech from Old Night were unleashed upon them. Reality seemed to warp and tear itself apart as cracked skulls encircled the chattel and conjoined the abominations into shapes beyond comprehension, which would inflict severe tolls on both the Astartes and mutant hordes, irrevocably turning the tides of battle. Faced with such a threat, the warriors of the 9th Legion found themselves with no viable option but to withdraw from the field of combat, or risk complete annihilation. While such a choice might have spelled doom for other, more honor-bound legions, the pragmatic Revenant Legion exhibited a different temperament, rooted in survival. Without hesitation, they carved a brutal path through the throng, using their toothless chainswords and shattered blades, along with using the cracked remnants of their fallen brothers' armor as tools. In the chaos of this monumental clash, nearly 2 companies of the 9th Legion were lost, their numbers in essence decimated. Those who managed to escape were left grappling with the grim reality that their survival in the absence of reinforcement and resupply was nigh impossible. These staggering losses necessitated a comprehensive reorganization of Legion resources, which dwindled to a mere 380 remaining legionaries. This drastic situation underscored the utilitarian and consequentialist mindset that characterized the 9th Legion. Reformed in the crucible of war and removed from the central thrust of the Great Crusade, the orphan companies of the 9th Legion resumed their campaign with a new focus, employing the strategy of squad-based shock assault in order to target their enemies' encampments, then swiftly retreating to evade organized reprisals. This tactical evolution led to a stagnation of conflict characterized by a pattern of thrust and assaults, followed by counter-thrusts, forcing the 9th Legion to engage in a war fought primarily on the defensive, designed to bleed the enemy while facing overwhelming odds. This protracted struggle, known historically as the Banquet of Kai Bran, unfolded over a relentless 12 standard years, and is largely forgotten by the greater Imperium. During this time, the 9th Legion fought systematically to dismantle the tribal confederations of Kai Bran, who were still using large amounts of technology from Old Night, and weapons who would not seem out of place in the Dark Angel's own armories, all through brutal close quarters engagements, all the while strategically avoiding full-scale direct confrontations. In the initial years of this conflict, the 9th Legion was fully aware of their desperate circumstances and the improbability of any resupplies, which led them to adopt practical measures to ensure their own survival. Raids against local mutant tribes on the northern continent transformed into exercises of domination rather than mere destruction. In the grim twist of fate, the legionaries discovered that there were creatures which were deemed useful enough to be conscripted to serve the legions. The hardiness of the 9th Legion's gene seed proved so resilient as even the irradiated and grotesquely mutated subhuman hordes of the denizens of Kai Bran could be considered as viable candidates for recruitment. These beings, once mere meat stock for the techno-barbarian overlord, would be transformed into formidable soldiers, their progeny imbued with Sanguinius' gene seed, elevating them towards the semblance of angelic perfection. Moreover, the apothecaries of the 9th Legion actively encouraged cannibalism of their fallen as a means of both sustenance, which particularly served the Legion, as it also deprived the enemy of potential resources, allowing them to not only starve the enemy, but also gain shreds of tactical insight, which not only replenished the 9th Legion's ranks, but also allowed them to continue operating independently from the Imperium without resupply, which would showcase a remarkable capacity for survival that seemed to set them apart from many other legions. Through the implementation of their grim survival strategies, these 3 companies of the 9th Legion encroached upon the territories held by the warlord, systematically dismantling both his forces and their food supply. In this pursuit, the legions not only reclaimed ground, but also appropriated vital resources to replenish their own strengths. However, in their quest for survival, it appears the legion may have crossed a moral threshold. A diary later recovered from the equipment of a missing officer of the Viridian Regulars referred to the 9th Legion with the ominous title of Charnel Feast. This moniker, once decimated amongst the ranks of mortal soldiery within the Great Crusade, gained traction until it was ultimately suppressed by the arrival of Sanguinius. The same diary hints at a grim fate for the 46th Viridian Regulars. As their capacity to continue the fight waned, they were allegedly rendered into subsistence for the Legion. This could have occurred through literal consumption or, more disturbingly, as a means for the so-called charnel priests, those apothecaries transformed by the Legion's dire circumstances to utilize their flesh in the creation of new warriors. Additional recovered journals indicate that the native populace of Kai Bran came to perceive the legionaries as embodiments of devils from their ancient myths. These myths spoke of fiends who abducted children and feasted upon the dead, acts deemed more barbaric than the ritual cannibalism practiced by their own warlords. The natives expressed a fear that their own magics had inadvertently summoned the Imperium of mankind. A force they whispered about was a harbinger of destruction, and the 9th Legion were the demons that had been unleashed to carry out this destruction. By the 12th year following the 9th's arrival, the campaign's confrontation loomed large on the horizon. Eclobia, weakened by years of deprivation and surrounded in his fortress spaceport by a rejuvenated force significantly larger than it was originally, with far more legionaries than had originally arrived, prepared to unleash his enslaved sorcerers and the last remnants of Old Night in a last-ditch effort to retain his waning power. In this conflict, the massed, unarmored novitiates of the 9th Legion, recruited from the tribes of the war-torn planet, found themselves facing the brunt of Ecliobi's desperate counterattack. While these inexperienced warriors bore the initial assault, the seasoned veterans of the Legion executed calculated strikes against the warlord sorcerers. The sheer numerical superiority of the 9th Legion was able to overwhelm the feeble defenses, rendering Ecliobi's forces ineffective against the relentless tides. With his sorcerers slain and his fortress now reduced to rubble, Ecliobi attempted a last-ditch escape aboard a primitive spacecraft in a desperate bid to ascend amidst the cascade of debris and fallen bodies. However, his flight was cut short by a squadron of Imperial cruisers adorned with the heraldry of the 7th Legion, which awaited him in orbit. His life would be abruptly ended in their punishing fire, as a testament to his penultimate failure. The Imperium at long last had come to reclaim its wayward warriors, expecting to find a world ready for compliance and prepared to embrace the Emperor's law. Leading this fleet was Rogal Dorn, newly reunited with his own Imperial fists. Upon his arrival to the Kai Bran system, however, he was not met with a compliant world, but a devastated landscape which bore the scars of the Imperium's own makings. The reports of the 9th Legion's activities ignited a fierce wrath within Dorn, as he struggled to reconcile the brutal reality before him with the vision of the Imperium his father had once described. With the grim narrative of the Charnel Feast, Dorn perceived not only monstrous misdeeds, but also the remarkable resourcefulness of the warriors driven to extremes by survival. Confronting the surviving members of the 9th Legion, he chastised them for their questionable moral choices. As the Praetorian of Terra, he issued a decisive order. The city of Buran was to be razed and set ablaze as a preemptive strike to obliterate the sins of the 9th Legion before a single remembrancer could ever set foot upon its soil. Thus, the scars of the past would be purged, though the echoes of their actions would linger within Imperial history. With each victory won on the brutal battlefields of the Great Crusade, the dire legends surrounding the 9th Legion would spread further and further still. As to those within the Imperium, they had become specters haunting the wild frontiers of the Emperor's own army's advance, manifestations of terror unleashed to clear his path amongst the stars. This legion accepted the mantle given to them with a chilling bubbling pride, never shying away from the grim responsibilities assigned to them in the Emperor's name. Every campaign was undertaken with a cold and unyielding fury, as they emotionlessly would set down and consume all that was said about them. Their relentless pursuit of blood and death would become as terrifying as it was effective, characterized by a quiet, brooding hunger. Once committed to battle, the Ninth Legion would not relent, retreat, or be halted. They fought until the enemy was utterly annihilated, casting aside any notion of mercy or need to forge an empire rather than a graveyard. Amongst the mighty and renowned, few welcomed the Ninth Legion in the hours preceding battle. The stench of death and madness seemed to cling to them like a mourning shroud. Lacking patron amongst the few returned Primarchs to guide their purpose, the Ninth Legion would sink deeper into their isolation and infamy, as it had transformed them into a crucible of imperial doctrine interwoven with crimson rituals. Its ranks and formations infested with charnel cults and bloody prophets of war. Superstition drawn from hundreds of worlds gained power from the Legion's own transformation, festering amidst the blood-soaked remnants of what was considered the most harrowing battlefields of the Great Crusade. This perilous slide towards madness threatened to consume the Ninth Legion itself. If left unchecked, it would ultimately pose a greater danger to the Imperium than the monstrosities it was originally designed to hunt. It seems the seeds of the Ninth's destruction had already begun to take root, as multiple commanders, both human and post-human, had begun to build a mounting distrust, perceiving them as the embodiment of blood-soaked brutality that the Imperium sought to stamp out. This perception was underscored when Rogal Dorn of the Imperial Fists actively sanctioned the 9th Legion's entire 14th Company for their actions during the Second Siege of Yarant. There, the Legion's warriors resorted to killing and consuming prisoners of the fortress walls, a strategy aimed at demoralizing the enemy while also securing vital intelligence. Tensions would escalate further when the Imperial Army lodged grievances against the 9th Legion, alleging that mortally wounded soldiers from the malignant rifle regiments had been mercilessly slaughtered and drained of blood by the 9th Legionaries, rather than being left to the mercy of their foes during the retreat from Sheldam. Such brutal necessities appeared to weigh lightly on the 9th Legion, yet this flippant attitude only fueled further calls for the Legion to share the fate of the two other failed legions, further eroding their standing. Fragmented by the relentless demands of war and the exigencies of the Great Crusade, the 9th Legion found itself ostracized amongst the fraternity of the Space Marine Legions. Now they fought in small, isolated companies, each nurturing distinct interpretations of the cult-like traditions that had proliferated through their ranks. While still primarily comprised of infantry and jump troops, this configuration stemmed less from tactical necessities and more from the Divisio Militarum's reluctance to furnish them with more advanced weaponry and munitions. In the face of this neglect, the 9th Legion increasingly resorted to their own macabre methods in order to secure victory, as they would not go quietly into that cold, dreadful night, placing triumph and survival over the respect of their fellow legions. A bitter pride in what they perceived as the jealousy of their brethren would sustain their morale, even as it deepened their perceived fall from grace. The 9th Legion stood perilously poised on a knife's edge as the sword of Damocles hung above their heads. While they remained a necessary and undoubtedly bloody component of the Emperor's grand strategy for galactic conquest, the time would inevitably come when their role would evolve from an asset to a liability. In the burgeoning Golden Age envisioned by the Emperor, a reckoning seemed to loom large for the 9th Legion, where they would either be reborn, transformed, and rejuvenated from their previous degradation by the discovery of the Primarch, or they would be obliterated and expunged from history. It was during this crucial juncture that a scout flotilla of the Great Crusade stumbled upon an otherwise unremarkable world of ruins and deserts, a world whose moons harbored their own legends of a blood-soaked angel, a world known as Baal. The Emperor created the Primarchs, the ruinous powers, along with the universe's worst mother, seized the infant demigods still enclosed within their gestation pods, launching them into the warp. Unable to annihilate these potent beings due to the formidable psychic and physical protections bestowed upon them by the Emperor at the time, the demonic entities nonetheless endeavored to corrupt the the Emperor's creations for their own sinister purposes. Thus, even the finest of the Emperor's progeny were tainted from the very beginning. The gestation pod containing the infant Sanguinius came to rest upon one of the moons of Baal, in particular Baal Secundus, in a location known as Angel's Fall. Of the young Primarchs spirited away from the Emperor through the Imperium by mysterious means, few encountered conditions that might be described as favorable. Yet amongst them, Sanguinius was particularly ill-fated and burdened by the whims of fortune. Once the Baal system had thrived and been a central hub for mankind's ancient interstellar empire, a verdant, nigh paradise-like world. But since it had been devastated and reduced to a desolate expanse of radiation-scorched ash and dust by its own inhabitants' folly, it had become a veritable hellscape, with radiation levels that blotted out almost all life on the planet and its moon. On the second moon was where the Primarch Sanguinius would be abandoned by fate, where, luckily enough, a fragile remnant of humanity had eked out a perilous, cancer-stricken existence in feral, warlike tribes who navigated the wastelands, surviving through plunder and whatever scarce resources they could forage from these barren, life-stricken deserts. Little is known about Sanguinius' early days spent in the desert, as he seldom ever spoke of this period in his later years. However, it is certain that he faced trials, including combating fire scorpions and storms that could launch boulders the size of land raiders. In his first year, it is believed that he felled full-grown men, slaying mutant creatures that even the most resilient of the desert's inhabitants dared not confront. Against overwhelming odds, he survived, where massive amounts of radiation had been unleashed by atomic cataclysm, which by all rights should have incinerated the flesh of any mortal man. Through sheer tenacity and will, Sanguinius emerged from the harshness of his environment, a testament to the enduring spirit and glory of his lineage, yet forever marked by the trials and tribulations endured in the shadows of his birthright prior to being found by one of the local tribes. The duration of Sanguinius' solitary existence in the wastelands of Baal Secundus remains mostly a mystery. That indeed is true. However, when he was eventually found by one of the many tribes inhabiting the moon, he had matured into a young child, nearly of age according to the standards of the tribesmen, whose lives were perilously short due to the blight of radiation that had encompassed all of Baal and its moons. It was during this fateful encounter in which his life would nearly be ended. Great white wings reminiscent of an angel were poised upon his back. The origins of these magnificent wings, whether they be a product of Baal's mutating influence on his post-human genome, a consequence of his tumultuous journey through the warp, or an intentional aspect of the Emperor's grand design, are secrets held exclusively by the master of mankind. Amongst the tribesmen who stumbled upon the child, there was a swift inclination regarding him as a mutant and to eliminate him, since at the time, the mutants had been devouring the tribesmen as if they were food. Yet despite the striking manifestation of his wings, Sanguinius exhibited all the qualities of an ideal human child. Ultimately, compassion triumphed over fear, and the child was spared. Sanguinius would quickly adapt to life within the tribe, demonstrating the remarkable, resilient characteristics of his kind. His extraordinary strength and his innate abilities earned him a prominent position within the ranks of his newfound kin, known amongst the tribes of Baal as the People of the Blood, or simply the Blood. Young Sanguinius proved himself to be a prodigy, as he matured rapidly, absorbing every single lesson his adopted parents would imprint upon him. Legends tell of how even as a child he defended against a giant fire scorpion, and it must be noted that giant fire scorpions still to this day can often take a space marine out, even in full plate. As Sanguinius would continue to grow, so would his wings, evolving into powerful pinions capable of lifting him into the desert skies. As he traversed the toxic regions of Baal Secundus, it would be noted that he did so without the need of a rad suit, and with a single strike of his outstretched hands, he was able to shatter some of the most massive boulders on the planet. In all forms of combat, it is said that he swiftly would surpass the skills of his instructors, emerging as a warrior of extraordinary capabilities, destined for greatness. The tranquility of Sanguinius' existence would eventually be shattered when a wandering band of feral mutants, a veritable army of cannibalistic beasts, descended upon his tribe. In a display of remarkable ferocity and unabashed rage, Sanguinius confronted the marauders, slaying them to a man, barehanded, despite their overwhelming numbers. exceeding those of his entire tribe. This confrontation marked the first instance in which the members of the Blood witnessed the true wrath of Sanguinius, a manifestation fueled by his deep-seated desire to protect. A rage born of nobility, but one that runs deeper than even those of the blood god Khorne. When the blood rage consumed him, he became a sight of awe and terror. What some would refer to as his Primarch powers awakening in him in full force, as a radiant nimbus of light fully encircled his head, a veritable crown of angelic thorns. As he rapidly transitioned into manhood, Sanguinius would then be plagued by unsettling dreams and ominous visions foretelling of death and bloodshed of such a scale which were unimaginable at the time, as well as the arrival of a grim and mysterious Dark King from a distant world. He would then dedicate himself to combating the mutant subhuman creatures that roamed the desolate expanses of Baal and repelling the raiders from rival tribes. His fierce loyalty to the blood mirrored the single-minded determination in which he engaged in battle. Yet, in stark contrast to his fellow Primarchs, Sanguinius would not undertake a protracted war of planetary unification on Baal Secundus, nor did he launch a glorious campaign of conquest to assert his worthiness. As tales of a winged warrior spread throughout Baal, Sanguinius became a figure of legend. Depictions of him painted a portrait of a tall, fair being, strikingly different from the stunted and radiation-scarred inhabitants of the moon. He was ferocious in battle, yet wise in council, embodying the very vision of past glories and a promise of a future that seemed all but lost amongst the blood. Despite Sanguinius' humble denials of divinity, he ascended to the status of god amongst his adopted people. Warriors from across the arid deserts flocked to his side, eager to fight under his banner. Under Sanguinius' leadership, they were successfully able to fully push back the tides of mutants that threatened the existence of humanity on the entirety of the Baal system. For a fleeting moment, humanity experienced a reprieve from the harsh landscapes of Baal Secundus. In the span of just a few years, each marked by relentless scorching summers, a vast host had gathered around the angel. They came not through conquest or intimidation, but rather through genuine acclamation of a desperate and beleaguered populace, seeking hope and shelter beneath the wings of their protector. Baal, once a vibrant world, which then had been scorched into desolation, its landscapes transformed into ruins and radiation-soaked wastelands by the climactic conflicts of Old Night. This is what the initial expeditionary fleets had determined an inconsequential target for the Great Crusade. Despite its location along a rather significant and stable warp current, the planet itself lacked industrial resources and boasted only a fragile population of radiation-stricken humans. Yet, in the year 843 M30, fate seemed to intervene, leading to the Emperor's discovery of one of his long-lost sons, the Primarch Sanguinius. Like many of his fellow Primarchs, he had forged peace on the planet which he had landed on, meticulously reshaping the primitive tribes he encountered to align with his own ideals. His legacy would be not one of a mindless destroyer or a fierce conqueror. Instead, he seemingly had envisioned a future defined by peaceful conquest and unity through a banner of compassion and safety, tempered by justice and the pursuit of knowledge. This vision would strike a stark contrast with the brutal ethos of the 9th Legion that would ultimately be bequeathed upon him. When the Emperor finally returned to the skies of Baal, his starships heralded a momentous occasion. Not the arrival of a king of war, but rather that of an unwilling god. Sanguinius, long aware of his father's impending visit and the weighty implications it would bear, including his own death, would meet with the Emperor alone, eschewing his entourage of devoted followers and warriors who typically surrounded him. In a gesture of profound reverence, he would kneel before the Emperor, pleading solely for the lives of his followers, acutely aware of the Emperor's vow to eradicate all forms of worship. And it would be in this moment that Sanguinius would notice that the Emperor spoke without speaking, in a tongue with an accent not existent. He saw his own, and it was through the psychic connection between the two that Sanguinius understood that he was in some way changed, perhaps in a way similar to Curze, or it could have been his wings, but the Emperor saw something necessary but broken, and at that point, Sanguinius chose to put it all on the line. He requested that the Emperor allow the people of Baal to live as they will, and to not have the Imperium's beliefs thrust upon them forcibly. The Emperor would ask what would he do if he did not agree, and it seems that this was a moment that the Emperor realized one of his Primarchs was willing to stand against him, as Sanguinius Sanguinius gave him an ultimatum. The only way he would join is if he allowed this for Baal. And recognizing the rare talents and the unwavering loyalty within the winged Primarch, the Emperor would grant his request, as he would intentionally withhold the full force of the imperial truth and the laws of the Imperium from Baal, decreeing that no imperial ship would land on Baal Secundus without Sanguinius or the people of the Blood's explicit permission. Thus, the tribes known as the Blood were allowed to continue their existence and their beliefs as they always had, preserved as a measure of security against the Great Angel's covenant. With this pact established, Sanguinius would embark on the path of service to the Emperor, becoming one of, if not the most loyal, sons of the Master of Mankind. And this profound loyalty would not go unseen by his brothers. In a conversation with Erebus, Lorgar would go insofar as to explain what he understood as follows. Look at him. What do you see? An angel? The angel. In a universe that the Emperor claims is godless. In an Imperium where our civilization's wisest and greatest have dismantled all trappings of religion, Sanguinius is an icon of something that should not exist, glorious and supernatural. My brother knows this. He feels it. He's too intelligent, too soulful not to. Lorgar lowered his head, the shadow of his hood darkening his features down to his chin. The Emperor, for all his many flaws, knows his sons well. Horus was chosen as a war master because he is the best of us. In Horus, all things are found in balance, yet every facet is raised to excellence. Sanguinius is similar. His virtues eclipse the rest of us. For which of us could match his grace, his compassion, or his understanding of the human condition? And yet our brother is unbalanced, profoundly so. He represents both the very best and the very worst of what it is to be a Primarch. He is the noblest of us, but also the most fearful, a glorious creature enslaved by insecurities. Lorgar gestured, and the glowing image of Sanguinius vanished. Oh yes, the angel is righteous, and he is strong, and he is beautiful in practically every way. But he has a cancerous weakness, his heart, a weakness known only to a few of us. Sanguinius is loyal to our father out of perfect love and perfect nobility. And if that were all, he might still be turned or killed as you desire, my son. But what you fail to consider is that he is also loyal out of perfect fear. He fears the reason he has wings. He fears what they might represent. He fears something went terribly wrong during his creation. And he fears the effects this may have upon his own genes. Angron watched Lorgar with undisguised fascination, the nail-induced fire in his skull momentarily forgotten. And in so, Erebus would maintain his own resolute silence. The insecurity that binds Sanguinius to the Emperor, perhaps more so than any other of our father's sons, is that he believes he has the most to prove. And yet, in comparison with the rest of us, that is simply not the case. Sanguinius was now poised to deepen his understanding of warfare, and he would find himself at the side of none other than Horus, the revered Primarch of the Luna Wolves, for years on end. This partnership afforded him a unique opportunity to learn the intricacies of war conducted amongst the stars, and grasp the enormity of the Imperium. As Sanguinius fostered a bond of brotherly trust with Horus, the Ninth Legion awaited their summons to serve their new and rightful master. The assembly of the Ninth Legion was no small fleet, as over the course of many solar months, disparate bands scattered across a galaxy were all located and recalled. It would take 2 standard years and 4 solar months for every fragment of the Legion to converge, culminating in their assembly on the tumultuous world of Thygar. Here, a grim host of avenging angels had gathered, eagerly anticipating the bloodshed to come. On this battlefield, the captains of the Revenant Legion, known for their ruthless efficiency, prepared for war as Stormbird transports emblazoned with the insignia of the Luna Wolves descended upon the stormy skies. Out from these vessels emerged a warrior clad in the iconic white of Horus's Legion. However, leading this formidable cadre, which included such figures as Abaddon the Spoiler, was not Horus himself, but rather a figure whose presence radiated the power and soul of the Emperor, a true son amongst Primarchs. As the great white wings of Sanguinius unfurled, he revealed himself to his gene sons. His sculpted visage a perfect reflection of those who surrounded him, as if viewed from a broken mirror. The sight of their angelic Primarch inspired both reverence and loyalty with equal measures of fear within the gathered warriors of the Ninth Legion. Each bore the scars of countless battles, the proud faces and weary souls which marked a legacy of relentless conflict. However, these were no ordinary warriors, unmoved by the ostentations of Sanguinius' escort or the mere display of martial power presented to them. Amidst the relentless rain and tumultuous storms of this distant world, the winged Primarch chose to kneel before these rugged warriors and battle-hardened blood drinkers. Rather than demanding their fealty, he offered his own in a gesture of humility and solidarity. And he would go further. He would ask the name of each warrior and learn it by heart as if it were his own. These warriors who had sacrificed everything for the nascent Imperium, only to receive suspicion and disdain in return, now found themselves the recipients of a Primarch who, unlike any of his brothers, swore his own life to them, his loyalty given freely and without hesitation. Sanguinius only requested to be allowed to fight alongside them, to prove his merit, and to earn the right to lead them. Sanguinius earned their devotion, not merely through rhetoric, but through action, as he allowed his sons to choose if they would have him, as he would join them on their assembled inaugural campaign together. It was on the front lines of battle that his courage became a living testament to the sincerity of his vow. The storm-ravaged fifth world of the Thygar system, known as Thygar Pentaros, would serve as a crucible for Sanguinius' efforts to secure the loyalty of his legion. Here, amidst the chaos of combat, he poured his own blood into the fight, leading from the front and immersing himself in the visceral nature of warfare, all the while gaining profound insights into the essence of his sons. In this harrowing environment, Sanguinius observed the bloodlust and the insatiable hunger that coursed through their veins, recognizing them as shadows of his own darker impulses. This awareness marked a pivotal moment for their shared journey, as he would now see their darker nature as a legacy he had unjustly thrust upon them. The abhumans of Thargar, alongside their savage thralls, would fall before the Ninth Legion, like wheat before a scythe, demonstrating the lethal efficiency of Sanguinius and his warriors. Amongst the spoils of victory, in the midst of battle, Sanguinius would claim the pelt of a dire Caradon, as it was not merely a trophy of battle against a dangerous beast, but a potent symbol of the bond he now shared with his sons. In the bloody aftermath of this campaign, the winged Primarch glimpsed a troubling potential future, a crimson landscape marked by perpetual warfare, one where his sons would devolve into monsters, mere vessels of a dark and terrible fury. Yet amidst this grim vision, Sanguinius found no cause for despair. Even amidst the chaos and carnage, the warriors of the Ninth would retain a flicker of nobility. The remnants of their martial pride and unflinching determination lingered like warm ashes, fueling their drive not to simply slaughter, but for a victory that held a deep significance. Bound by their own codes of honor, these warriors would fight with an iron will, and it was this very spirit that Sanguinius recognized as vital in the struggle for the Ninth Legion's soul. Understanding that no future was truly predetermined and that even the darkest fates were not beyond redemption, at the conclusion of the Battle of Thargar, Sanguinius declared that even though a darkness hangs over them, a future soaked in blood and horror, there are angels yet, angels of blood. In that pivotal moment, the Ninth Legion, once known as the Revenant Legion, would be reborn and bestowed with their new identity, the Blood Angels. This transformation signified not only a name change, but a profound evolution in the purpose and spirit of the Blood Angels, one which Sanguinius endeavored to guide onto his dying breath. In the aftermath of their new transformation, the newly designated Blood Angels did not return en masse to Baal. That desolate wasteland had little left to teach them that the ruins of Terra and the myriad of other dead worlds had not already revealed. Instead, Sanguinius sought the guidance of his brother, Horus, who had served as both a mentor and a friend during Sanguinius' formative years within the Emperor's Grand Army. And so it was decided that dividing his legion, whose heraldry was now altered to honor their Primarch and reflect their new identity, as Sanguinius would then go on to assign each company to fight alongside a corresponding company of the Luna Wolves, and eventually he would assign them to other legions. This first alliance would last nearly a solar decade, in which the Blood Angels would engage in the fall of countless worlds and partake in a diverse array of campaigns, each one being directed to not only learn but to master the skills of those who they had been assigned to shadow and work with in these campaigns, ranging from brutal simplicity to extermination wars, and even the intricacies and subtleties of strike and fade operations under the shadow of the Luna Wolves and Sanguinius' other brothers, all the while repeatedly being called to fight alongside one of the Emperor's most esteemed Primarchs. The erstwhile outcasts of the Ninth Legion would begin to earn the respect from their peers, fostering a newfound sense of decorum. Each campaign presented a fresh trial, a deliberate test crafted with the astute insight of at least two Primarchs, aimed at healing the wounds inflicted by the relentless passage of time and the brutal hand of fate which had such a hold on the Blood Angels. Sanguinius instilled in his sons a sense of pride that transcended the mere carnage and unending bloodshed of melee combat, as he envisioned a future where they stood as paragons of the Imperial Creed, equal to the elite warriors of Horus. During the year-long siege of Angus 12, they grasped the profound value of brotherhood, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Imperial fists against an unending tide of Herod, learning to integrate the tactics of the fists into their own. On the worlds of Cambroli and Ferrat, they learned discipline while clashing blades with the incurable Eldari Reavers. On Kenturus Beta, they discovered the concept of mercy as Sanguinius led them in the bloodless pacification of the Kenturan colonies. With each engagement, the legions began to shed the stigma of their past and learn to adapt every new facet which they discovered, while not allowing themselves to be completely consumed by them. Determined to prove worthy of the oath Sanguinius had made towards them, the warriors of the Ninth Legion worked tirelessly, almost obsessively, to abandon the gore-soaked solitude that they had once held with such pride. They sought to embrace the new virtues that Sanguinius exemplified: fury tempered by wisdom, bloodlust restrained by discipline. When the Ninth finally returned to Baal, they were no longer savage beasts that had once roamed Terra. They were no longer the Emperor's monsters to be unleashed at a moment's notice. They emerged instead a legion reborn, embodying a form that was fitting of their angel-winged sire. Upon their return to the sands of Baal, the Blood Angels encountered the newly raised contingent of Astartes drawn from the blood, the indigenous people of the radiation-soaked system. Sanguinius had nurtured and trained these warriors in the art of warfare, and unlike many legions who had held some amount of enmity towards these new warriors, the union would mark a pivotal point as they combined the might of these two distinct factions, those from Terra and those from Baal, as they would be both integrated with each other across a myriad of companies within the Blood Angels, in a manner designed to fortify others and weaken the influence of the Ninth's dark Terran legacy. Despite this newfound unity, the hunger remained, shackled at the edge of madness, ever poised for release. However, through the unwavering faith of their Primarch, the warriors held the beast tightly to its fetters. The Blood Angels would then dedicate themselves to honing their minds and wills, embracing not only the mastery of war, but also the pursuit of wisdom. They evolved into scholars as much as they were warriors. Under the watchful gaze of the Great Angel, they renounced the barbarism of their past, as their resolve became a force worthy to protect the future for which they fought. Over time, the Blood Angels' dark history faded from the memories of their allies. The blood hunger transformed into little more than myth, a spectral remnant of ancient horrors once bound to the service of the Emperor. Those few amongst the Legion who succumbed to this thirst would eventually be overwhelmed by the black fury that trailed in its wake, and those who lost themselves to the savagery of the Red were discreetly managed. They were granted the Emperor's peace by the hand of Sanguinius himself, bearing the stain of his son's blood on his own hands, allowing none other to carry the guilt. Thus, the Blood Angels, along with their Primarchs, would join the Great Crusade as equals, no longer looked down upon, but instead rising to the call of war amongst the stars, ready to carve their place in the record book of history. The newly crimson-clad Ninth Legion emerged as a paradox, both familiar in its martial ferocity, yet fundamentally transformed in character, though it still waged war with an intensity capable of shaking even the heavens themselves. This fury was now tempered by a profound discipline and an acute, well-developed intellect. Even with these changes, the Blood Angels would maintain their panache for shock assault, striking at their foes with a suddenness and ferocity still seldom seen across a galaxy galaxy. But now, under the guidance of their Primarch, they harnessed the full array of the Imperium's technology to truly master and enhance their preferred form of warfare. When the angels descended, they did so like a rain of fire and brimstone, 1,000 burning lights streaking across the sky, embodying the very wrath of the master of mankind in crimson form. However, their capabilities extended far beyond mere frontal assault, as through their time with the other legions, the Blood Angels had learned the importance of tactics such as feigned retreats and establishing effective gun lines, employing a myriad of other stratagems that showcased their newfound tactical versatility. They had evolved into a legion fully realized, much more than the simple bludgeon that they had once been. This transformation served as perhaps the clearest testament to the Emperor's grand design for his legions and the unity that came with the Primarchs. As once joined, they would become whole, exceeding the sum of their genetic legacy and the harsh lessons learned during the Unification Wars. The Blood Angels were no longer merely warriors. They were an embodiment of the Emperor's vision, prepared to face what challenges the galaxy might throw at them with a balance of might and intellect. As the Great Crusade would surge forward with an unprecedented momentum, new battlefronts unfurled under the watchful direction of the Primarchs, leading to the reclamation of worlds by the thousands. Throughout this relentless campaign, the Blood Angels and their esteemed Primarch Sanguinius stood steadfast at the Emperor's side, serving and training alongside the Custodes, as both warriors and the revered chosen honor guard to their creator. Driven by their fierce temperament, the Blood Angels cultivated a fearsome reputation as the premier shock troops of the Imperium, which would in turn stoke and fuel the rivalry with the equally aggressive, elsewhile allies of the World Eater's Legion. Yet beneath this ferocity, the Blood Angels would never again be as unrestrained as their rivals. The wise influence of Sanguinius served to temper their inherent bloodlust. Amongst other Primarchs, Sanguinius forged the closest bonds with Horus, Leman Russ, Magnus the Red, and Jagatai Khan. Though he was still in the formative stages of his legendary status, he was widely regarded by his brothers as the noblest of all the Primarchs, often found deeply engaged in the Emperor's council by request. Horus, who would later rise as a proud war master of the Great Crusade, recognized in Sanguinius a purity of spirit that he truly believed he could never attain, a profound connection to their father that no other Primarch could hope to match. For as all the Primarchs held a piece of their father, Sanguinius held the Emperor's spirit and his love for humanity. While many of his brothers relished in the battles of the Great Crusade for their own sake, Sanguinius did not. Instead, he fought for a vision of a golden era of peace and prosperity that he believed would inevitably follow the bloodshed. His aspirations mirrored the Emperor's own in such a way that it left Horus feeling less than insecure even. This was a hope for a united humanity thriving in harmony, freed from the shackles and the horrors that sought to bind or consume them. Unfortunately, this vision was one not destined to materialize, as the ever-present specter of conflict loomed ever large on the horizon. Ketor is a star system that has vanished from the records of Imperial history, no longer appearing on any maps, records of conquest, or battle honors within the vast archives of the Divisio Militaris. The only remnants of its existence lie hidden within the great library of Terra, buried deep beneath the Imperial Palace, and amongst the ranks of the Blood Angels themselves. Here, the story of this long-forgotten battlefield endures as a cautionary tale, recounted often amongst the crimson-clad Brotherhood, in the narrative of an angel's wrath and a legion's deep-seated shame, as it would serve as a reminder that the Ninth Legion and the Blood Angels, though seen as distinct chronicles and entities within Imperial history, are perhaps much more closely intertwined than is commonly believed. Ketor, once situated in the region traversed by expeditionary fleets, was a small haven for humanity which had managed to endure the tumultuous era known as Old Night relatively untouched. This survival was not achieved without a cost, however. The inhabitants were willing to sacrifice what was necessary to seize what they could. Yet their modest yet effective void navy transformed neighboring neighboring solar systems into desolate wastelands to secure resources and create buffer worlds for their own people, thriving on mass plunder and enslavement. By the time the Imperium's first scout ships ventured into the system was not merely surviving, but instead it was flourishing. This newfound prosperity bred a false sense of security, leading the inhabitants to greet the initial Imperial ships with a storm of fire and thunder. The first of the Imperium's fleets to receive word of this unexpected aggression was a contingent of Blood Angels led by none other than the Primarch. Sanguinius was already engaged in an augur sweep of the adjacent sectors. Once hearing about this, would promptly order his fleet to alter its course to Ankator, arranging them in the distinct attack formation his legion had become known for. This decision would set in motion a series of events that would forever alter the fate of the Blood Angels and the legacy of the Imperium. The Blood Angels broke through the aether, their guns pointed wide open and their cannons primed for engagement. In a swift and brutal confrontation, they decimated the enemy fleet awaiting them, the marauding vessels of Ankator proving woefully inadequate against the imposing battleships of the Ninth, which were considered one of the strongest naval detachments of any of the legions at that point. Within mere moments, the Blood Angels pressed forward to the first inhabited celestial body within the system, encircling it within a formidable cauldron of iron and illuminating the sky with a devastating of the Angels' cannons. This initial target was Ankator Extremis, a small airless orb that hosted only a garrison of the Ankatorian soldiers, concealed within subsurface habitat. The inhabitants' presence was indicated solely by the heavy artillery bracketing the sky above them. Uncumbered by any civilian population, Sanguinius ordered an immediate assault, driven by a desire to prevent the enemy from regrouping or regaining any momentum. He committed the 19th, the 76th, the 171st, along with the 94th Company to this particular offensive. A brief yet precise bombardment shattered the surface of the planet and neutralized the defensive arrays of the Akatoran troops, creating a clear path for the drop pods that had been launched simultaneously and the aircraft that followed closely behind them. As the Blood Angels descended into the cold, dark corridors of Akator Extremis, brutal yet close quarters combat would erupt, and the Legion carved a bloody path through the subterranean halls, relentless in their advance, much like the Legion of old. The enemy they faced were heavily cybernetically augmented beings that bore little resemblance to humans, leading the Imperial forces to dub them Iron Bulls due to the sensory horns grafted upon their skulls. Amongst their own people, however, they were known as the Ghazghkull, and they were armed with primitive plasma casters and grav lances. The Iron Bulls would stand resolute against the might of the Ninth Legion for an arduous 6 solar hours, fiercely defending each intersection within the labyrinthian tunnels with exceptional skill and tenacity. Their fierce resistance would test the Blood Angels' resolve and strategy as they fought to secure victory in this pivotal opening engagement. Across the desolate outer worlds of the Akator system, a grim story would unfold, written in fire and blood, as the Blood Angels relentlessly pursued their besieged adversaries, who exhibited remarkable and laudable valor, resisting to the bitter end at every outpost. Each world would quickly succumb to the Ninth Legion, exacting a heavy toll, in a fierce testament to the determination of the Akatorian defenders. In the asteroid fortress of the Outer Belt, the Iron Bulls orchestrated a cunning series of ambushes and feigned retreats, luring the legionaries of the Ninth into traps rigged with explosive charges. They sacrificed their own lives to impede the Blood Angels' advance, embodying the spirit of defiance against overwhelming odds that humanity has so been known for. At Akator Median, the gateway to the inner system, the Iron Bulls drew a resolute line in the sand, battling across a sprawling expanse of shallow, acidic seas and rocky archipelagos. They mounted great, multi-legged augmetic frames, utilizing them as war mounts to engage the Ninth Legion, effectively stalling the advance of the Blood Angels' 9th Company. Due to this, the warriors of the Ninth Legion would develop a begrudging respect for their adversaries, taking pride in the hard-fought victories won against such formidable opponents. In recognition of the Akatorians' valor and sacrifice, Sanguinius would order a 6-hour ceasefire. Although the Akatorians had rebuffed all attempts at direct communication, the Primarch sought to pay homage to the courage displayed on the battlefield. In his heart, Sanguinius lamented the necessity of their eventual destruction, hoping that this pause, with his his fleet arrayed just short of the system's throne world might persuade the Akatorian leadership to yield to the Emperor's authority and to ally their strength with that of the Imperium. What happened next would shatter any lingering hopes for reconciliation, and it would ignite Sanguinius' wrath in all its terrible glory. Advancing under the flag of truth, several Ancuran vessels approached the Blood Angel's flagship, the Red Tear. These were transport barges, appearing cumbersome and unassuming, and they would signal in the world's particular dialect that they came carrying gifts for the Primarch. Initial scans revealed no signs of hostility and no targeting systems or aberrant energy readings, until without warning the first barge erupted in a blast that would claim the lives of 132 Blood Angels. In an instant, this devastating loss had doubled the casualties of the Legion. Amongst the Blood Angels' fleets, 3 cruisers sustained significant damage, with the Inculator left gutted and aflame from stem to stern, so severely damaged that it would later be abandoned and serve as a stark reminder of the treachery that would come with mercy. Betrayed and enraged, Sanguinius relinquished the restraint that he had allowed to govern his actions and declared that day a day of revelation, a reckoning for Ankator, and demanded for a redress of the wrongs inflicted upon his legion. The people of Ankator had proven themselves unworthy of a place within the Imperium, and unworthy of the respect or mercy of the Great Angel. In a furious counteroffensive, the Blood Angels surged forward, their vessels carving a bloody path through the inner system as they annihilated any and all remains of the system's defense fleet, and unleashed nuclear fire upon the isolated outposts, reducing the once thriving locations to ashes and fields of glass, in a manner not seen since Old Night. As it turns out, the Ankatorian forces resorting to shielding military targets with their civilian populations and launching sacrificial attacks with fire ships upon the Blood Angels' vessels, attempting further ambushes. Unfortunately for them, all these efforts would fail against the long-restrained fury that they had caused to be let loose. As the Blood Angels enveloped Ankator Centralis, a brutal constellation of lights flickered in the night sky. The consequences of the betrayal of trust became a truly chilling spectacle. What had begun as a quest for understanding and peace transformed into an unrelenting wave of retribution, marking one of the grimmest chapters in that sector's entire history. As the Blood Angels hovered above Ankator Centralis, they observed the frantic preparations below. The Iron Bulls rallied their forces, herding their civilian populace into makeshift human shields around central gun platforms and fortified structures. The tension in the air was palpable, and the stage was set for a confrontation of epic proportions. Then, as dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of reds and purples, the Blood Angels descended like avenging angels of the Old Testament, led by the silver-masked Erolim of the Orders of the Angels' Tears, the Legion's elite destroyers, who specialized using weapons that even the Dark Angels in their most desperate times would find abhorrent. Their objective was unmistakable: to strike at the largest contingent of Iron Bulls defending their throne world, aiming to sever the enemy's command structure in a single devastating stroke. Like meteors, hundreds upon hundreds of drop pods plummeted through the atmosphere, crashing down into the Iron Bulls' lines with a cataclysmic force. Some pods opened up into lethal blooms, revealing missile launchers and flamers, which unleashed torrents of flame and destruction, while others ejected crimson-clad warriors whose bolters and chainswords roared with unrelenting fury, not seen since their days as Revenants. The suddenness and scale of this assault completely and utterly shattered the enemy formation, leaving the Iron Bulls in complete and utter disarray. In this moment of chaos, the main force of the 9th Legion descended upon the tumultuous center of battle, launching themselves into the fray without hesitation. What began as a structured confrontation rapidly devolved into a rout even the Space Wolves would be proud of, and a brutal slaughter that would leave the World Eaters envious. As the Blood Angels cut through the heart of their enemy's formations, they decimated not only the command echelons and sent the Iron Bulls into a state of utter confusion, but wreaked havoc upon anything they laid their eyes on. When their foe was driven before them, the Blood Angels advanced relentlessly, refusing to pause for a single regroup or resupply, their sorrow eternally masked by the ornate visages of their order, The Erilem and their brethren swept across the planet like a relentless tide of crimson. Any who dared draw breath around them or raise arms against them was met with swift and brutal retribution. This was not a battle marked by honor of honest combat, but rather a calculated massacre, an extinction on a system-wide scale. In a display of ruthless efficiency, the Blood Angels deployed weapons that Sanguinius typically eschewed, designed specifically to fire massed torrents of phosphex, and weapons designed to spread radiation and create naught but dead worlds. These devices transformed the battlefield into irradiated, toxic wastelands and showed how the Blood Angels were the paragons of true devastation when the situation called for it, further solidifying the Blood Angels' relentless victory and marking Ankhtor's descent into true chaos. As the dust settled on the scorched and poisoned earth below, the echoes of their wrath resonated through the echoes of a dead system. Cities lay transformed into charnel fields, littered with the remains of countless fallen warriors, civilians, and leaders alike. Once vibrant forests and fertile fields stood as mere memories, reduced to smoldering cinders and ash, while fortresses gaped like blackened wounds upon the landscape. Ankhtor Centralis was not merely conquered, it was eternally ruined. The Blood Angels made sure no soldiers remained alive, and no stone stood upon another. And those few of its populace who were lucky enough to survive the brutal fighting found themselves relegated to a status below serfs, destined to toil within the very bowels of the Legion's warships, and or as maintenance for distant Manufactura's most toxic environment. Thus concluded all hostilities within the Ankhtor system, as a grim testament to how far the 9th Legion was willing to go, even after the unification with their Primarch, if pushed to do so. The final vestiges of the Iron Bulls fell before none other than Sanguinius, who himself lay the fatal blow, as he was flanked by a small cadre of sanguinary guard, who carved a path into the palace of the system's petty ruler. The last Iron Bull had been encased in a massive exoskeletal suit adorned with horns, in a desperate attempt to enhance their body by ripping synthetic muscle and arming them with formidable diamond-toothed chain blades, in an attempt to impede the Great Angel's advance, even for a second. Yet Sanguinius proved to be far more than a match for the system's penultimate weapon. With his wings of purest white now splattered with the blood and gore of battle, he soared above the fray, diving upon unwieldy suits of armor and fortifications, single-handedly cleaving them apart with a ruthless efficiency that was almost mechanical in nature, lifting them from the ground, only to release them in plummeting arcs towards their doom. In this way he swiftly had cleared a path through the throne room all on his lonesome. Within the chamber, the Great Angel seized the trembling lordling from his throne, dragging him forth into the streets to witness his ruined kingdom and to understand the full force of the Emperor's wrath, along with the steep price of his own treachery. And the planet's leader was made to be an eternal reminder of the terrible consequences that awaited those who dared defy the Imperium. The echoes of bloodshed would resonate throughout the ages, even if actively erased by the Imperium, in the existence of this lifeless system. At the pinnacle of the Great Crusade, a multitude of worlds, numbering in the thousands upon thousands, were drawn into the vast expanse of the Imperium, as countless billions of men under arms fought valiantly in the name of the Emperor, forging legends that would resonate throughout the ages. Amongst these legends, it was the Legions Astartes who stood as the tallest and shone the brightest, each a brimming emblem of martial excellence that illuminated the path for the mortal armies that would follow in their wake. Yet amongst these legions, a select few embodied the Great Crusade's spirit more profoundly than others. Sanguinius' Blood Angels quickly emerged prominently amongst that elite group. Their rapid advances and breathtaking spectacles of aerial assaults, along with the sheer awe they inspired, made them a favored subject of remembrancers who trailed the fleets. Their campaigns were often marked by nobility as they faced some of the most loathsome creatures that lurked in the depths of the void, as they were charged with liberating those oppressed by alien tyrants. In particular, the Blood Angels were able to carve a path through the darkness, slaying monstrous foe after foe, and securing the safety of humanity's far-flung worlds. To those they liberated, these warriors appeared as true angels descended from the heavens, beacons of hope in their darkest hours. Within the ranks of their fellow transhuman kin, the Blood Angels garnered themselves an immense amount of respect and acclaim. This admiration stemmed not only from the valiant campaigns they fought alongside their brothers in arms, but also from their unmatched skill in whichever facet of warfare the individual Blood Angels dedicated themselves to, and the magnanimous spirit of these warriors. Yet much of their esteem and reputation, along with the goodwill that they had garnered, could be attributed to the noble presence instilled by their Primarch, Sanguinius. Amongst all the Emperor's Primarchs, he was the most beloved and revered, a figure who essentially encapsulated the nobility and ideals of honor and sacrifice that defined the spirit of the Great Crusade. In this remarkable era of expansion and conquest, the Blood Angels not only left a mark on history, but they also cemented their legacies as paragons of virtue in an age defined by turmoil and strife. This is to the point that individuals such as a Silent King, who has claimed to have met with the Great Angel, states that he would have made a better leader for humanity in their harrowed times of the 41st millennium than humanity's current carry-on king. As the Sons of the Emperor often existed as a fractious brotherhood marked by lingering grudges and rivalries simmering just beneath the surface. Amongst this diverse assemblage of siblings, Sanguinius stood out as admired and respected, truly beloved to the point that he could initiate a hug with the lion and bring some amount of peace to Angron's nail-atrophied mind. He embraced each of his brothers with a warmth and goodwill that transcended personal animosities, soothing even the most turbulent tempers and lowering the guard of even the most suspicious. Sanguinius functioned as a unifying force within this pantheon of demigods, while it is believed and often pointed that perhaps only Horus could garner a similar level of respect. The Lord of Chthonia's cold demeanor and rather brooding nature by comparison rendered him somewhat distant to his brothers, contrasting sharply with Sanguinius's more approachable demeanor, despite his more ethereal nature. The winged Primarch was not merely a warrior, but a cherished presence, welcomed in the courts of innumerable worlds, from the opulent thrones of a far-flung colony where the queen of the world would desire to throw herself at his feet, to the intricate chambers of the Mechanicum's arcane domains, which some refer to Sanguinius by name rather than number like his siblings. Sanguinius seemed to best embody the pride and optimism characterized by those golden years. During this era, it seemed that none could withstand the relentless advance of the Emperor's armies, and that the galaxy lay poised for his conquest. As he traversed these varied realms, Sanguinius became a symbol for hope and aspiration, a living testament to the true potential of unity amongst the Emperor's sons. His legacy at the time was marked by nobility and courage, one which echoed throughout the entirety of the Imperium, inspiring not only his brothers and their sons, but also the countless souls who looked to the stars for guidance and salvation. However, not all could be well, as eventually the Ulnar Crusade would mark the crowning testament to humanity's aspirations, as it was a monumentous campaign aimed at dismantling the greatest remnants of mankind's supremacy, the massive, nigh unending Orcish empire of Uruk. In this theater of war, Horus would engage the foes of humanity in what would become the largest battle of the Great Crusade, ultimately achieving a monumentous victory marked by the triumph of Ulnar. Yet even in the wake of this significant victory, the lingering expectations were that Sanguinius, who had not participated in the conflict, would be bestowed with the rank and title of War Master as the Emperor withdrew to Terra. Such a luminous reputation that the Great Angel had garnered and his Blood Angels had regained had them regarded not only as unparalleled warriors, but scholars of remarkable renown, to the point that few harbored any doubt about Sanguinius' suitability to serve as the Emperor's proxy. However, amidst this acclaim, a whisper of jealousy seemed to surface amongst some factions, casting a shadow on this unity of purpose, and eventually even Sanguinius would vote for Horus to be declared as War Master. Eventually, the struggle for compliance would become too great for some worlds. In particular, in M30, the Praxil's rebellion would occur, unfolding against the backdrop of the Imperium's relentless expansion. Upon the discovery of the Pralix system, the Imperium harbored hopes of integrating these worlds into the Emperor's domain peaceably. The promise of Praxil's wealth and resources was a rather alluring prize, particularly as the Great Crusade sought to secure new territories to fuel its ambitions. However, the formidable civilization of Praxil led them to being rather stern in their refusal to submit to the imperial truth, choosing instead to defend its sovereignty with a tenacity rarely seen across the stars. The Praxil war fleet, renowned for its strength, initially repelled the advances of the Imperial Expeditionary Fleet, inflicting significant casualties on the Imperial forces. In response, the Imperium dispatched a substantial army comprised of the Emperor's children, bolstered by select units from the Imperial Army's human contingents along with the Mechanicum. Despite their numbers and resources, the initial campaign was plagued by setbacks and mounting losses, as the Imperial forces encountered fierce resistance at every juncture. Rather than seeking reinforcements, the pride of the Emperor's children hampered their efforts. It was not until the War Council of Terra intervened and went above the Primarch that the tide began to turn, as a contingent of Blood Angels and Imperial Fists, led by the eventual Chapter Master Raldaron, was dispatched to assist the beleaguered Imperial forces. Despite his personal reservations and the affront to his honor, Lord Commander Eidolon of the Emperor's children accepted the aid from his cousin legions, forming a new strategy for a second offensive to overwhelm the steadfast Praxil. With the combined might of the Blood Angels, Imperial Fists, and the newly reinforced Imperial forces, they were able to mount a second offensive, ultimately leading to a hard-fought victory. However, the aftermath of the campaign revealed the complexities of honor and recognition within the Imperium's differing substratas. When the dust settled and the Imperium claimed victory, Eidolon stubbornly refused to acknowledge the significant contributions of his brethren, a slight that would resonate within the ranks of the Space Marine legions, and revealed underlying tensions that sometimes accompanied their alliances. Up next is a compliance of Melchior, occurring around 999 M30. It was marked by a significant joint campaign between the 16th Legion, the Luna Wolves, and the Blood Angels. Melchior stood as the final stronghold of a Xenos race known as the Nephilim, a species characterized by their imposing, somewhat humanoid forms. These beings possessed a smooth, soapstone-like exterior with abstract features vaguely resembling limbs. Their distinctive dome-shaped heads emerged directly from their shoulders, devoid of a neck or a true face, and they were adorned with an array of olfactory slits and ocular spots, giving them an unsettling yet otherworldly appearance. In the daylight, the Nephilim appeared almost ethereal and semi-transparent, as their flesh shimmered like blown glass. Their movements were both deliberate and fluid, reminiscent of aquatic creatures gliding through the water, granting them an agility that belied their size. While they could navigate their environment with a deceptive slowness, they were also capable of rapid movement, darting from place to place, making them formidable adversaries on the battlefield. These alien giants had carved a path of devastation and enslavement across countless worlds, leaving a graveyard of 100 planets in their wake before arriving at Melchior. Amongst those worlds were Sagan, Decora Spine, and Orphelomenoris, and Beta Regiel II, each doomed of its human population. As the Nephilim moved, they had herded the inhabitants of these planets into colossal empath chapels, where they were slowly consumed and their souls reduced to nutrients for the being, as was the sinister nature of their existence. The very name Nephilim was derived from ancient human mythology, invoking the images of seraphs, and it was an iconic moniker for creatures who embodied humanity's greatest nightmares. The true horrors lay in the method of their conquests. The Nephilim ensnared the pliant, lonely, and sorrowful, luring them with promises of a godlike existence as they expertly wove tales of eternal life for the faithful and endless sorrow for the antagonistic, manipulating their victims with their deepest desires. Whether the Nephilim genuinely believed in the salvation they offered is immaterial, as the outcome was the same. Through their advanced technology, they implanted fragments of themselves into their thralls, as they fashioned living masks of their own flesh to mark their followers, further entwining their essences and their prolonged lifespans with those who they psychically confounded. As the Nephilim wielded a dual weapon of mental domination, their presence was a direct affront to the Emperor's vision of a rational and secure galaxy, as outlined by the Imperial Truth. The Nephilim represented not only a perversion of this noble ideal, but a dangerous displacement of loyalty, undermining the very fabric of humanity by drawing on its faithful into its dark servitude. Reports from scout marines of the Blood Angels and the Luna Wolves revealed the grim truth. The Nephilim had fed not only on the bodies of their victims, but on the very souls and lives, along with the dreams of those who had once cherished the light of humanity's hope. The compliance of Melchior was thus not merely a military campaign, but a confrontation against an insidious threat that sought to extinguish the very essence of what it meant to be human. Within the confines of the empty chapels, the stark reality of the Nephilim's predation was laid bare. They were littered with heaps upon heaps of discarded human corpses, remnants of lives prematurely aged, their very essence siphoned away in mere hours. The horror struck deep within the hearts of the Primarchs who witnessed it, who were filled with such rage and disgust at the nature of their vile enemy. The Nephilim fed not only on the flesh and the soul, but on adulation, drawing strength from the devotion of their thralls. In the stratagem of his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, Horus the War Master unveiled his rather bold plan, and it was for his brother Sanguinius, the Primarch of the Blood Angels, to descend as a hammer to his anvil, upon which the Nephilim would be crushed. Horus envisioned a strategy that involved the Blood Angels marching in unison with their cousins, in a display that meant to instill fear within their alien adversaries. He sought to confront the Nephilim with an imposing army of thousands upon thousands of Astartes, rolling relentlessly towards the gates of the Nephilim's last remaining bastion. Like the ocean these things sprang from, Horus proclaimed, "We will roll over these aliens, drag them down, and drown them." The sheer audacity of this strategy was its most formidable strength, yet Sanguinius was not easily convinced. He perceived the blunt brute force approach as more suited to more temperamental Primarchs such as Leman Russ and Angron. He and Horus, in their roles as leaders, were not so artless as to focus solely on the target at the expense of strategy. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately acquiesced to a large majority of the plan. As the moment of confrontation drew near, Horus and his Luna Wolves met the Xenos army on the glistening white sands of the Silver Desert. Prior to the commencing blows of open conflict, the conversation would go as follows. Horus's attention never once strayed from the alien. "You are parasites," he said, his words carrying on the winds across the plains. Breaking the silence that followed, "We know how you draw your sustenance. You feed on the emanations of life. Our imperial psychers have seen it. You need to be adored, to be worshipped like gods. That is a kind of peace," the thing's echoing voice would say. "And with your technology you control the minds and cage the spirit. Human minds, human spirits." Horus shook his head. "That cannot stand. You cannot stop us." The gray being gestured towards the acres of copper towers and strange antennae behind it. There were thousands of Nephilim now, a sea of giants moving forwards in slow, loping steps. "We have fought you. We know your way, and you can only win if you kill those you profess to protect." It pointed at a group of converts. The aliens had made hand gestures again, as trains of white light moving under its skin. "Join us. We will show you. You will understand how beautiful it is to be in communion, to be at once a god and a mortal." For a moment, one of Horus's commanders saw something dark pass over Horus's face. Then the instant was gone. "We have dethroned all the gods," said the Primarch, "and you are now a pale shadow of those false things." The Grey let off a hooting cry in its own language, and the legion of Nephilim advanced, each of them professing an angry yellow. "We will destroy you," it said. "We outnumber you." Horus would then give a rueful nod as he drew his sword, a massive blade of oiled steel and adamantium. "You will try, but today you face the Emperor's sons and his warriors. We are the Luna Wolves, and this legion is the anvil upon which you shall be broken." From high overhead, there was a low crackle, and a sound like a distant thunder, as sonic booms from the upper atmosphere reached the desert floor. Sejanus looked up, his eyesight picking out lines of white contrails, hundreds, if not thousands in number, flaring out behind great crimson tears and scarlet-hued hawks, as they fell at supersonic speed towards the silver sands. "We are the anvil," Horus repeated, now more resolute than ever, his voice unyielding. "Now behold the hammer." Then suddenly the heavens screamed. Ejected from the launch tubes of a dozen capital ships and battle barges in low orbit, a rain of ceramite capsules tore through the atmosphere of Melchior and fell like flaming meteors towards the silver desert. Falling with them were diving hawks, stormbirds, and assault gunships, wheeling through the air towards the gargantuan Nephilim encampment. They were red as blood, red as fury, and they carried company upon company of warriors from the 9th Legion Astartes. The speed of the assault was the key to victory. The parasitic alien invaders and their zealous followers had successfully been drawn out to confront the mass forces of the Luna Wolves, leaving their defenses on their flanks thinned and permeable. But the Xenos giants were not slow in their thinking, and in that moment they understood that they had been duped. They would attempt to regroup and fortify. However, the Blood Angels would not allow that to happen, as from the lead Stormbird came a figure clad in armor, the shade of the sun, a Primarch, another demigod, an angel, and he threw himself into the pale sky, embracing the pull of gravity like a lover, letting it speed him towards terminal velocity. Unmasked, his gallant face was set in determination, a mane of flashing tresses snapping in the wind. He cried out his defiance. From the back there was an explosion as white snowy pinions unfurled, great wings extending out in wide arcs to catch the flow of the air effortlessly. Gold trinkets, teardrops of precious red jade and rubies, silks, tabards, and chainmail of platinum rattled against a suit of ceramite and plasteel so ornate, so glorious, that its artistry seemed better suited to a gallery of the highest reckoning. Against the drag of the airflow, he unleashed a wicked red sword. It was a cousin of the blade held by his brother Horus far below. With him were warriors no less determined, no less fierce in countenance. Assault legionaries of a dozen companies and a dozen more bore down with snarling jets of jump packs upon their backs, their guns in their hands, and retribution in their eyes. Leading them were the Sanguinary Guard, whose golden armor and white wings echoed those of their liege, but the wings that held the guard aloft were made of enameled metal, like the assault squads. Their flight was powered by spears of orange from blazing fusion motors. The Primarch landed with an impact greater than that of a point-blank barrage from a dozen powerful Vindicators, and a perfectly circular ripple of shock resonating out from the crash of his boots in the desert sands. The Nephilim Blues rushing to attack were blasted off their feet as they struggled to right themselves, only to be gunned down by the ornate wrist bolters of the falling Sanguinary Guard and the Fusile assault squads. Surrounded by the relentless fury of two of the greatest Space Marine legions who ever roamed the galaxy, on the gleaming sands of Melchior, the Nephilim were finally brought to an end, and their reign of terror extinguished by the might of the Emperor's chosen. Yet this was not the only conflict of great import that would occur in the turbulent era of the 31st millennium. One of these lesser-known chapters is the compliance of the Ferrum Moons, which transpired in the turbulent 31st millennium, as previously stated. This operation was notable for the involvement of the G9K Division Kill, a genetically enhanced unit of Imperial Army tasked with supporting the Blood Angels Legion, designed to be able to tolerate their methods of war. This division faced an adversary that remains rather shrouded in obscurity, as no official Imperial records provide clarity upon the identity of the enemy. As the conflict unfolded, the G9K division found themselves surrounded, teetering on the brink of annihilation. The situation was dire, and their prospects seemed bleak, a testament to the ferocity of their unknown opponent. However, in this critical moment, the Blood Angels intervened with a forceful and decisive assault. Utilizing a mix of drop pods and stormbirds, the Astartes descended upon the battlefield with relentless precision. The combined might of the Blood Angels and the G9K division itself would prove too formidable for these foes, as the Blood Angels executed what could be understood as one of the most massive planetary assaults to turn the tide of this conflict, overwhelming the enemy and securing victory with the collaboration of these two legendary forces. And so the Ferrum Moons would be successfully conquered and integrated into the ever-expanding realms of the Imperium. And though the specifics of this adversary remained unknown, the valor demonstrated by the G9K division and the Blood Angels in this engagement has led many to believe that the human serfs that survive on Baal and serve the Blood Angels are direct descendants of this genetically modified division. One particularly grim episode during the compliance of 140-20, more commonly known as Ursi Reach, a designation referred to as murder by the Space Marines who braved its treacherous terrain, would be of rather important note. This death world was encountered by the 140th Expeditionary Fleet, led by the valiant Blood Angels Legion, commanded by the fearsome Captain Kaithus Frame. Unknowns to them, the planet was shrouded in danger. Remnants of the ancient Interact civilization civilization, cautioned all approaching vessels to steer clear of the world, indicating the presence of a dangerous xeno species that had been quarantined on the world. Disregarding these dire advisories, Captain Ferrum ordered his contingent of 3 companies of Space Marines to initiate operations on the planet, aiming to bring it into Imperial compliance. However, the hostile atmospheric conditions would wreak havoc upon their descent, as the Blood Angels assault craft would be forcibly scattered, leaving Imperial forces isolated and unable to effectively coordinate their movements, as Vox communications were rendered nearly useless. On the ground, the situation would rapidly deteriorate in the initial onset of the campaign. Initial reports from the scattered landing parties revealed that the planet was home to exceptionally hostile intelligent arachnoid species, later known as the Megarachnid. This fearsome race was not just a random encounter, as they had been actively exiled through the full force of the Intrax, who had opted for mercy rather than full extermination of the species by quarantining them in this sector of space. In an effort to keep the Megarachnids confined, the Intrax stripped them of their interstellar travel capabilities and constructed atmospheric control devices resembling towering trees, which not only generated fierce weather patterns but also disrupted all forms of communication, preventing any attempt to contact off-world. As the Blood Angels grappled with the reality of the situation, reports flooded in of violent conflicts with the Megarachnids, who were described as being in overwhelming numbers and rather fierce in combat. In a desperate plea for survival, Captain Ferrum and his forces sent urgent distress signals back to their fleet. The last chilling transmission from Ferrum poignantly captured the horror of their predicament. He would state, "This world is murder." Thus, the name murder was forever etched into the records of Imperial historians. In response to these distress calls, a contingent of Emperor's children attempted to provide assistance, only to encounter the same disastrous conditions as the Blood Angels. Their landings were equally chaotic, resulting in significant casualties. Nevertheless, they managed to breach the atmospheric disturbances, but as they were about to be overwhelmed, a reinvigorated wave of Luna Wolves from War Master Horus's 63rd Expeditionary Fleet descended through the newly opened breach. With their arrival, the tides began to shift, as the Luna Wolves bolstered the remnants of the children's own military efforts, and supported by tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers from the Byzantine Janissaries and the Legio Mortis Titans, they initiated a comprehensive assault on the Megarachnid infestation. They methodically dismantled the treacherous trees designed to alter the atmosphere, effectively eroding away the barriers that had protected the Xenos from Imperial reprisals. From his flagship within the Vengeful Spirit, War Master Horus monitored the campaign's progress with satisfaction. However, just as his plans were being discussed for a strategic withdrawal to facilitate extraction, an unexpected ally had arrived. Sanguinius, the Primarch of the Blood Angels, accompanied by his grief for his fallen sons, implored Horus to join him in a campaign of vengeance against the Megarachnids, to which the War Master responded, "Yes, let's murder," reflecting the brotherly bond and the urgency of the mission they shared. In addition, 5 companies of Blood Angels were set upon the offensive, with a renewed vigor and vengeance in their hearts as they surged through the Imperial forces straight into the heart of the Megarachnids. Despite their tenacity and their relentless defense, they could not stem the tide of the Space Marine onslaught. As the campaign progressed into its 6th month, it appeared the Megarachnid species was on the brink of extinction, and with their ultimate fate obscured by the impending chaos of the Horus Heresy. The full consequences of this merciful intervention, however, would remain unknown, shrouded in the mist of history. Following this campaign, Sanguinius would mark his face forever with a black teardrop below his eye as a symbol of remembrance for his fallen sons. In the year 2 M31, a turbulent chapter would unfold within the records of the Imperium, as the Kairos Belt became the stage for a dramatic confrontation between the forces of humanity and the resilient Orc tribes that remained, scattered and disorganized following the devastating defeat during the Great Crusade. Many Orcs would seek refuge in the mineral-rich region of drifting asteroids, carving out new outposts while they were licking their wounds and rearming for future conflicts. Yet despite this short-lived respite, the Greenskins soon began to launch aggressive raids against nearby Imperial systems and newly compliant colonies, rekindling the flames of war and hatred. Recognizing the imminent threat posed by the remaining Orcs, the Alpha Legion initiated a strategic campaign to track their movements and dismantle their newfound power. To this end, they sought the aid of War Master Horus, requesting reinforcements to support their annihilation plans. However, the aftermath of the brutal engagement at Murder and the disastrous encounter with the Interax had made the Luna Wolves rather hesitant to commit their forces to another campaign so quickly. However, in a turn of events, it was the Blood Angels who answered the call for assistance. Led directly by the Primarch, they pledged a significant intervention to bolster the efforts of the 88th Expeditionary Fleet. The mission was described by Alfarius as a project which was to take 5 standard years to achieve. However, Sanguinius, imbued with a sense of urgency and confidence, countered this timeline, asserting that they would conclude the campaign in just 1 year, and to this end, he mobilized vessels from every active Blood Angel expeditionary fleet, emphasizing the commitment to this cause. Remarkably, Sanguinius' observations were proven correct. Within 13 months of initiating the campaign, the Orc presence was in all but words eradicated. Yet, as cornered beasts would often do, the Orcs exhibited a fierce resistance. What little remained of them fought with a tenacity not seen before, as the 88th Expeditionary Fleet plunged deeper into the depths of the Kairos Belt. They mysteriously vanished from the censors of the 9th Legion, leaving the Blood Angel flotilla at the fringes of the system in a state of uncertainty. The true nature of the Alpha Legion's mission would gradually come into light, as what they had presented as an aggressive campaign was in reality a more passive operation. The Orcs, sensing a shift in power, began to withdraw. Their retreat escalated from solitary vessels to coordinated squadrons to eventually entire fleets abandoning the Kairos system and fleeing like dogs with their tails tucked between their legs. Thus, the Kairos persecution highlighted the ability of the Blood Angels to work with any legion to a devastating effect. As the protracted conflict escalated, each attempt by the Orcs to flee the oppressive shadow of the supergiant sun and its asteroid belt was met by the unwavering vengeance and still barely constrained rage of the Blood Angels after their conflict in Murder. For weeks, Imperial starships and Orc cruisers engaged in a perilous game of cat and mouse, navigating the dense dust clouds and at the periphery of the star system. The clash of mighty vessels would reverberate throughout the void as they relentlessly hunted one another, each encounter a testament in ferocity. However, the months of extended naval warfare began to take their toll on the Sons of Baal. Bred for the glory of the battlefield, where valor was measured in close combat, they found the endless skirmishes over vast stretches of empty vacuum increasingly unsatisfying. Yet, a shift in the Orcs' crew's behavior soon presented a rare opportunity for the Blood Angels. Straying from their typical brutish yet cunning strategies, the Orcs began to exhibit signs of panic, making reckless decisions, taking desperate gambles to evade the Blood Angels' blockade. It was though an unseen terror was driving them, one that loomed larger than the weapons of Sanguinius' legion. Despite their vigilance, the 9th Legion remained unawares of the Alpha Legion's secretive actions that compelled the Orcs to flee. The Alpha Legion, once a source of support, had gone full radio silent, sending only minimal communications instructing the Blood Angels to maintain the line. Frustrated by Alfarius' evasiveness and the ambiguous nature of the situation, Sanguinius would dispatch a frigate beyond the outer marker, defying the established rules of engagement between the two legions. Weeks later, the frigate returned bearing unsettling news. Crews reported the absence of any signs of Alpha Legionnaires or their own human allies, but they discovered the wreckage of Orc vessels and the remnants of countless slain Xenos. This eerie finding raised questions about the fate of the Alpha Legion's expeditionary fleet, which had numbered in the hundreds, yet was nowhere to be found. At this tempo, the Kairos campaign reached a critical juncture much sooner than the Alpha Legion had ever expected. The remaining Orcs had their forces completely routed as they began to retreat from the belt in a chaotic fashion, and they would fall victim to the devastating firepower of blast cannons and torpedo barrages as they attempted to breach the Blood Angels' sentry line. Just as it seemed that the situation would culminate in complete chaos, the Alpha Legion's warships emerged. Operating in unison, they had effectively herded the remaining Orcs towards the fringes of the system. In a final communication, the Alpha Legion reported that they had successfully eradicated the alien infestation from the Kairos belt, expressing gratitude towards the Blood Angels for their cooperation, with the destruction of the last massive Orc wreckages being at the hands of the Blood Angels' own massive fleet, which must be noted to have been one of, if not the single largest fleets in the Imperium's history, outnumbering the combined fleets of many of the Angels' brothers. However, the camaraderie between the 9th and the 20th Legions would remain rather strained. As the aspirations of the Emperor hung tantalizingly close to realization, the Great Crusade would conclude in a manner that was both catastrophic and utterly unfathomable. The Imperial Warmaster Horus Heresy, once regarded as the Emperor's most esteemed gene son, succumbed to the insidious allure of the Chaos Gods. Lured by the promises of unfathomable power, in his fall, Horus sought to rally his brother Primarchs to his Dark Crusade. Amongst these Primarchs which he sought out the most was Sanguinius, who had fought valiantly alongside Horus on numerous campaigns. Their bond was so profound that it occasionally would spark envy amongst their brothers. Yet in the depths of his corrupted heart, Horus knew and understood that Sanguinius would never willingly betray their father, the Emperor. Thus, Horus devised an audacious plan to either sway the Blood Angels' entire legion to his side or annihilate them in one fell swoop. This nefarious plot was rooted in the revelation Horus had encountered decades earlier during the brutal xenocidal campaigns on the world of Melchior. There, in the shadowy recesses of a fallen alien chapel, Horus would stumble upon a harrowing scene. Sanguinius, in a moment of desperation, had slain one of his own sons. This revelation left Horus aghast, but Sanguinius offered an explanation that would haunt them both for years to come. He revealed that within his own genetic makeup resided a latent flaw, a darkness in the blood, waiting to be awakened, later known as the Red Thirst. For years, Sanguinius had harbored this secret, carefully concealing it from the Emperor and his fellow Primarchs. While some Blood Angels had gleaned fragments of this truth, only a select few, in particular Ascalon and 1st Captain Raldoron, along with the 9th Legion's Master Apothecary, understood the full extent of this affliction. United by a common goal, they sought out a remedy for what was referred to as the flaw. In that critical moment, Horus pledged to Sanguinius that he would not disclose this sensitive information to anyone, not even their father if asked directly by him. He vowed to uphold this promise for as long as Sanguinius wished, a gesture that deeply moved the angel. Horus in turn vowed to assist Sanguinius in confronting this insidious flaw. For whatever the duration of their struggle was, he told them he would be at their side. Unbeknownst to them, this bond would soon be exploited, as the corrupted Horus would ultimately wield the knowledge of the Blood Angel's flaw against them in his conniving pursuit of power. The Cygnus campaign loomed on the horizon, now casting an ominous and dark storm over the Imperium, as brother would turn against brother, and the fate of the galaxy hung perilously in the balance. The conflict that would follow would not only test their strength, but the very fabric of their loyalty, forever altering the course of history within the Imperium of Man. As the first echoes of the Horus Heresy began to break out, and the galaxy was on the brink of true chaos, the Blood Angels had remained steadfast in their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. This dedication was exemplified during the harrowing events of the Cygnus campaign between 004 and 009 M31. In what would be a campaign fought with peril and deception at every turn. Horus, the once great Primarch, was now a traitorous warmaster who harbored a powerful animosity towards Sanguinius, the noble leader of the Blood Angels, in part due to the Chaos Gods seemingly wanting the angel as much, if not more so, than they wanted him. It was said that Horus feared Sanguinius more than any of his other brothers, devising numerous schemes aimed at either ensnaring or destroying him. Each attempt, however, would ultimately fail. That is, until the climax of the heresy. In a calculated effort to undermine the loyalist forces, Horus tasked Sanguinius and the Blood Angels Legion, under the guise of still being loyal, with a formidable assignment: to purge the Cygnus cluster, a complex system of 3 stars situated in Segmentum Ultima, near the galaxy center. The objective was rather clear: cleanse the 7 worlds and 15 moons of Xenos invaders and liberate the humans subjugated by their alien overlords. Unbeknownst to Sanguinius, who remained unaware of his brother's treachery, he accepted this charge and set his legion in motion, in part due to Horus having promised that he had found a potential cure for the flaw within the Cygnus cluster. However, the Blood Angels had been unknowingly marching towards a deadly ambush, as the Cygnus cluster had almost completely fallen under the influence of their ruinous powers, transforming it into a nightmarish realm of chaos and dismay. A system dominated by the horrific demon worlds, ruled by one of the most powerful greater demons of Slaanesh, known as Kairos the Perverse. Upon the Blood Angels' arrival, their fleet was immediately assaulted by malevolent forces of the warp, resulting in the catastrophic losses of their navigators and astropaths during the initial barrage. This marked the first time the Blood Angels were ever truly to encounter chaos and feel its wrath. In a show of defiance, Kairos projected his image before Sanguinius, proclaiming his dominion over the system in the name of Slaanesh, and challenged the Primarch to reclaim it. Undaunted by this threat, the Blood Angels prepared to counterattack. Confident in their martial prowess, they launched a series of assaults against Kairos' demonic host, targeting the epicenter of the greater demon's power upon Cygnus Prime. Sanguinius emerged as an angel of vengeance, rallying his forces with a wrath heretofore unseen in the Imperium, against a tide of human cultists and grotesque demonic entities. The surface of the planet soon became drenched in the blood of both loyalist Space Marines and the countless cultists serving Kairos, along with the ichor of the demons that had been slain. As the Blood Angels pressed forward, Sanguinius aimed to confront Kairos at the Cathedral of the Mark, the stronghold of the greater demon. However, in a fateful twist of fate, he faced an even graver threat, Kabanda, a greater demon of Khorne, one of his most powerful, at times comparable to even Skarbrand. Renowned within the pantheon of blood as one of his most fearsome avatars, Kabanda was the embodiment of destruction, reveling in the chaos of slaughter. The Demon Lord taunted Sanguinius, revealing that Horus's treachery was what had cost him so many of his sons in this campaign, igniting a fiery rage within the Primarch. Infuriated by the demon's derision and the truth of its claims, Sanguinius engaged Kabanda in single combat. In a display of ferocity and skill, Sanguinius was able to pierce the bloodthirster through the heart with his sword, inflicting a grievous wound upon the beast. Yet the battle would quickly turn against him, as Kabanda retaliated with brutal force and efficiency, ensnaring Sanguinius with his whip and slamming him to the ground with the blunt edge of his axe. As Sanguinius lay there momentarily incapacitated, Kabanda unleashed a wave of devastation across the battlefield, slaying 500 Space Marines in a single stroke. Now, for most other Primarchs, this would be a source of anger but no real physical injury. But it just so happens Sanguinius was the second most psychically adept Primarch, second only to Magnus the Red, and had a particularly strong psychic connection with his sons. So upon this act, the psychic backlash from this slaughter overwhelmed Sanguinius and temporarily rendered him unconscious. The blood-soaked conflict persisted, and in the aftermath of the Primarch's temporary fall, the Blood Angels were consumed with a primal rage, plunging headlong into the throngs of demons with a reckless abandon and fury that even gave the demons of Khorne pause, as their fury had become a force of nature, obliterating the demonic hordes before them in a manner not even Kabanda had expected. Yet in this unabashed violence, the Blood Angels awakened the first echoes of something dark within their bloodline, a relentless thirst for blood and rage that could not be satisfied until every vestige of chaos was eradicated from Cygnus Prime. With the combined efforts of the entirety of the remaining Blood Angel librarians who had disregarded the Emperor's edict, the Great Angel was reawakened, and what followed would go as such. "My lord," Kano whispered, afraid to believe it, as he reached out to touch the Primarch's arm. This was no vision, as his fingers met the sun-warmed ceramite. For a moment the greatest sadness weighed the angel's partitioned face. "You gave so much to bring me back, my son. You paid a high cost. We did what we thought was right." He raised his hand to silence him. "We'll speak of that, but not now." He frowned. "Where are your brothers, Kano?" The legionary raised a wary hand and pointed to the Cathedral of the Mark. Sanguinius nodded gravely, his ambered eyes surveying the wreckage around them with no small amount of dismay. "Look at what has been wrought here. set in motion by lies. He stumbled back on his injured legs, his powerful wings unfurling to their fullest extent. I swear to you, it will go no further. Kano's liege lord spared him a look, briefly placing a hand on his shoulder. Today your battle has been fought and won. Now I will end this. With a storm roar, the angel vaulted into the sky, drawing his great crimson sword as he rose. Polluted clouds broke apart in his path, scattering away from him as if in fear, and the Primarch became a streak of golden fire, a mote of light moving at inconceivable speeds, falling towards the Temple of Bones like a blazing comet. A single feather, pure white and dazzling, settled slowly on the deck at Kano's feet. Glassy matter and bone frames exploded into millions of fragments, the circular mandala window destroyed by the force of the angel's arrival. Sanguinius landed with a thunderous roar at his back, his wings rising in shimmering arcs of white, the shine of his battle armor as dazzling as the light of daybreak. A pure force of will radiated from him, magnificent and unending. The Primarch was at that moment the very antithesis of the shroud of hate and horror that had taken root upon Cygnus Prime. It was as if the universe itself had decided to express its disgust at these demon things through his martial fury. Sanguinius rose like a golden storm of vengeance incarnate, the righteous power of a brother betrayed and a father wronged, crackling behind his fingertips. Lightning swirled as he surged forward, the length of his crimson-bladed greatsword lifting to cut the ashen dust. He did not turn to lay his gaze upon the goated-headed Kairos, not even for an instant, yet Sanguinius' sword left his hand with a flick of his forearm, and it sang as it sliced through the air towards the pink-skinned demon. The tip of the blade pierced Kairos' muscular gut with such force that it ran it through, slamming the beast back into the walls of the bone temple. The creature would release a high-pitched, ululating scream as it struggled in place, pinned by the full length of the sword, as if it were an insect of curious nature captured for study. This was done on fleet foot in the blink of an eye. The bloodthirster was already turning towards the angel, its attempted execution of Captain Ralderon forgotten in the face of this new attacker. Axe and lash flexed in brawny clawed hands as it squared up to meet him. Sanguinius crossed the yelled tassel-tailed of the chamber floor, the cheers of his noble sons now echoing. Bloodletters baying for murder rushed to meet him, hellblades red as hate rebounding off his armor. The Primarch gave them little heed, smashing them aside or crushing them to the ground with heavy swinging blows from his mailed fist. Kabanda spat and threw the arc of his whip in a downward stroke. Sanguinius did not falter in his approach. His left wing snapped forward to cloak his face, meeting the barbed tip of the lash, blood jetting where the hooks bit deep. He hissed in pain but shrugged off the assault, closing to point-blank distance, reaching his foe. The demon was ready for him. The bloodthirster's other arm fell with the axe, set to cleave the angel's skull in twine. Sanguinius' hands came together in a strident crash of sound, catching the blade between them. For a brief moment the two titans struggled against each other, eyes locked and muscles bunching. "You came back," greeted the demon. "My sons found me." "This changes nothing, little angel." The axe trembled, shifting back and forth. One mistake and the blade would fall. Across the chamber, the impaled Kairos bellowed over the sound of the angel's legionaries in battle with its foot soldiers. "Kill him." Kabanda's tongue flickered. "Your precious legion will be destroyed, Sanguinius. You cannot stop it. Even now, your chosen are caught in the depths of a killing rage they cannot escape. It's too late. The poison is in them. You know it as well as I." "Perhaps," hissed Sanguinius, "but they will not fall today. I will not permit it." He bared his fangs in a snarl. "This ends now, demon." With a wordless shout, the angel twisted his arms, his hands tearing at the strange and ghastly material of the axe head. A sickening crack broke throughout the room, like the snapping of a spine, and Kabanda's weapon shattered across its length, scattering pieces of shrapnel. But before the creature could react, Sanguinius grasped one of the bloodthirster's curved horns and jerked it forward with all his might. The Primarch then brought his fist to meet the beast's snout, and landed a flurry of quick blows from the knuckles of his gauntleted fists before Kabunda shoved him away, spitting out globs of black, fuming blood and broken teeth, leading the demon to growl. "Look at you. Where is the noble angel now, abhuman? Better the sweet blood to smother you." Kabunda's arm swung back, brass cords of its whip scraping across the bone floor, flicking into the air for another lethal blow, as powerful as the one that had struck the angel down upon the plains of the damned. However, this time, Sanguinius reacted faster than even the eye of this powerful beast could follow, as he flashed into the air, wings crackling, and caught the razor tips of the whip before they could reach him, and the cords burned where they touched ceramite, pentacles of vapor issuing from between the armored fingers. The Primarch now dove at the bloodthirster, dragging the lash down with him, and before the creature could react, he pulled the loop across the monster's throat. Angel and demon collided, crashing to the floor. Kabunda released its grip on the lash, but it was too late. The brass cable pulled taut. Sanguinius gave the whip a violent tug, and the bloodthirster's howls became strangled and frenzied bark. The beast tried to break free, swatting at the Primarch, grasping at air, its bat-like wings unfurled, talons at their tips, scratching gouges in Sanguinius's glorious armor. With a cold and lethal precision, the Primarch arrested the wild, beating motion of the freakish wings with his free hand, and spoke. "Only angels may fly," he said darkly, tearing out the black pinion from the monster's back. The sound was like the splitting of a great sackcloth sail, and the demon Kabunda screamed loud enough to shake the walls of the very temple. Warp fire gushed from the stump of the wing, and it shuddered in agony, a sensation it had only known previously from the cries of its enemies. With the whip still coiled around its neck, the angel dragged the spitting, wounded fiend to the lip of the pit in the middle of the chamber, then lifted it so he could look at it in the face. The demon cackled through its pain, convulsing as it tried to shake free. "I will take your skull yet," it spoke. The Primarch's eyes flashed with a powerful hatred, which the demon of Khorne could scarcely fathom. "If you truly hail from the realm that men once called Hell," he intoned, "when you return there, tell your kindred it was Sanguinius who threw you back." With a grunt of effort, the angel took hold of the beast and shoved it over the spiked edge. Kabunda's curses would echo all the way down before it finally vanished, shrieking into the warp fires below. Shortly after this battle, the might of demon Kairos was similarly vanquished, banished back to the Imperium by the still vicious Primarch. It was only after the planet had been thoroughly cleansed of its chaos taint that the bloodlust of the Blood Angels began to subside. Although Cygnus had been liberated from the grip of the ruinous powers, the victory had come at a harrowing cost. The chaotic berserker rage that had enveloped the Blood Angels left a lingering shadow over their soul, amplifying something that had already been there, long ago from their sire's inception. An insidious legacy that would manifest in the form of a great curse, later known as the Black Rage. A dark affliction which still haunts the Blood Angels and their successors to this day. A constant reminder of the horrors they endured and the price of unwavering loyalty. Following the conclusion of this protracted and audacious campaign, the Blood Angels sought to execute a warp jump towards the throne world, the home base of humanity amidst the chaos of the Horus Heresy. Despite the formidable ruin storm conjured by the word bearers during the infamous Battle of Calth, the fleet's navigators, demonstrating a remarkable set of skills and talent, identified a brilliant beacon, initially mistaking it as the Astronomicon, the vital navigation tool that guided the Imperium's ships across the warp's material seas. The Ninth Fleet navigators felt strangely compelled to pursue this alluring light, believing it to be a signal of safe harbor. Desperate to return to the rightful path, the fleet promptly initiated a warp transition back into real space. However, upon their emergence from the warp, the Blood Angels found themselves disoriented and hundreds of light years off course, very far removed from their intended destination. The unexpected arrival was no mere happenstance. It was an ironic twist of fate that the Blood Angels inadvertently intercepted the beacon emanated by an alien artifact known as a Pharos, located on the distant planet of Sotha. Unbeknownst to them, this miscalculation had transported the Blood Angels clear across a galaxy, landing them within the realms of Ultramar. As they regrouped and assessed their situation, the Blood Angels were soon approached by a skirmish line of unfamiliar starships. These vessels were striking in appearance with bright cobalt blue hulls adorned with the elegant white and gleaming gold trim of the Legion whose command they were under. This heralded an unexpected encounter. To their astonishment, the Blood Angels were currently being welcomed by none other than Reboot Guilliman, the revered Primarch of the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines. He extended a warm greeting to Sanguinius and welcomed his brother Primarch to the legendary 500 worlds of Ultramar, a bastion of hope amidst the encroaching darkness of the galaxy. This meeting would not only signify a moment of camaraderie, but also marked a turning point in the great struggle of the Horus Heresy. With the Imperium now fractured by the raging ruin storm, which was a warp storm of unprecedented magnitude and scale, the galaxy stood divided, casting entire realms into utter isolation. For the realm of Ultramar, this meant a grim reality that the once vital Astronomicon was no longer visible to them, leaving the fate of Terra and the Emperor as a matter of painful speculation. Amidst this darkness, Reboot Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, resolved to ensure that the Emperor's vision would survive. So here he would find Imperium Secundus, a secondary bastion of the Emperor's will and belief, intended to continue the great war against the traitors and maintain the Emperor's great work in the absence of the guidance of Terra. In this uncertain time, fate seemed to bring the Blood Angels to Ultramar after their harrowing escape from the Cygnus cluster. Recognizing Sanguinius' noble character and the strength of his legion, Guilliman declared the Blood Angels Primarch as the rightful heir to the Emperor's will and position, naming him as the new Emperor of Imperium Secundus. Shortly thereafter, the Dark Angels too would arrive, following the mysterious emanations from the Pharos, adding their strength to the Ultramarines and the Blood Angels' forces. Guilliman would then appoint Lionel Johnson as Lord Protector of this newly formed Imperium, granting him supreme authority over its military forces in a form whose title was comparable to that of War Master, where only the Emperor would be able to overrule his actions. Yet the formation of Imperium Secundus would soon be threatened, as Conrad Curze, the dreaded and reviled Primarch of the Night Lords, had been hiding within the lower decks of the Dark Angel's flagship, the Invincible Reason. In a calculated escape, Curze unleashed terror across Macragge, the capital world of Ultramar, seeking to spread chaos and discord within this fractious alliance. In the same period, the Blood Angels would engage once more in the flames of war, this time during the Second Battle of Paramore. Somewhere within the tumultuous years of 008 or 011 M31, they would be involved in a mass ground assault, as they joined the Loyalist forces attempting to reclaim the strategically crucial world of Paramore 5 from Horus's traitor legion. The assault, however, would ultimately end in failure, as the traitor forces held fast against the Loyalist valiant push, regardless of how many lives they lost defending their positions. In the year 009 M31, as the Imperium lay fractured and isolated by the oppressive ruin storm, despair gripped even the proudest of realms. For Ultramar, this was a time of silence, as the Astronomicon had vanished, and the world of Terra had in essence faded into myth. Determined to carry out the Emperor's legacy, Reboot Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, had forged a plan, declaring Imperium Secundus as the rightful heirs to the Emperor's will. With the arrival of the Blood Angels and the Dark Angels, this was made significantly easier, as they were able to scale up his plans to a significant degree. That would be until the rampage of their erstwhile brother, Conrad Curze, the Primarch of the Night Lords, led to a crescendo where Curze ensnared both Guilliman and the Lion in a trap of devastating precision. Through explosives planted within a chapel, he brought the structure down in such a way that it would slay his enemies and bury them in the symbolic ruins of this once great empire. However, a twist of fate seemed to arrive just in the nick of time. The Loyalist Iron Warriors, under the command of warsmith Barbarous Dantioch, who had been communicating with Guilliman via something that the Pharos was designed to do, opened a portal on Sotha just as Guilliman and the Lion were about to be slain, escorting them to safety through this strange yet powerful device. It seems that in the 10th years following the creation of Imperium Secundus and the hunt for Conrad Curze, Lionel Johnson remained rather tense and somewhat despondent. For 2 years, Lionel Johnson clashed repeatedly with Reboot Guilliman over the matters of policy and security, particularly concerning rebellious fractions on Macragge proper, which Lionel Johnson was certain Curze had interacted with and was directly influencing them. The conflict intensified after a self-terminating bomber targeted an Astartes convoy, prompting the Lion to impose martial law across Macragge with the forces of his First Legion. Convinced that Curze was concealed in the insurgent stronghold of Illyrium, Lionel Johnson advocated for an overwhelming orbital bombardment in order to eliminate any possibility of the Night Hunter's escape. However, this aggressive strategy was openly opposed by both Sanguinius and Guilliman, leading the Lion to dispatch his Dreadwing in order to root out the rebels and slay any who fought. During the assault on Alma Mons, Lionel Johnson would manage to corner Curze, leading to a ferocious battle, which in the aftermath, Lionel Johnson was determined to demand an explanation of Curze for his betrayal, to which the Night Hunter replied, "Why not?" He admitted to an inner turmoil, to being a monster who was beyond control by design. Though Lionel Johnson had finally subdued his brother, he could not bring himself to end Curze's life. Instead, he violently disabled the Night Hunter by severing his backpack and breaking his spine above bended knee. Curze was subsequently delivered gravely injured to Guilliman and Sanguinius for judgment. A triumph would be convened thereafter, where Curze defended his actions as the inevitable results of his designed nature, claiming innocence on the grounds that he was fulfilling the purpose he was intended to. He further antagonized the Lion by accusing him of secretly ordering orbital strikes, defying Guilliman's authority within his own homeworld. Enraged by these accusations, Lionel Johnson attempted to strike Curze down with a mighty blow, but Sanguinius intervened, while Guilliman seized Lionel Johnson's lion sword and broke it in two across his thigh. Sanguinius dismissed Lionel Johnson from court thereafter, effectively exiling him from Imperium Secundus. Now the Lion was humiliated and resentful, leading to the withdrawal of the Dark Angels from Macragge. Soon after, back aboard the Invincible Reason, Lionel Johnson brooded over the past years, questioning his actions and decisions in his final moments on the flagship, as he ordered the T'Chula engine to teleport himself and Holgun, one of his most loyal lieutenants, back to Macragge. With the execution of Curze imminent, he had to act quickly, and so the Lion materialized within the chamber, halting Sanguinius and arguing for Curze's continued existence. He presented Curze's precognitive ability as evidence. If the Night Hunter truly foresaw his own death at the hands of an assassin sent by the Emperor, then the Emperor must still live. This reasoning resonated with Sanguinius, who knew his own prophetic visions of the War Master and his betrayal awaited fulfillment. When Guilliman demanded a solution, Lionel Johnson knelt, offering to serve as Curze's eternal warden. Now, if the Great Crusade was the Imperium's finest hour, then the Horus Heresy was certainly its darkest. Brother turned against brother, offering neither mercy nor respite. Heroes fell, and worlds were scorched, and the Emperor's vision of unity was shattered beyond repair. Amidst this ruin, one legion seemed to remain unflinchingly loyal, the Blood Angels, loyal to the Emperor to the very end. As the conflict deepened, Sanguinius assumed a more pivotal role, stepping into the leadership void left by Horus and rallying the Emperor's loyal forces, be they Astartes, Mechanicum, or Militarum. Under his command, the Blood Angels fought on the harshest fronts, now pitted against their former comrades who had succumbed to Horus's lure. This divide fueled a bitter enmity within the world leaders. A rivalry that had once been tempered by brotherly love had now blazed with wrath as the two legions now saw themselves as enemies, and they clashed in some of the fiercest battles of the entire heresy. Amongst his brothers, it was said that Horus harbored a special dread for Sanguinius in combat above all else. Legends speak of him scheming and making deals with innumerable demons to ensnare or kill his former friend, devising countless plans to end his life. Yet regardless, nothing would seem to work. It was as if fate had its hands on the scales, and so would come the final hours of the Siege of Terra. In the final days of the Horus Heresy, the Blood Angels Legion was destined to see its finest hour. This culminating battle, known as the Siege of Terra, marked the climax of the conflict fought on Terra itself between the forces of chaos led by the traitor War Master Horus and the loyal defenders of the Imperium, commanded by the Emperor, with loyalist legions obstructed by the traitor forces. The Imperial Fist, led by Rogol Dorn, and the White Scars, commanded by Jagadai Khan, were just barely able to manage to return to Terra in time to prepare for its defenses. Dorn fortified the palace beyond any measure that had previously been considered possible, determined to hold humanity's last bastion against the onslaught. While these loyalist forces assembled, the Blood Angels would secure a victory against a greater demon of chaos undivided. Eventually, when the Blood Angels arrived, the division of combat would be as follows. The Imperial Fist would hold the inner walls and man the batteries. The Blood Angels would protect the outer walls and the Eternity Gate. All the while, the White Scars would run a hit-and-run campaign against the traitors' flanks. Alongside the Imperial Fists and the White Scars, the Blood Angels would fight and show their unrelenting zeal to hold the walls that were the last bastions for humanity. Sanguinius, the legendary Primarch, led the defense with a steadfast, iron-willed resolve that seemed to embody the Emperor's own will. 3 times Horus's full forces managed to gain a foothold on the walls, and each time they were driven back by Sanguinius and his Blood Angels. And when the walls ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault of Chaos Titans, Sanguinius orchestrated an orderly retreat to the inner palace, ensuring the loyalist forces were able to regroup and fortify the final line of defense at the Eternity Gate, which was in essence the entrance to the Emperor's throne room proper. Here Sanguinius would hold his ground, facing the relentless advances of chaos. He would fight with a fury that bought humanity precious time for the wounded to be carried to safety. As the last of the loyalist forces crossed into the palace, Sanguinius turned to make his own retreat. But before the mighty gates could close, he was confronted by Kabanda, the legendary demon of Khorne. What followed was a titanic duel which has resonated through the records of the Imperium's history. As Sanguinius, weary from days upon days of unrelenting, unceasing combat, where he was essentially viewed as being on every single battlefield almost simultaneously, met Kabanda over the skies above the Imperial Palace. But in this second confrontation, the angel would be temporarily caught off guard by the demon's cunning, as he was no longer just a being of pure power, but one of intellect as well. And the confrontation would go as follows. Orion had fought on Cygnus Prime. At the time, he was almost a century dead by that campaign, interred within his coffin and awakened only rarely between battles. But he had been on the surface of Cygnus Prime when the Legion learned the first of the grievous truths about Horus's war. He knew what he was seeing when the axe tore through the porticules of Terra's final wall, and he recognized the demon that burst through its wake. The name rippled out across the box in amazement, in warning, in defiance, and in the voices of hundreds of warriors. Kabanda, the dreadnought shell's box casted. Following Orion's unspoken thought, the corpse twitched, the war machine raised its guns and started firing. He was the first Blood Angel to die to the demon's axe that day, as it struck him with enough force to completely shatter the shell of his dreadnought, crashing the remains across the grounds of the Royal Ascension. When the shell came to rest, bleeding oil and its artificial womb fluid, cracks in the armor revealed the corpse within. Without the life support systems of its destroyed coffin, the mutilated corpse flailed helplessly, fleeing the touch of the open air as if it were acid upon his skin. Orion took almost a minute to truly die, staring up at the sky with his own eyes for the first time in almost a century. Choking on air he was no longer used to breathing. His death was technically a stillbirth, as he had died while being reborn onto the world. Thrown halfway out of the synthetic coffin womb, which had been his home for the past century. Such were the wonders of Imperial technology. The demon drank each life he had ended. Souls swirled around his head, a halo, a vile halo visible to the others of his kind, a crown to inspire jealousy. With each fall of his axe, the demon reaped angelic life, feeling his corpus swell with returning strength. The cream of the Blood Angel's heroism thrashed in his aura, their souls disintegrating to become part of him. As their identities crumbled, the Bane felt the memories filling out the hollows of his essence. He remembered wars against aliens he had never fought. He remembered glories he had never earned. He was flushed, bloated even, with the righteous anger of humanity's living weapons. Step by step, Kabanda avenged himself on the legion that had seen him slain several corporeal years ago. He craved their lives for his feeding frenzy. He could not take the gate without building his strength. He crushed angels between his fingers, squeezing them until pulped meat ran through the cracks of their ceramite. He ground their wounded ones below his hooved feet as they spent their last seconds of life, hoping he could be killed with bolter fire. He killed with every step, not content to merely swallow souls, devouring the angels whole or in pieces if they were moronically brave enough to come within reach. Several were wise enough to fall back, only for the demon's whip to lash them in coils to pull them within reach of eager, curling claws. His wings thickened, grew stronger, his claws hardened, no longer feeling as though they might crack at the first rake of his talons. He licked the blood from his palm, fingers tasting the final desperation of the last warrior he killed. Armed with the mortal's name, 60 years of valiant service, not only to mankind's ignorant empire, but to the blood god that every warrior secretly served. How could they not know it? Every drop of blood shed fed the father of war. Here, of all places, all they had to do was look up to see the faces, the teeth, the smiles in the seething sky. Horizon to horizon, everything they did here fed the pantheon. Even if they won, they would lose. Later, there would be tales told of the Battle of the Segmentum Imperialis, and in the way such stories would be an uneasy mix of truth and lies. Zephon would hear many of these tales in the time when memories of their father were all the ninth bloodline possessed. He would listen to the tales of how the Great Angel fought with his back to the Eternity Gate, and he would know which parts were truth and which parts were myth, fueled by idealism or manipulations driven by the speaker's agenda. Only rarely did he lend his voice to affirm or deny, no matter which ways the stories went. Far more often he would listen to them partly and commit these newest tellings to memory. Then when the time came, he would retire to his stasis crypt aboard his warship Invictrix. A sleeper is not supposed to dream in stasis, but this time was yet to come. In the years after the war, Stefan always dreamed. In his visions, the tales he heard would mesh with his true memories, creating tales that danced along the borders between fact and fiction. Upon rising, he would cast off the unwelcome dream echoes, but it would become more difficult as the years waned. What, the listeners would ask, really happened. So Stefan told him. The duel was swift. That much of the old stories was true. It lasted scarcely 5 blows between man and demon, but the creature you speak of was not there for our father. He is not named the Bane of the Great Angel. He is the Bane of the 9th bloodline. He was there for us. The court of the 4 gods took much of their substance from ancient human atrocities. After Cygnus Prime, Kabanda had crawled, bleeding before the skull throne, there to endure the war god's laughter. He could have suffered through the mockery, marking names of his kindreds that laughed the loudest in their creator's shadow, and abiding to them the butcher's bill once this time of shame had passed. Every sneer and smirk would motivate him, but Kabanda had not been ready for the war god's disgust. The Lord of Blood had not derided him like the lesser creatures of his court, nor punished him in rage, as had happened to the wingless one, the exile Scarbrand, for the moronic sin of taking up his axe against the blood god. Khorne, armored in runic plate and tall as the chain-whipped sky above, had regarded his beaten champion who brought the stink of failure into his sacred realm in the warp's deepest reaches. No punishment, no mockery. Kabanda prostrated his ruined form before the skull throne, feeling the eyes of his former underlings upon him like the itching of vermin. There before the throne, the blood god dismissed his failed Templar with a flick of his armored knuckle, as reality melted around him and it took shape once more. He was now far from the court of the Brass Lord. The rage that had sustained him and formed so much of his identity was cold and slow to rekindle now. Here, without weapons, he would re-earn the god's favor by not just becoming brutal, but cunning as well. And he did not expect the chance for redemption to come so soon. As he would state, "I have swallowed failure and learned its bitterness. Now allow me to redeem myself, or destroy me where I stand, for I have eaten enough shame to last an eternity." The blood god would listen to him and give him a simple task: 500 souls of the bloodline that shamed you. This was no test. He could achieve that in a day, in an hour, if his strength was returned swiftly enough. Miraculous hope flared in the demon's core. 500 souls, the war god continued, from the bloodline that shamed you, harvested in the presence of the angel of blood. The demons dined on their bodies and drank blood like gluttons, gorging on wine, ingesting the stories of their lives, leeching the strength of their deaths. It wasn't long before even the blood angels fled, falling back towards the gate, crawling into their battle tanks in a bid to find some way to fight back. They were far too slow, as Kabanda was war given form. Those that ran, he leapt on, pulled back with cracks of his whip. Those that remained died where they stood. He heard them calling for their Gene-Sire, and what a sweet sound their controlled panic made. These transhuman pretenders to immortality, eloquently begging for aid of their angelic prince. Kabanda would cut them down, mid-plea. The demon did not count the lives as mortals count. He simply knew. He felt the tally of souls in his essence, each one becoming a part of his corpus, as it was torn from the flesh and freed for the warp to claim. Swollen to his previous power, the creature never slowed, never ceased. When his prey retreated, he gave chase. He lashed them down. He cleaved the earth with his axe, pouring his wrath into the ground itself to swallow up groups of earthbound angels. Within corporeal minutes after manifesting, the creature was close. He could feel the eyes of his creator above, and the zealous, jealous hatred of his bloodletting lessers. The angel landed before him, wings spread out in artistic intimidation, pale feathers composed in warlike serenity. That serenity was almost believable, but for the hate that burned in those beautiful eyes. Kabanda was immune to the Primarch's masquerade of perfection. He knew the fear of failure that ran through his foe's bloodstream, and he'd bathed in the angels' hatred before. Their presence exerted a pull of gravity, the battle coalescing around them. The blood angels coming for the demon lord were cut apart and dragged down by the red-skinned children of Khorne. The demons foolish enough to run at the angel were destroyed by a phalanx of Astartes forming around their Primarch. "Demon Sanguinius said, with almost disbelieving softness, "Are you so eager to die a second time?" To the demon's way of seeing the world, in smears of life force and promises of running blood, the angel looked burdened by weariness. He could sense the exhaustion burning off the angel's sweating skin. Kabanda smiled, his own unease disappearing, his tongue slopping from his parted jaws, and polished cracked obsidian of his teeth. Slaver hung like ropes from that toothed maw. "You look tired, little angel of the craven god." It began on the ground. The angel and the demon came together, blade on blade, beating their wings for a balance in opposition. "I killed you once," the angel snarled into the demon's inhuman visage. "I will kill you again." The ninth Primarch swore through the effort, matching the demon's strength with his own. Blood hissed and steamed on his armor. It trickled into the lines of his lip. Kabanda bared his teeth, fury melting back, replaced by a mocking grin. The creature had expected these words. Now they were spoken. He welcomed them. "In your arrogance, you still believe this is about you and me. That, O purest one, is your father's vanity in you." The demon was ungifted at reading human expressions, but something like pain flickered on the angel's face, and that too was truly beautiful. Kabanda drew his gargoyle-like head back, brazenly readying for a headbutt. The angel launched backwards, just as the demon desired. Ka'Bandha stole those precious few seconds of freedom to turn and sweep the great axe through the warring blood angels and Neverborn nearby, butchering swaths of both. Strength flowed through him with a cramping sting, and the creature turned in time to catch the angel's blade against the flat of his axe. Again, they came face to face. "I'm not here for you." The demon's mouth wasn't made for human language, and his fangs were aligned for aesthetics of cruelty, not set by evolution. "You are nothing but a flicker in the fires of time. A pawn with pretty wings, calling itself a king." Sanguinius' eyes were tight, half closed with strain. Words were almost beyond him, every vein and tendon thickly visible. Ka'Bandha's blood-stained throat was already hoarse with the effort of human speech, but more words bubbled forth through a knife-fanged smile. "You taught me patience, angel of the craven god. You taught me my place. I am the beast that will feast on your sons for centuries to come. I am the cancer that will eat away at your lineage, until the last man with your blood in his veins is dust on Balfora's wind. Far from burning avenues reflected along the angel's blade, I will destroy you, demon, every time you crawl from that prison of hell." Ka'Bandha's teeth clenched with effort as he spoke again. "You won't be around to defend your children forever." Sanguinius paled beneath the war grime darkening his features. Ka'Bandha roared, hurling the angel back. Sanguinius twisted in the air, avoiding the swing of the axe but not the lash of the whip. It barely struck, coiling around one of his wings, but it was enough for the demon's needs. Ka'Bandha dragged on the lash, pulling the Primarch from the air, back down to the ground, to the broken marble below. Sanguinius struck with inhuman grace, already weaving a slice at the entangling lash. Ka'Bandha cared not. He abandoned the whip, leaping to his beating wings, making for the center of the royal ascension, where the blood angels clustered around their thickest. World Eaters and the War Master's other half-mortals cried their blessings up at him, as if their benedictions mattered at all to a being such as he, in a moment such as this. He landed amidst a dozen red-clad angels, relieving them of their lives with the swings of his axe. Sounding his carnosaur roar, he devoured their souls and stories, names and faces. Memories not of his own saturated him, threatening his senses. Still the creature killed, using every precious second. Twice more the angel was upon him, and twice more the demon managed to barely break free, battering the Primarch aside or hurling him away, just enough to escape like a cornered rat. Ka'Bandha fled again, taking flight. This time, the angel was on him in the air. The two of them crashed into the earth scarcely 2 seconds after leaving it, the slender golden figure rolling atop the demonic giant, raising his sword and plunging it down. The demon pounded the angel's side with the flat of his axe, desperation sinking into his essence. Now, this was faster than their battles on Cygnus Prime, devoid of posturing and skill. Reduced to the clumsy viciousness of a brawl, he rose, bellowing, roaring for opponents, launching himself at the closest blood angels, and rending them limb from limb. Their bolters spat up at him, their swords cut into him, and they died, making a display of their futile wrath. The angel struck him again, this time with enough force to throw him from his hooved feet. The Primarch was a hunting hawk, all wings and cutting edges, thrashing against the demon as it fought to get free. Ka'Bandha shielded his face with his free arm, a moment too late, as he snarled and crashed, as the silver blade laid open his face to bare bone, stealing one of his eyes. It didn't hurt, as mortals feel pain, but the shame raged and burned him, in its own ways, just as fiercely. Ka'Bandha would now futilely rage as he reached blindly with a singular arm, raw fortune letting him close his fist around one of the angel's legs. He would then crack the Primarch like a whip, smashing him into one of the statues lingering in the ascension, not turning to see how the angel had been wounded, not caring beyond the fact that he was free again. He could slaughter a few more of the angel's miserable children and make for the open gate. The god of war would reward him and restore him to favor. He beat his wings, gaining the sky, hurling his axe at the form of a legion fellblade. The weapon cut through the tank's core, detonating it in a plume of fire and smoke and fresh souls. Just a few more. The demon waved aside the irrelevant slashing of last cannon beams and rockets going wide. Unarmed but for his claws, he dove forward towards the blood angels closest to him and closest to the gate. His claws would be more than enough. Sanguinius would then become a bolt of gold and silver, hurrying the demon from above. The creature tried to ignore the angel, then to batter the Primarch aside, failing, enduring a myriad of wounds, which kept appearing almost at the speed of light. Said wounds driven by the angel's blade. The irony of such was not lost on the beast. The demon was forced to slow its charge, venting its pain and frustration in another roar. Each time the angel would pull free, the demon attempted to drag him back into the brawl. When the demon surged back up, the angel was upon him. Half a breath later, a winged white shrike circling a creature and raining silver blows. Kabanda's roars became howls, then bestial detonations of anger and pain. The demon had lost an eye. The blood angels saw their father pulpit in his fist and hurl the resulting sludge aside. When they neared, Sanguinius ordered them away, in a strained voice over the vox. The World Eaters hissed to Primarch, "Hold them back." The demon and the angel clutched each other's throats, the former to choke the life from the other, the latter using his grip only to smash the back of his foe's head against the marble ground. Sanguinius, dark with strangulation, with strings of spit hanging from his teeth, wrenched the demon's head up and down, again and again and again. Fists first cracking the marble with an anvil of Kabanda's skull, then breaking it. The stone broke, yet the beast's skull refused to. Nevertheless, it was enough. The creature's claws went slack for long enough that the angel broke free as he launched into the sky. The demon was either unable to ignore this foe, or too wounded and blood-frenzied to let go. With a spray of stinking blood from its wounded wings, Kabanda gave chase. Later he would realize it poisoned its final chance at its fading victory, the moment it abandoned its hunt for the souls of the ninth bloodline, when it allowed its rage and fear to cloud its vision. Later it would be too late to matter. As Sanguinius descended, as the demon rose, the Primarch had drawn both his spear and his sword, and the angel hurled the lance with a cry of effort. The spear took the demon's chest, penetrating the armor and the corpus, sinking home as if it belonged there. A thunderous cheer rose from the warriors on the ground. The demon's next roar was wholly bestial, a cry of vented frustration. Wounded in truth, it struggled to climb. Feverish, almost fearful, in need to catch its tormentor. Sanguinius would then give the wounded beast what it desired. As he closed the distance, white wings sleek to its back, the angel took the creature as it was gaining strength in its climb, rolling aside from the demon's reaching claws and striking behind with the force of the Emperor's wrath. As he hit between the wings, the sword hitting the creature's spine, shattering its back and bursting from Kabanda's breastplate. The blade's point hissed with a smoke of stolen souls now freed, leaking out from the wound, and the demon hung in the air, a moment more in defiance of mortal law. It gagged, and a sludge of undigested spirits sluiced from its open jaws. Kabanda dropped, the creature crashing against the sanctum's walls, leaving a smear of demonic blood as it fell. Its wings no longer beat. Its limbs were dead. Sanguinius followed the body in a dive, gripping the demon by the back of the neck and the hilt of his own sword, impaled upon its spine. He could have let the creature fall. Many who had seen it would wonder why not. But the angel screamed, the sound itself as invested with rage as any that had ever left the demon's throat. As he hurled the dying monster across the royal ascension, it crashed amidst the advancing horde and rolled bonelessly down the marble stairs, a monument to the failure of naked fury. Shortly after this bout, another fight commenced. This time it would involve Demon Primarch Angron, who had been greatly empowered, far beyond his previous levels, by all the bloodshed and murder that had occurred on Terra. The angel and the demon met in the air, beneath a sky the color of blood, drawing breaths that taste like murder. The first impact of blade against blade is a metallic thundercrack, while their sons wage war below, fighting and dying in the shadows of their father's wings. The Lord of the Red Sands swings, and the black blade shrieks. Its steel feasted on souls, but the angel is gone, twisting away, soaring higher. Angron beats his wings, giving chase, enraged at his own cumbersome strength. It's like fighting a shadow. Each time he closes on Sanguinius, the angel rolls aside, or furls his wings and drops away. Each missed swing of his sword, each failed grasp with his talons, resonates inside Angron's skull with a splash of acid. The nails bite to give him strength. This is so, but they also bite to punish him. Now more than ever, the nails bite with the sound of Horus's urgent commands, begging for the angel's death. Angron, what little is left of Angron, now that his soul has been transmogrified into the flesh matter of an ethereal god, has never heard Horus beg before. The weakness in the War Master's voice makes him shudder with revulsion. Sanguinius dives, low, swooping towards the ground, and Angron follows. Loci beams stab up at him, at both of them, lancing through the sky. They fly through detonations that blacken the angel's armor and darken his wings. Explosions that do nothing but tighten the demon's hold on incarnation. Every death taking place upon this planet, every life ending beneath them, strengthens Angron and seals his wounds. Closer he comes, closer. He can smell the sweat on his brother's skin. He can hear the drumbeat of his brother's heart, of his brother's blood. He can smell the sweetness in the angel's wounds. Sanguinius senses it. The angel veers away, with a grace Angron cannot hope to match. A spread of feathered wings arrests his dive, and a slash of silver rips across the demon's face. There is no pain. Most of his face has been cut off from his skull, but there is no pain. He experiences pain in the ways others might feel grief or trauma, or frustration. To him, it is a helplessness, a wound within. It is something that cannot be tolerated, something that can only be overcome with the running of the enemy's blood. He is blind, his face broken by the silver sword, and without organic receptors to process his injuries. It is a weakness that hurts. His eyes regenerate as he thrashes blindly with his blade. He can see again, dull and dim for another few moments, then with a clarity that defeats the ash and dust swirling in the air. He doesn't see as a human sees. Angron sees the fire of souls, and his brother's flares the brightest of all. When they meet again, it's a killing embrace. The Lord of the Red Sands tears the angel from the sky, clutching his golden brother in his great claws. Bearing Sanguinius down, they fall and fall and fall, and crash through the glassy dome of the Martian temple atop the warmonger titan Malax. They strike the floor in a roll that would break any mortal bones, their tumbling bodies obliterating the mosaic rendering of the Opus Mechanica, sacred icon of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Angron gets a clawed hand around the angel's head. He beats Sanguinius' skull to the floor once, twice, thrice, and cracks web out along the tiles in stone-splitting veins. A fourth time, a fifth. There is weakness then. Perhaps it should be pain as well, but most definitely weakness. Angron's grip slackens, and his arm dissolves. Literally, it dissolves from the shoulder down, and the Lord of the Red Sands is thrown back as the angel rises. In Sanguinius' hands is a pistol, and the dregs of Angron's sentience recognize this as the melta-weapon, Infernus, a once-used thing of incineration. The angel then casts it aside and takes wing, diving right at the demon. Leading with his sword, Angron rises his own blade, feeling the flow of the incoming blows like promises whispered in warning, and he catches each of the angel's thrusts before they can impact him. Metal grinds, sparks spray, arcing out from the meeting blades, hypnotic in their falling beauty. For a moment, just a moment, he is on the plains of Deshurazun, camping rough beneath the pale moon, watching the fireflies play above the banked campfires of his freed slave army. How peaceful the night had been, even with the nails knuckling into the back of his brain. How peaceful that one night was before the Emperor took him away from his real brothers and sisters, siblings of his heart, not of manufactured blood. leaving them to fight alone, leaving them to die, leaving him to face this unwanted life, and Sanguinius impales him. A lance of ice runs through where his heart should be. The two brothers are face to face, one of them a visage of bloodied human perfection, the other a construct of absolute inhumanity, rage made manifest. As close as they are, despite the changes to Angron's vision, he sees the tenderness etched on the angel's features, the faint cuts and scratches that the battle for Terra has written into Sanguinius' flesh, indelibly marking him. This war has rendered the perfect imperfect. Die, Sanguinius tells him with the gentleness of giving a great gift. I free you from this torment. Angron's lips peel back in memory of a smile. He tries to speak. Speaking is difficult, not because he is dying, but because he is no longer a creature for whom speaking is natural or a necessary process. Speech is an echo from a lost life. The Lord of the Red Sands expresses himself in slavering roars and the death of his foes. Sanguinius sees the way Angron's face twists, trying to remember how to form words, sees that the demon is not dying. The Lord of the Red Sands moves, but the angel is faster. Sanguinius tears his blade free and leaps upwards, taking to the sky. Bleeding, laughing, the demon follows. They swoop between temple towers and rise from the back of Malax Murdus. They break away into the open sky. Sanguinius is slower in the open, but he is built for this. He is graceful and experienced and born for aerial warfare. Angron has the unreal strength of demonic muscle, but he is a gargoyle chasing a hawk. Sanguinius weaves and soars. He dives out of his clutches and
kill him.
Horus inside the demon's mind, the words bloated by the pantheon, ripe with borrowed power from the gods. Beneath those words is the promise of pain, true pain, nails pain. The Lord of the Red Sands beats his wings harder, his sword trailing through the wake of screaming souls, the dead of Terra singing their song. They race towards the ground, hardly an arm's reach above the heads of their warring sons, fast enough that their armies are an incandescent blur. Angron swings the black blade. He gouges earth and sends blood angels and world eaters tumbling across the ground, their destroyed bodies, their souls spilling into the warp's million waiting maws. Without warning, Sanguinius climbs and soars.
This is your chance, what you were born and reborn for.
The Lord of the Red Sands ignores Horus's pulling. He senses Sanguinius tiring and sees it in the flicker of his soulfire. His brother's spirit ripples with the desperate sweetness of exhaustion. War, battlement, bane of the ninth bloodline. Yes, the angel's strength is running dry. He had not been facing his brother at his best. The demon gathered speed, flying into the polluted wind, while anti-air fire scratches the air around him. Sanguinius weaves aside from the blinding slashes and last cannon beams, rolls away from the juddering passage of a legion stormbird. Angron, far less maneuverable, crashes into it and goes through it, tastes the flavor of the doomed souls as their craft comes apart around them. It is nothing to him, expenditures of a breath's worth of effort. Behind him, the stormbird falls from the sky, its hull aflame, carved in two. The large piece of its structure will tumble against the sides of the Sanctum Imperialis, detonating against the thickest void shields ever created. Wreckage will rain upon the warriors of both sides. Angron knows none of this, will never know it.
Don't fail me.
The babbling of a frightened creature speaks as though it were in control. The Lord of the Red Sands pays it no heed. They dive through death clouds of a falling titan, into black smoke and white fires of plasma. The billowing smoke cannot hide the light of the angel's soul. Angron is close enough that he parts his jaws in order to reveal uneven rows of mismatched teeth that jut up from bleeding gums. As they circle in this burning, choking sphere that only burns and chokes one of them, the demon gives a draconic roar. The sound is exultant and instinctive. It is unfiltered emotion, and it reeks of more triumph than rage. Angron's mouth is still open when the spear hurled from the angel's left hand strikes. It shatters most of the demon's teeth, severs its tongue from the throat root, and punches through the back of his head, with the cervical segments of his spine reduced to ectoplasmic chunks. Angron falls, boneless, stunned from the sky. The angel twists in the smoke and follows his downed brother. Angron hits the Royal Ascension with a cratering force at the heart of the two warring legions. His impact kills almost 100 warriors from both sides, but this is another concern outside the shreds of his sentience. The surviving world leaders cheer him through the dust. They bay at him like loyal hounds, but he knows nothing outside his own fury. He claws at the spear and roars around its impaling length. In these helpless seconds, he's beast stupid, in sound and in action. Thrashing in the dirt, the lance comes free, slick with ichor, pretending to be blood. Goblets of demonic flesh sizzling on its silver surface. Already the demon is reforming, reknitting, sustained by whatever metaphysical process fuels his existence. The Lord of the Red Sands throws the weapon away, in time to meet its wielder. The angel descends with a silence that stings of false righteousness, as though he were a creature too enlightened to feel rage. The brothers collide in the crater they made. Around them, the battle for the Eternity Gate rages, and the World Eaters are coming. The World Eaters and the Life Takers and the Bloodletters. Sanguinius senses them draw near. He hears their howling. Angron sees this awareness dawn in his brother's eyes. Sanguinius hacks and hacks and hacks as the snarls of chain axes and demon blades grow louder. It isn't enough. The angel launches away, a crack of his wings carrying him upwards. The Lord of the Red Sands knows he cannot catch Sanguinius in the sky. He scrambles for the fallen spear and draws it back. And this time, there is no chase. This time, Angron is ready. He throws the spear, still slathered in ichor from when he tore it out of his own throat. The second he casts it, it rips through the air with a concussive drumbeat, breaking the sound barrier. The angel rolls aside with the grace of the Skyborn, dodging this strike of bladed intent. No, Angron sees, not dodging, faster than the eye can follow. The angel caught the spear as it passed, rolled with the momentum, and now he casts it back with a cry of effort. Angron will catch it, this twig of a thing, and he clutches at nothing but air, and the force of a meteor hits him in the chest, throwing him down, pinning him to the warp-stained ground. For several unreal seconds, the Lord of the Red Sands is impaled in place, speared through the chest. There is no pain, only humiliation. He frees himself in time to see Sanguinius ascending, leaving him behind. His wounds close, but slower than before. The nails bite harder, despising his weakness. Angron turns his back on his brother, seeking the lesser blood angels in Legion Red. He wades through them, sending their bodies flying back with heating swings of his soul-thirsty sword. If he cannot catch the angel, he will lure the angel back to him. He learned from the Bane. It takes no time at all. Angron scarcely began to shed blood before he hears the descending beat of angelic wings. The Lord of the Red Sands wipes the writhing bodies of the dying blood angels from where they splintered upon his blade, and turns to meet his brother once more. Bolter shells impact against him. Chainswords carve into the meat of his being. He ignores this, the pitiful defiance of his nephews. With their bolters and their chainswords, he will kill them and devour them, and offer their skulls to the skull throne. Yes, but now, first the angel must die. The brothers go against one another, sword to sword. They are blurred to the mortals around them. So swift are the clashes of their blades that their swords sing a single extended note, a lasting ring without a crescendo or diminuendo. It is beautiful, that ululating chime, a masterpiece of broken physics. But only one of them is immortal. Sanguinius, failed by mortal muscle, weakened by the war, began to slow, his thrusts becoming deflections, his hacks shifted to parries. He gives ground, first by centimeters, then with greater steps. Through eyes with tense efforts, he sees he's being driven back towards the violated Eternity Gate. The Lord of the Red Sands sees it dawn on the angel's face, how the longer they fight, the weaker only one of them becomes. The searing thrash that passes through Angron's mind, he knows it will come any moment now, when desperation will force his brother's hand. Blades clash, they clash, they clash, and they clash, and they clash, and then Angron lets the silver sword run through him, taking it inside his demonic corpus as a sacrifice. He uses the blow, beating off the pain and craving the damage because it lets him get closer. Ooze bubbles through the cage of his teeth. the ectoplasm that animates him running from his body, in a flow of lifeblood. No matter, it is worth it. A taloned hand snaps around Sanguinius' throat. The other thrusts forward with his blade. Sanguinius jerks as the sword slides, with miserable slowness, into his guts. His perfect features darken with pain, and the Lord of the Red Sand feeds on that sight. Feeds on the angel's baring teeth. Feeds on the stink of Sanguinius' rich running blood. The sensation is narcotic, intoxicatingly pure. Even the god of war, in whose shadow Angron stands, bays with pleasure at the shedding of this being's blood. Angron's grip tightens on the angel's throat. He thrusts the blade deeper, growling at the fresh flow of blood that bursts from his brother's mouth. Sanguinius' mouth works, but at first no words come forth. All he manages to breathe out is his brother's name. Brother. It is a struggle for Angron to speak, but a lifetime of bitterness is dragged with agony in his brother's beautiful eyes. He sinks the blade deeper into the angel's body, hilting it in his brother's guts, and draws Sanguinius in until they're face to face. He's close enough to smell the blood on his brother's breath. He's close enough for it to splatter against his face. Angron. No sound in life has ever been sweeter than his flawless, beloved, exemplar brother hissing his name in strangulation. Angron's jaws are poorly shaped for human speech, but the Lord of the Red Sand forces the words from his maw. Hark, the dying angel sings. Sanguinius reaches for him with weak, clawless hands. It's pathetic. The performance of a weakling. The Lord of the Red Sands doesn't need to breathe. He cares nothing if his brother's hands find their way around his throat. But the sweetness is fading. The adrenaline rush drains. Is this truly how the angel dies? Is this all the fight Sanguinius has left in his celebrated form?
Angron.
Horus, the War Master, the coward in orbit. The Lord of the Red Sand hears his voice break through the ecstatic haze. He senses Horus has been seeking to reach his blood-soaked mind for some time. There is derision in the War Master's presence, but above all, fear.
Release him. Release him. He is...
Sanguinius' reaching hands close on a fistful of cranial cables that crown Angron's head. The angel's grip on the technological dreadlocks that form the external regulators of the butcher's nails, and the beast that Angron has become realizes, much too late, the angel played the same gambit, risking the blade, welcoming it to get closer.
Kill him before.
The words cease to exist, replaced by pain, real pain, the thing he thought he was incapable of experiencing now. Stung with an unfamiliar savagery, the Lord of the Red Sands gives a roar loud enough that the sanctum's void shields shimmer with a mirage's ripple. He tears the blade from his brother's body, grappling, hurling, but the angel remains. White wings batter at the demon's face, and defeat ranking claws. He abandons his own blade, scratching and scraping at the angel. He tears away shards of golden armor. Wings bleed, feathers rain. Never once does Sanguinius make a sound. Angron cries out, a cry flavored by something other than rage. For the first time since his exaltation, agony lightning bolts through his head. Fire and ice. Ice and fire. A sensation he no longer has the mind to understand, but that will destroy him whether he understands it or not. He launches upwards, beating his ungainly wings, striving for the sky, turning, tumbling, seeking to dislodge the angel. He hears his brother now, Sanguinius' ragged hisses of breath. On the battlefield below, the legions duel in the rain of their Primarch's blood, the Lord of the Red Sands. Angron, I remember now, I am Angron. He feels his skull cracking, stretching, then cracking. A crack that paints the back of his eyes with acid. It's cracking of a slowly breaking window. The cracking of a skull underneath a tank's treads. He hears his brother now. Sanguinius' ragged hisses of breath, coming in time to the scrape of his gauntlets against the pain engine's mechanical tendrils. Their eyes meet. There is no longer mercy in the angel's pale gaze. Sanguinius is lost to the passions he has always resisted. The Lord of the Red Sand sees it in the pinpricks of his brother's pupils, in the ivory grind of his brother's fangs. The angel has lost himself to the blood need. His veins show stark blue on his cheeks. This is wrath. This is the angel unleashed. This is an anger so absolute that anger feels a bite of another forgotten emotion. Jealousy. What he sees in the angel's eyes is no bitter fury at the life of mistreatment, or rage goaded on by the will of a god that only rewards slaughter. It feeds the god of war, as all bloodshed does, but it is not born of him. It is the angel's own fury, in worship of nothing but justice. How beautiful is that? How naive, how pure. This is the demon's last cohesive thought, fueled by animal panic as much as sentient rage. Angron's frantic clawing does nothing to throw Sanguinius clear. The brothers fall together, the demon's strength lost to the concussive thrashing, the angel's rippled blood-stained wings unable to keep them both aloft. The dreadlock cables fasten deep within the meat of the monster's minds. They are not attached to his brain, they are a part of it, tendriling their way through the pain engine, replaced and so poorly simulated entire sections of the 12th Primarch cerebellum, thalamus and hypothalamus. The butcher's nails are woven throughout his brainstem, hammered in to bind them to his spinal column and central nervous system. Its process almost admirable in its barbaric effectiveness, once reproduced with malignant perfection in his exaltation from mortal to immortal. From behind the veil, Angron hears laughter, a god laughing at him, because he cares not from whence the blood flows. The death of the Lord of the Red Sands is as pleasing to this deity as the death of any other champion. Warp fire cracks from the beast's deforming skull. The cracks become crunches, each one with a conflagration that sweeps from the filaments behind Angron's eyes to the spikes of his spine. There is a feeling of violation, a deep and sick wrongness, as something is taken from him, pulled from the root of his mind. He screams then, and does something he has never done, neither in his mortal nor immortal lives. His roars of pained rage is colored by a sound so shameful he will spend eternity refusing to believe it happened. The sound is a word. The word is a plea. He begs. No. The beast grunts to his brother. This moment will never enter the legends of either legion. The Primarchs are high above the battlefield, and the few sons that are able to watch their fathers are too far away now to know what passes between them. Only Sanguinius hears Angron's last words, and it is an intimacy he will take with him to his grave. The ground rises with a disorienting speed. It's now or never. As they free fall together, the angel gives a final wrenching pull on the serpents of barbed metal. The demon's head bursts. It's a detonation, a release of internal pressure like pus from a squeezed cyst. The lion's share of Angron's brain comes free in a spray of fire and acid blood. Demon wings beat once more with a shiver, a thing of reflex. His claws slacken, and all struggle cease. The Blood Angel's Primarch then proceeds to hurl the demon's form back into the Chaos Horde, drawing howls of fury from their twisted ranks. And almost in an instant, the Chaos forces once baying at the foot of Angron's wings begin to consume him as they continue to advance. As the Chaos forces largely recoiled, the Eternity Gate would close behind Sanguinius, sealing the palace and halting the unholy tide, if only for a moment. Through acts of heroism unparalleled, Sanguinius allowed the fortification of the resolve of the last loyal defenders of Terra. His actions became a symbol of defiance in the darkest hours of the heresy. As the forces of the Space Wolves, the Dark Angels, and the Ultramarines advanced towards Terra, Horus is faced with an undeniable reality. With loyalist reinforcements imminent, he had to gamble everything, lowering the Vengeful Spirit's void shields to bait the Emperor into a climactic confrontation. The Emperor, seizing this opportunity, led a desperate assault directly into Horus's flagship, accompanied by his two trusted champions, Sanguinius of the Blood Angels and Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fists, along with the elite Legio Custodes and a contingent of Sanguinius' own Blood Angels. They wade into the depths of the Vengeful Spirit. Through chaotic sorcery, however, their teleportation was disrupted, scattering the Loyalists across the twisted, demon-haunted halls of Horus's flagship. Amidst the confusion, Sanguinius is quickly isolated by some dark artifice, face to face with his former brother, now arch-enemy. And although he possessed the psychic gift of foresight, Sanguinius understood this encounter would be their last. He had scantly had time to recover any of the strength he had expended upon both of Khorne's mighty warriors. The reason he went so willingly into this doomed confrontation remains shrouded in legend. However, it is largely believed that these decisions were those he saw as guaranteeing the best outcome for humanity, seeing his death as necessary to save the Emperor. This battle was so climactic that if observed, it would be etched in the records of Imperial history, as Sanguinius met Horus on the combat deck, and Sanguinius expended every last remaining ounce of his strength. His movements so fast he had become a literal mote of light, necessitating the draw of power from the craven gods that used Horus as a vessel. However, this would not be enough. Sanguinius' efforts were for naught. He could not slay the beast. In one last act of cunning, Horus would offer his brother power and prominence along with eternal life, should he forsake the Emperor. But Sanguinius' unwavering loyalty disallowed this option. He refused, sealing his fate. Enraged by this reaction, Horus attacked, even though Sanguinius was nearly spent from the brutal defense of Terra. For a short while he was able to match the god-imbued power that Horus had, all through his own unparalleled skill, matching Horus in combat, despite the terrifying strength the War Master drew from. Yet the toll of the prior battles weighed heavily, and the might Horus now commanded was augmented by the chaotic forces beyond the mortal reckoning. When mortal prowess alone could not subdue his opponent, Horus unleashed his psychic powers of destruction. In what would be one of the darkest acts of betrayal, Horus subjected Sanguinius to agonies so profound that they echo and haunt the Blood Angels for millennia. He would beat upon his brother, rending flesh from bone with his own mace. However, no matter how much force he put behind it, no matter the strength of his psychic assault, so saturated with malice that it left prominent scars on Sanguinius' genetic legacy, he could not force his brother to willingly break under his strength. He could not force his brother to bend the knee. When the Emperor finally breached Horus' sanctum, legends tell he found his once beloved son standing triumphantly over the remains of Sanguinius' lifeless, broken body. What followed was the ultimate battle between the Emperor and his corrupted War Master. Though many of the aspects of this duel are now shrouded in legend, one detail remains almost universally accepted. In his arrogance, Horus had left an opening, not a physical one, but one of the mind, an opening forged by the unyielding will of Sanguinius, and torn open by his own father's might. This flaw was enough to separate Horus from the gods, and allowed the Emperor to strike a final decisive blow, ending Horus' rebellion, but unfortunately suffering grievous wounds himself. To this day, the Blood Angels and much of the galaxy reveres their Primarch as the greatest of all, a martyr whose ultimate sacrifice would allow the Emperor to secure victory over the traitorous Horus. It is said that without Sanguinius, the Emperor could never have prevailed. In their hearts and in their souls, the Blood Angels remain forever bound to that moment, honoring the memory of the angel who faced his death to deliver humanity from the darkness.
Reboot Guilliman the tactician, Guilliman the warrior. History will remember the Primarch of the Ultramarines by many titles. To us of the blood, he will only have one, Guilliman the butcher. With law and edict, Guilliman ripped the heart from the legions. Even his own sons were not spared his treachery. Where Horus sought to wield a hammer's blow, Guilliman struck with a duelist's blade. In the end, the result was the same. Brother became cousin, cousin became exile. Guilliman's new chapter, his new beginning, was a sundering to all that came before. Stripped of our honor and tithe of history and deed, we were all of us undone, bastards of war and victory. We were angels, no more.
Excerpt from Chapter Master Nasir Amit's records. The galaxy was irrevocably changed in the aftermath of Horus' defeat. The Emperor, though victorious, had been grievously wounded. His broken form would be sustained only by the arcane mechanisms of the Golden Throne. The immense task of rebuilding his shattered empire and purging it of the traitor's influences now fell on his surviving sons, warriors like Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fists and Reboot Guilliman of the Ultramarines. Yet it was Guilliman, above all, who would leave the most lasting mark on the Blood Angels after their sire's death. Through the Codex Astartes, the exhaustive guide to the reorganization of Space Marines, Guilliman's vision reshaped the Blood Angels and all others. No single leader would gain command of the catastrophic might of a Space Marine Legion until the 41st millennium. he decreed that the mighty Legions Astartes would be divided into smaller, autonomous chapters of 1,000 warriors, believing that that should be enough to deal with almost any situation that arose. This restructuring, while driven by caution, ignited fierce opposition amongst his surviving brothers, who viewed it as a betrayal of their legion's honor and an erosion of a hard-won legacy. In a time when wounds of betrayal were still raw, emotions still high, and loyalty itself questioned at every turn, Guillemin's decree nearly threatened to incite another imperial civil war. Despite the shimmering tensions and dissent, Guillemin's will ultimately prevailed. One by one, his brothers and the leaderless legionaries yielded, if only to avoid renewed bloodshed. Thus, the mighty Legions Astartes ceased to exist, giving rise to the chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, a new order for a fractured Imperium. For the Blood Angels, the division imposed by the Codex Astartes was a harsh blow on top of the profound grief of losing their Primarch, slain at the hands of Horus in the final moments of the heresy. Sanguinius' death was a wound that cut deeply into the Legion's soul, in both a metaphorical way and quite literally. Combined with the enormous casualties sustained during the Siege of Terra, the Blood Angels were left shattered. Yet there was little time to mourn. Now these warriors who had survived the galaxy's greatest betrayal were splintered anew, divided into smaller chapters, severing the bonds that they had held through unimaginable trials. The Blood Angels faced an additional struggle, the insidious legacy that had begun to manifest, the Black Rage. During the heresy, the Legion had faced the horrors of chaos, particularly on Cygnus Prime, where the demonic forces of Khorne and Slaanesh had awakened something that was buried deep within their genetic code, and that would become a Legion-wide psychological and spiritual scar. Coupled with the trauma of their master's death, the damage festering within their souls would give rise to a new and haunting curse, the Black Rage. This grim legacy would now forever loom over the Blood Angels like a shadow, a hidden torment that would mark the start for their greatest trials, even as a Horus Heresy had concluded. Amidst the sorrow and disorder, the Blood Angels underwent their transformation through what became known as the Second Founding. It was a critical juncture that Ascalon, the last surviving member of the elite Sanguinary Guard, rose to be a guiding figure of. Although records of the time are fragmented, they agreed that Ascalon advised the Blood Angels to establish themselves as separate chapters, with each champion of the Legion taking command of a new brotherhood. Though these new chapters were independent, they were allowed to preserve their rights, traditions, and sacred legacies of their shared origins as a means to maintain a stronger connection between them than the remnants of most other legions. However, the ever-angry and vengeful Nasir Amit, remembered by his peers as the Flesh Terror, took up the banner of a new chapter named in his honor. With no small amount of anger and frustration, he would choose to lead his warriors on a blood-soaked crusade, as Amit would relentlessly hunt down any vestiges of the traitor legions, establishing a fearsome reputation for the Flesh Terrors, which included capturing powerful psychers from the Thousand Sons, a legacy that would define them and echo throughout the future. However, the connection between the Blood Angels and Guillemin would not stop there. The chapter master's very own Artifice Indomitus pattern Terminator armor was one gifted to him by Reboot Guillemin upon request. Reforged and customized to the best of the Imperium's abilities, this armor had once been that of Brother Baal of the Blood Angels. However, Amit would only accept this armor after being forced to by the Primarch, choosing to never paint it or fix any of the surface damage done to it as a slight to the Primarch of the Ultramarines. In the millennia that followed, subsequent foundings would produce more chapters from the Blood Angels' gene lineage, each carrying the legacy of Sanguinius in a slightly different way, into new eras of the Imperium. Though each chapter was forged from the same blood, they would apparently diverge more and more, gaining completely new identities and honors. Chapters like the Angels and Carmine gained renown for their valor, embodying the noble spirit of the Blood Angels. Others, however, would grow distant and barely recognizable from their origins. There are examples such as the Carmine Blades, who for the longest time were mistaken for being descendants of the Ultramarines, until a fateful encounter with Astrath the Grim in the late 41st millennium would lead to unearthing a hidden truth. The Carmine Blades were indeed Blood Angels' descendants, and now that finally had been exposed, their psychotic episodes and their thirst for blood finally made sense to them. The timeline after the heresy goes as follows: O14 through O21 M31. These were the turbulent years after the Horus Heresy, where Rebut Guilliman enacted the Edicts of the Codex Astartes, reshaping the Imperium Space Marines, and his aim was rather blunt: to scatter the Legion's strengths and ensure the Imperium's safety from the threat potentially lying within. Unfortunately, this separation is believed by a significant amount of Marines to have worsened how the Blood Angels deal with the Black Rage and the Red Thirst. The next incident of galactic import involving the Blood Angels would occur on 344 M33, with the reappearance of the Black Star system, a system which had once been shrouded by Warpstorm Krunthus, and with the Warpstorm clearing up, the Imperium found a domain almost completely under Chaos's grasp. More than half the Blood Angels chapter mobilized in order to immediately liberate the system's beleaguered worlds. Over the span of 2 Terran years, they clashed with a powerful alliance of Night Lords, Death Guard, and Word Bearers, culminating in an apocalyptic battle on Neverwish, and this confrontation would end in nuclear fires. However, the Sons of Sanguinius would succeed in clearing this domain of the Chaos taint and forcing them back into the warp, reclaiming the system for the Imperium. However, it was not without heavy losses. Then, in 400 M35, a seismic upheaval would occur on Iron Cell 5, sparked by an Orc Wog, led by war boss Star Smasher. The Greenskin forces poured into a nearby system, leaving devastation in their wake. They ravaged the world of Lydrith, smashed through the renegade fleet of Lord Bravask, and finally descended upon the Red Haven system. Here, their assault was met by a bulwark of Blood Angels, Astra Militarum, and Imperial Knight House Griffith. The defense was orchestrated by the Blood Angels chapter master Leonid Gathaveris. This campaign would be remembered primarily for the brilliant strategy and the tenacious execution of the Orcs by the Imperial Coalition. The Orc horde, despite their overwhelming numbers, was ground down and ultimately annihilated against what would be then referred to as the Shield of Sanguinius. In 226 M37, on the ancient Archaeotech world of Hell's Hollow, a combined strike force of Blood Angels, Angels in Carmine, and Blood Drinkers confronted traitor forces entrenched in the planet's megacities. While the cultist hordes were swiftly eradicated, they had already succeeded in opening a warp rift, summoning demons that spilled out into the world's macro cities. In response, the combined forces of the Sons of Sanguinius mounted a fierce defense. The Blood Angels would hold their line, and this is one of the earliest known incidents of a mass strike using Death Company, in large enough numbers for them to be notable. In a violent sacrifice, these black-armored warriors forced their way into the rift, ultimately closing it at the cost of their lives. This final act of selfless sacrifice and courage preserved the planet and its remaining residents. The next incident of galactic import that the Blood Angels would take part of would be heralded by the 7th Black Crusade. The 7th Black Crusade, commonly referred to as the Ghost War, was a rather dark chapter in the Imperium's ongoing struggle against the forces of chaos. Led by Abaddon the Despoiler, along with his Black Legion, this conflict erupted from the Eye of Terror in the year 811 M37. As chaos surged forth from the Great Rift, it unleashed a wave of terror that spread swiftly across the galaxy. This campaign became infamous for the elusive tactics used by the traitors, often striking in ambushes and vanishing as quickly as they arrived, leading to a climate of confusion, paranoia, and mistrust within the Imperial ranks. Amidst the swirling chaos of this incident, the Blood Angels faced one of their most formidable challenges on the Battle of Medan. Abaddon at this point had been fixated on the Blood Angels, leading a relentless assault against positions accompanied by an extremely large cadre of Khorne Berserkers. And in an all too tragic event, despite the Blood Angels being able to inflict significant losses on Abaddon's forces, their defense proved disastrous. The assault troops, despite their valor, would not be able to reclaim the bodies of their fallen. In the aftermath of this brutal conflict, a particular entry in the Canticle of Cassandra Levy, which was a highly mythologized account penned by the Sainted Sisters, alluded to an unidentified Space Marine chapter that emerged from the shadows to aid the beleaguered Blood Angels. This grey-clad chapter was described in poetic yet obscure terms, and was said to have come from Old Night, striking with an unseen fury and ferocity against Abaddon's forces. Saint Levy's vivid prose captures the intensity of this intervention, as it fell upon the servants of the Scald One with great fury from the darkness, unseen as a beast that lurks beneath the black waters. Death for death, blood for blood. The legend suggests that this mysterious chapter provided crucial respite, enabling the Blood Angels to regroup and turn the tide of war against their pursuers. Images depicting this event adorn the walls of the cemetery world of Hypathis, memorializing the honored dead of this war. Interestingly enough, the features of this intervening Space Marine chapter are obscured by featureless discs of black obsidian, hinting at an intentionally obscured identity. Most historians and Imperial servants, however, believe these warriors to be the Carcharodons, a chapter shrouded in mystery, with their activities only reconstructed from fragmentary records. This decisive engagement in Medan is classified as a possible encounter or recorded sighting by Imperial scholars. However, there are those who believe that these were somehow remnants of the old Revenant Legion, who had potentially been exiled by Sanguinius. After their harrowing experience on Medan, the Blood Angels regrouped and turned their attention towards the substantial Black Legion warband on planet Makran. This confrontation would become one of the most tragic in their history, ultimately leading to their near annihilation at the hands of Abaddon and his lieutenants, the sorcerer Lord Iskandar Chiron and the swordmaster Telmakon Laras. However, amidst this overwhelming tragedy, the Blood Angels Reclusiarch Thraustlian Joros emerged as one of the few Imperial heroes to land a significant, long-lasting blow on the War Master of Chaos. Joris endured weeks of hardship and struggles to keep his remaining warriors hidden in the wildernesses of Makan, and when the opportunity rose, he led his death company in a lightning raid against his enemies, successfully ambushing the sworn warriors of Abaddon's honor guard. In the ensuing chaos, Joris faced Abaddon himself in a confrontation that left permanent scars upon the War Master of Chaos that endure even millennia later. After the dust settled on Makan, the toll was catastrophic. Thousands of the Ninth Bloodline lay dead, their corpses desecrated, and their gene seed irrevocably tainted. However, there was one thing that stuck out. A handful of bodies remained untainted and untouched, their gene seed allowed to exist. It was those of Reclusiarch Joris and his death company, still clad in their black ceramite armor, as they were set up to be seated in makeshift thrones fashioned from the armor of the Black Legion warriors they had slain. This was a marker of respect from Abaddon, as the small group had largely succeeded in what entire chapters had struggled to do against him, earning his begrudging respect. In the depths of the 41st millennium, the Blood Angels faced an existential crisis. This was known as a Callous Insurrection, a conflict that would see them teeter on the brink of annihilation. This climactic uprising claimed a staggering toll, with the Blood Angels suffering losses of 9 out of 10 of their Space Marines, alongside a near total decimation of the chapter's council. This turmoil, 3 full companies, including that of the ambitious Brother Captain Dante of the 8th Company, launched a calculated and devastating assault on Callus's Landing and its surrounding dependency worlds. Their mission was to support the beleaguered Angels Numerous, along with the Blood Eagles, who were struggling to maintain order in the face of widespread rebellion. Across the subsectors, incursions erupted like wildfire. Entire populations spontaneously revolted, emboldened by the chanting of traitor Marines, who donned the colors of many Chaos warbands. Caught in an entangled web of heresy, the Blood Angels found themselves mired in a protracted trench warfare, engaged in a struggle that extended far beyond the initial objectives of the mission. As the weeks stretched into months, and the months into years, the once venerated chapter was compelled to commit more and more of its forces to reclaim these rebellious worlds. The rolls of honor of the Blood Angels ran black with the ink of the millions of enemies slain, yet the cost proved unsustainable. Despite the arrival of dozens of Imperial Guard regiments and the intervention of several relief chapters, the Blood Angels ultimately were forced to withdraw from the conflict, their heads held high but burdened by the weight of profound losses. However, despite only having around 1/10 of the remaining Marines, the remnants of their fleet would be forced to gather above Callus's Landing, as a traitor armada broke through the warp and engaged eager to eradicate the Blood Angels. The ensuing battle transformed the void above Calus's landing into a chaotic theater of war, lasting 3 grueling days marked by brutal void combat, savage boarding actions, and mid-ranged skirmishes. Dante and the warriors of the 8th Company would end up playing a pivotal role in successfully capturing and securing 7 capital-class vessels in a desperate bid for their survival. When the dust finally settled, the Blood Angels, or what was left of them, emerged victorious, but at unimaginable cost. Fewer than 200 Space Marines, clad in crimson, still drew breath in the aftermath, and the last surviving sanguinary priests and chaplains would convene in a solemn communion, which would ultimately end up electing the future Lord Commander Dante as the next chapter master. Dante accepted the mantle of Lord of the Angelic Host while he was adorned in his bloodstained battered armor. This marked the last day he would wear the red of his chapter, and thereafter he would don the sacred gold. His ascension was not a testament to brilliance or superiority, but a grim recognition that he was the last man standing with the rank of command. Such an elevation of command should have heralded a period of despair and grim rule. Yet fate had other plans for Dante of the Blood Angels. What began as a dark chapter of loss and a struggle for survival would ultimately become a new foundation for their legacy, as the Blood Angels would rally under their leader, reforging the entire chapter to a point that Dante's identity is more linked to the Blood Angels in the eyes of many than even their own Primarch. In 676 M40, yet another dark chapter for the Imperium would emerge. On the mountainous moons of Titus, where the Blood Angel strike force Alenso found themselves ensnared by a spontaneous all-consuming grip of the Red Thirst. As they surged into battle against the Orcs, their fury became both a weapon and a curse. Though they charged forward with an indomitable, unshakable spirit, their bloodlust quickly escalated into chaos, overwhelming the discipline of their ranks. The relentless tide of greenskins threatened to engulf them completely, casting the fate of the strike force into peril. However, as despair loomed, salvation arrived from an unexpected source. A heroic drop offensive launched by the Elysian 46 Airborne would come from the skies, cutting through the darkness of battle in order to reach the beleaguered Blood Angels and save them from impending doom. This audacious intervention turned the tide of the wars, allowing the Blood Angels to regroup and refocus their assaults. In the aftermath of this engagement, Captain Alenso expressed profound gratitude to Colonel Valgast of the Elysian Drop Troopers, honoring the airborne leader with a level of humility that rendered the Astra Militarum officer momentarily speechless. The bond forged in that moment would resonate throughout their respective forces, to the point that the Blood Angels would pledge themselves to come to aid if the Elysians ever required it. The next incident would occur in 187 M41, as the Shadowblight system languished under the oppressive yoke of the Dark Eldar raiders, their predations left unchecked and brutal, cloaked in a web of flickering illusions by the Comarite mirror beacons. This left the true nature of these worlds concealed from the broader Imperium for almost a decade. The inhabitants of these wretched planets suffered in silence, their cries for help masked by the cruel deceptions and technologies of their tormentors. Yet the cunning of the Dark Eldar could not deter the blood-ravenous determination of the Blood Angels, as a tumultive of Blood Angel librarians wielding formidable psychic might recognized the barriers of illusion that shielded the Xenos invaders. With unrivaled focus, they united their mental power in order to penetrate this veil, revealing the grim realities of the Shadowblight worlds and their surprise captors. Led by a group of rather enraged librarians, the furious force of Blood Angels descended upon the Dark Eldar with a righteous vengeance. The ensuing campaign unfolded as a brutal confrontation, pitting the relentless wrath of the Blood Angels against the speed and cunning of the Dark Eldar. The battle raged on, marked by staggering casualties on both sides. The Dark Eldar were masters of stealth and subterfuge, leading them to hold the initial advantage. But the resilience and martial might of the Blood Angels proved to be too much. As the conflict reached its zenith, the Blood Angels launched a decisive assault on Archaon Sabrite's Palace of Torments, a stronghold of suffering and despair held in high regard by the Dark Eldar. The destruction of this dark citadel and the slaughter of every Xenos within shattered what remained of the Dark Eldar's resolve, compelling them to retreat into the shadows of the Webway, leaving behind the devastating remains of the Reign of Terror, including a large amount of Xenos tech. In the wake of this victory, the Blood Angels emerged not only as conquerors, but as liberators, bringing hope and salvation to the beleaguered survivors of the Shadowblight system. In 589 M41, during a tumultuous era of darkness, the malevolent Space Hulk, designated Sin of Damnation, emerged abruptly from the warp, positioned near the Blood Angels' ancestral home of Baal. This caused the mobilization of Strike Force Raphael, which was sent to intercept the threat, deploying almost the entirety of the elite First Company's Terminator squads via boarding torpedoes. What would ensue would be a relentless battle through the Space Hulk's labyrinthian corridors, chambers, and ducts, as the Blood Angels ended up clashing against a virulent infestation of innumerable Gene Stealers. Against overwhelming odds, the valiant force of 80 Terminators engaged and ultimately eradicated 40,000 Gene Stealers, reclaiming the Sin of Damnation in the name of the Imperium, adding it to their ever-amassing fleet. The success of this mission not only purged the Space Hulk of its monstrous inhabitants, but also secured valuable secrets from the Dark Age of technology within the derelict Hulk, enhancing the strategic knowledge and the technology available to the Blood Angels. The next incident of galactic import would occur on 746 M41. Recognizing the impending threat of Hive Fleet Behemoth invading the realm of Ultramar, Lord Commander Dante discerned that this was merely the beginning of the galaxy's suffering at the hands of the Great Devourer. In a show of solidarity, he would immediately dispatch 3 full companies of the Blood Angels to support their esteemed allies, the Ultramarines, in a concentrated effort to purge the Tyranids from the eastern fringe sectors. Upon their return to Baal 3 Terran years later, these companies emerged in significantly diminished numbers, yet they brought with them invaluable experiences in tyrannic warfare. This hard-won knowledge would soon be disseminated throughout the Blood Angels' ranks, along with their successor chapters, enhancing the Imperium's chances in the ongoing struggles against the ever-encroaching Tyranid menace, and eventually leading to Hive Fleet Leviathan developing somewhat of an identity. Despite all rationale and knowledge of the Tyranids, they would grow to hate the Red Armored Angels. The following would occur on 798 M41, when the tranquility of the Baal system was shattered, when 3 colossal Space Hulks would emerge from the warp, heralding the arrival of a massive Orc Waaagh led by Big Shaka. In response, Lord Commander Dante swiftly ordered the deployment of 2 companies of Blood Angels to defend the moons of Baal. The remaining companies were tasked with executing strike operations against the invading Orc Hulks. In a display of tactical prowess, the Blood Angels succeeded in annihilating 2 Orc Hulks with many Orcs still aboard, thereby inflicting significant damage to the Waaagh. However, the last remaining Hulk managed to disgorge thousands of Orcs, led by the notorious Orc warlord Big Shaka, directly into Baal's surface. Seizing this opportunity, Big Shaka aimed to besiege and plunder the Blood Angels' fortress monastery. Yet the Blood Angels were far from defenseless. The chapter's dreadnoughts, initially deemed unsuitable for the cramped confines of Hulks, remained on Baal. As Waaagh Big Shaka continued to rampage, Venerable Furioso Dreadnought Armaciel rallied 41 other dreadnoughts in a coordinated, robust defense of the fortress monastery in what later would become regarded as the Battle of Iron. Astromel and his brethren fought with a fury that the Orcs had rarely been able to recognize, holding the line until Astartes' reinforcements could descend from orbit. By the time the first Storm Ravens touched down, the battlefield was littered with mountainous remains of Orcs, as their siege had been thwarted. In 801 M41, the Blood Angels faced a new challenge on the world of Golgotha, where a rebellious faction had risen against the Imperium. leading to Captain Zoriel of the 4th Company to lead a strike force known as the Bloodhawk against these insurgents. Employing the might of multiple land raiders, the Blood Angels' armored columns reached the fortifications of the rebellious individuals, effectively trapping them behind their own defenses. In a show of force, Zoriel would then call in an airstrike from his Stormraven gunships, unleashing a torrent of destruction against the now trapped rebels. The swift and brutal nature of this assault quickly ended things with minimal losses. In the turbulent year of 820 M41, the Blood Angels battle barge Bloodcaller faced a dire threat while patrolling the Triskina system. They fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by Orc freebooters, leaving the vessel severely damaged. The situation appeared critical as the Bloodcaller's main drives were silenced and hordes of greenskins had boarded the mighty ship. Yet Fleet Captain Belfron, through adept maneuvering, managed to bring the severely damaged vessel and its main batteries to bear against the Orcs' fleet. In a stunning display of firepower, a singular, devastating salvo obliterated the Greenskins' flagship, along with half a dozen supporting vessels. Simultaneously, the Bloodcaller's crew and his Astartes contingent launched a ferocious counterassault, sweeping the Orc invaders from the lower decks and carrying the fighting to the hostile cruisers. Although they took nearly an entire standard year for the Bloodcaller to navigate at sub-light speeds to the nearest Imperial Navy orbit repair docks at Harrenvliet, the Great Void ship made its journey with dignity, bearing its battle scars as a testament to its remarkable achievements against overwhelming odds. In 823 M41, Captain Zoriel of the 4th Company led a contingent of Blood Angels to the planet Krast to eradicate the localized piracy perpetrated by a ragtag fleet of renegades. The operation was swift and decisive, as the pirate fleet would rapidly be dismantled and their lives forfeit. However, after this, disaster would strike as the flagship of the renegades disintegrated upon entry into Krast's atmosphere, scattering its wreckage across the planet. The ship's warp core suffered catastrophic failure, tearing a rift in reality through which a horde of cornate demons would pour out from. As the Blood Angels made planetfall to search for any remaining pirate survivors, they found themselves besieged in an ever-expanding tide of demonic entities. Despite the valor and the resolve of the Sons of Sanguinius, they would soon face the threat of annihilation. The situation escalated further when the formidable bloodthirster Kabanda confronted and slew Captain Zoriel in a brutal duel. Just when hope seemed lost, the legendary Sanguinor manifested, striking like a bolt of golden energy into the fray. In a fierce confrontation, the Sanguinor battered the raging demon in a manner which displayed the strength equivalent to a Primarch, ultimately hurling Kabanda back into the warp, beaten and broken. Rallying around his divine apparition, the remnants of Zoriel's men fought to forge a path to the destabilized warp core, which led to its successful deactivation, thereby ending Krast's torment. Yet as swiftly as the Sanguinor had appeared, he vanished without a trace, leaving only the aftermath of his intervention. Following this harrowing encounter, Varian Caston was appointed as a new captain of the 4th Company, taking the mantle of leadership in the wake of tragedy. In 830 M41, Lord Commander Dante dispatched the 3rd and 4th Companies of the Blood Angels to quell a rebellion against the Emperor's authority on Hive World Armageddon. Assessing the situation, Captain Metran, the operational commander, determined that the rebels' defenses at the bases of the Hive cities were far too formidable for a traditional assault by Space Marines. In response to this, he devised a strategic plan involving a series of low-orbit insertions into the upper spires of the Hive City, employing a jump pack assault mid-drop to bypass the fortified defenses. Once the Blood Angels had established themselves behind enemy lines, they unleashed a brutal and coordinated assault on the trapped rebels. With their superior training and relentless ferocity, the Blood Angels crushed the insurrection, reinforcing the indomitable might of the loyal remaining defenders on this world dedicated to the Emperor's continued worship. In 841 M41, on the harsh, frozen expanse of the world known as Al-Messiah's Eye, the explorer station Lamba Bryanus found itself under siege by an unknown assailant. Responding to the station's urgent distress call, Strike Force Caston of the Blood Angels arrived On the ice-locked planet, simultaneously, another vessel arrived. A bulk transporter dispatched by House Krast, a noble knightly house of great repute. Captain Cathgon and Baron Bartolf of House Krast swiftly forged an alliance, their mutual respect for each other as warriors forming a foundation for a strong, long-lasting camaraderie. With a decisive action, these combined forces launched into heavy combat through a drop at the northern and southern peripheries of the Explorator Station. Detachments of Krast's knights descended upon the frigid ground amidst a barrage of drop pods, while Storm Raven gunships roared overhead, surveying the battlefield. Together, they commenced a thorough search of the complex, meticulously combing through snow-laden streets and semi-ruined edifices for any signs of life. However, mere moments into the operation, both forces were ambushed by a Night Lord's Traitor Marines cadre of substantial size, who unleashed a torrent of fire upon the newcomers. A chaotic running battle ensued, with the Knights pressing forward against the enemy heavier firepower while the Blood Angels surged ahead at their feet. The Night Lords, realizing that they had ensnared a more formidable enemy than they had anticipated, quickly began to unravel their trap. In a desperate bid for survival, they initiated a fighting retreat, triggering explosive charges strategically placed throughout the station in a frantic attempt to cover their escape. However, the Blood Angels captain rallied his assault squads and his death company, leading them in a frenzied charge against the retreating Chaos forces. This relentless onslaught led to the Night Lords being pinned long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Surrounded by various Blood Angels and their knightly allies, the Chaos forces met a brutal demise, exterminated to the last. In the next incident, the Blood Angels dispatched 3 companies to the world of Darlak to thwart the ongoing raids conducted by the duplicitous Eldar. Initially, the Astartes achieved a string of impressive victories against the elusive Xenos, demonstrating their combat prowess and tactical acumen in equal form. However, the Eldar soon turned the tide with a cunning ambush that resulted in the tragic losses of nearly 100 battle brothers, transforming what should have been a straightforward campaign into a devastating catastrophe for the chapter. In their bleakest hour, as the specter of defeat loomed above the Blood Angels, like the sword of Damocles, a glimmer of hope would emerge in the appearance of the Sanguinor. This mysterious figure, imbued with the power of the Emperor and the strength of a Primarch, descended upon the battlefield, striking down the Eldar avatar of Cain with a shocking ease. The surge of power and righteousness instilled in the Blood Angels by the Sanguinor forced the remaining Eldar to flee, with their tails tucked between their legs. Their campaign of deception and death ended through the intervention of a celestial being. The Blood Angels were able to reclaim their honor and reaffirm their commitment to carrying out the Emperor's will. In 859 M41, on the icy expanse of Zoran, an uprising instigated by the Alpha Legion threatened to destabilize the Imperium's hold on this desolate world. In response, Captain Metran led forces from the Blood Angels' 3rd and 8th companies to quell the rebellion and expel the traitor legion from the system. Initially, the Blood Angels' maneuvers appeared to push the enemy back, but the assault eventually ground to a halt when his forces discovered the Alpha Legion stronghold was fortified by an ancient Imperator-class Titan, a remnant from the dark days of the Horus Heresy. Said Titan was partially entombed within Zoran's ice. This colossal war machine was found to have its void shield generators and weapons batteries fully operational, leading to it unleashing a devastating fire upon the Emperor's servants. The first assault against the Titan resulted in significant casualties amongst the Blood Angels. As the death toll rose, Metran faced the grim reality of his current predicament, as the Alpha Legion could not be allowed to fully gain control of this incredible war engine. It seems that the only option he had was exterminatus against Zoran and its populace, a measure that would spare the Emperor's forces but doom the innocent inhabitants of the world. However, salvation arrived in the form of Khosrow Khan and the 3rd Company of the White Scars chapter, dispatched to eliminate the notorious demon prince Voldrus of the Alpha Legion. Joining forces with the beleaguered Blood Angels, Khosrow Khan coordinated an assault on the Alpha Legion's bastions from below, while the Blood Angels utilized their aerial expertise to execute a precision drop on the Titan's secondary plasma reactors. This combined assault successfully neutralized the Titan's defenses, allowing the White Scars to breach the War Machine's lower levels. Though the Demon Prince managed to evade capture once again, the Blood Angels and the White Scars were able to eradicate the last of the Chaos Cultists and Alpha Legionaries defending the Titan, in a manner that exemplified that the legions were meant to work together and complement each other. This was visible even though it was in a much smaller scale. While Zoran was restored to the Emperor's light, the recovery of the battered yet salvageable Imperator Titan was a significant and grandiose achievement. Captain Matran eventually transported the entirety of the Titan back to Baal, where it would be sent to Mars as a valuable gift, aimed at mending the continuous rift and strained relationships between the Blood Angels and the Adeptus Mechanicus. Later, the death world of Drakkar would succumb to a rebellion and heresy, prompting a response from the Blood Angels. As vicious gunfights throughout the subterranean habitation complexes exploded, the Blood Angels would deploy their armored might against these traitorous forces in the harsh, rad-blasted deserts above, which made them feel almost at home. In this unforgiving landscape, the chapter's adept use of speed and maneuverability allowed them to capitalize on the terrain that was so familiar to their own homeworld that they seemingly held the advantage, as they ruthlessly dismantled each and every one of the enemy's lumbering tanks in a series of brutal and blistering encounters. In 877 M41, a bold maneuver orchestrated by Commander Dante would occur. Captain Matran was tasked with neutralizing a cadre of Eldari raiders who were threatening Imperial commerce from a formidable fortress that employed advanced Eldari anti-gravitic technology hidden within the toxic atmosphere of the gas giant of Mielinith. Utilizing the entirety of the chapter's fleet of Storm Ravens and Thunderhawks, Matran launched an unprecedented attack, almost exclusively airborne, that would be etched in the records of the Eldari as a catastrophic loss for them, and in the Blood Angels history books. As the Storm Ravens surged through the intense anti-aircraft fire, they delivered assault squads and Terminators directly upon the fortress's docking ports. Once on the ground, these elite Astartes secured the landing zone for the subsequent arrival of heavily armored vehicles, including Land Raiders and Predators, to be used within the castle. The battle would rage on as the Eldari fortress hangars and maintenance shaft would be filled with Blood Angels as they would unleash their overwhelming firepower and systematically dismantle arcane traps and dishonorable defenses erected by the Eldar Corsairs. Realizing their position was in essence untenable, the vile Xenos scum abandoned the fortress, albeit not before sabotaging the gravity nullification technology. With the impending doom of the fortress, Matran ordered a tactical retreat as the fortress succumbed to the gas giant's grasp. The Blood Angels' victory was nearly marred by tragedy. However, their remarkable skill and their excellent use of gunships allowed them to exit the facility with almost the entirety of their forces. In 901 M41, Dante would personally lead a Storm Raven drop assault against Orc forces who were besieging the Hive city of Stonehaven. This bold move marked a significant turning point and ultimately broke the relentless campaign of Bloodcrumpa, who had been besieging the Forge World of Ironheim for a decade. The audacity of a chapter master to lead such an assault was, in part, what had confounded the Orcs. This was not a common practice. Later, in 911 M41, a dire report would be delivered to Baal. Justicar Praxivel of the Grey Knights revealed the alarming return of Kabunda, the legendary adversary of Sanguinius. Responding with urgency, Sephron, the leader of the Sanguinary Guard, secured Commander Dante's approval for the Guard to join the impending confrontation against the malevolent Greater Demon. United by a shared desire to eradicate such an abomination from the mortal realm, a combined force of Grey Knights and Sanguinary Guard stormed the gates of Kabunda's fortress. In a fierce assault lasting a singular night, they vanquished the Bloodthirster and his chaotic minions, restoring a measure of peace to the beleaguered realm. In 919 M41, on the ghost world of Semel, the Blood Angel strike force known as Breath of Hermes faced a catastrophic turn of events when they were besieged by a formidable contingent of Eldar. Fragmentary communications revealed that the Blood Angels had initially gained the upper hand in the engagement. However, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically with the sudden intervention of an unknown proxy on behalf of the Eldar. In a devastating conclusion, the entirety of the strike force was annihilated by this mysterious third party. In 926 M41, the Blood Angels dispatched the 2nd and 4th companies to the Vidar sector in order to confront the formidable threat of of the monstrous Necron construct known as the World Engine. This colossal machine posed an existential threat to the Imperium's forces, and the response was meant to be decisive. Tragically, the valiant Astral Knights chapter sacrificed the entirety of their forces to ensure the ultimate destruction of this malevolent creation. In the aftermath, Captain Raphael of the Second Company proposed that the Blood Angels erect an Imperial shrine on the world of Safehold to commemorate the sacrifice of the Astral Knights. This memorial would serve as a lasting testament to their bravery and the honor of their legacy. 2 Blood Angels from the Second Company have been perpetually assigned to guard this shrine, a duty considered one of profound honor within the ranks of the Astartes. The following year, in 927 M41, Captain Dantios Alphiel and his Second Company found themselves embroiled in a fierce conflict against the Orc Wog Gut-Stumpa on the Forge World of Antax. Initially, the tide of battle appeared to favor the Orcs, threatening to overwhelm the Blood Angels with their sheer numbers. However, the fortunes of the war shifted dramatically with the unleashing of a Death Company, led into battle by the legendary Death Company Dreadnought Morier. Captain Aphiel and his surviving battle brothers unleashed a catastrophic onslaught alongside the Death Company, ultimately crushing the now discombobulated Wog Gut-Stumpa. The clash concluded amidst a landscape of fire and blood, solidifying the Blood Angels' reputation. In M40-M41, the Blood Angels' Third Company would achieve yet another notable victory during the Day of the Swordwind, preserving Explorator Station Goetia Prime from the unprovoked aggression of the Eldari of Craftworld Bael'tan. This engagement would leave no shortage of lasting enmity between the Blood Angels and Craftworld Bael'tan. Up next would be the legendary Second War for Armageddon. The year was 941 M41, and it heralded the onset of the Second War for Armageddon, as the colossal Orc Wog, led by Ghazghkull Thraka, descended upon the Hive World of Armageddon. In Segmentum Solar, the Blood Angels were one of the 3 Space Marine chapters summoned to address the dire threat. Owing to Lord Commander Dante's formidable and long-lived reputation, both Chapter Master Tushan of the Salamanders and Chapter Master Marnius Calgar of the Ultramarines relinquished command of their Astartes operations to him. The conflict around the planet's Hive cities was marked by intense close-quarter fighting, where the Blood Angels, equipped with their Lucifer pattern rhinos, were uniquely positioned to engage swiftly and accurately with the convoys of marauding Orc trucks and battle wagons being held at bay. This tactical mobility proved crucial in the later stages of the war. Under the command of the newly promoted Captain Erasmus Tycho, the Third Company became the spearhead for an armored offensive that served to sever the primary supply lines of the Orc forces, crippling their ability to maintain the operations of their monstrous Skullhammas and Stampas. With the enemy's heavy units rendered inoperative, the Wag would be ultimately broken at the walls of Hive Tartarus. There, the legendary confrontation unfolded as Dante and Tushan united against Ghazghkull Thraka and his formidable bodyguard of Knobs. Now to cover things in slightly greater detail, as the massive Orc Wog of Ghazghkull unleashed devastation upon the planet itself. The Blood Angels, alongside their allies, mobilized in particular in manners that bolstered the defenses of the Imperial Guard stationed on the planet. The gravity of this situation led to one of the rare combined arms assaults within the 41st millennium's history, the climax of which came during a massed drop pod assault which delivered Blood Angels deep into the heart of Ghazghkull's vast green tide horde. All the while, the Astra Militarum lended both aerial and heavy weapon support. Upon a different battlefield, Captain Castigon led Strike Force Nobilitas into a harrowing confrontation against the Drukhari on the war-torn planet of Tolos. As the Blood Angels navigated the desolate ruins of the planet's agriplex, they were confronted with the gruesome atrocities committed by these sadistic Xenos against the civilian population. The sheer horror of this butchery unleashed a tempest of rage within Castigon and his warriors, who would succumb to their inner fury. The aftermath was a red whirlwind of destruction, which left no remnants of the Drukhari standing. However, the triumph came at a cost. In the wake of their victory, the Blood Angels faced condemnation for a battle fought under the influence of the Flaw, reminding them that victory tainted by uncontrolled bloodlust is a hollow one. In 955 M41, Commander Dante and the Blood Angels' Third Company would engage the legions of Necron Lord Zarek, the Silent King, on the dusty expanses of the tomb world of Gehenna. For an arduous 3 weeks, the two formidable forces were locked in a stalemate, each side grasping at every chance of dominance. Dante's tactical genius was severely tested as he contended and countered the intricate time-space manipulation wielded by the Silent King alongside the formidable technological superiority of the Necrons. The protracted conflict reached an unexpected turning point when a Tyranid splinter Hive fleet invaded Gehenna's orbit, forcing the Necrons and the Blood Angels to temporarily suspend their hostilities to confront a new existential threat. This reluctant alliance against the Great Devourer ultimately sealed the fate of the Tyranids, culminating in the decisive battle at Death's Crag. When the dust settled, both Dante and the Silent King retreated from the battlefield, recognizing that neither side could claim victory without unacceptable losses. For the Blood Angels, the notion of turning their weapons against those who they had just fought beside was seen as profoundly distasteful and going against the spirit of the lessons taught by Sanguinius. In 965 M41, the Blood Angels faced another dire threat, this time from Demon Prince Makar the Reborn, who ensnared Chief Librarian Mephiston deep within the crystal caverns of Salon 5. Makar sought to corrupt Mephiston, tainting him with accusations of already having traversed the path towards demonhood in the eyes of the dark gods. Yet, in a testament to his unshakable fortitude, Mephiston resisted these insidious temptations, and in the confrontation for the ages, he choked the life from Makar, banishing the Demon Prince back to the warp. However, his victory was not without costs. A seed of doubt was sown within Mephiston's heart, leaving him to grapple for as long as he may live with the implications of his continuous struggle against his own inner darkness. In 990 M41, as the Blood Angels continued their quest for redemption from their genetic curse, Brother Corvulo discovered a repository of ancient archaeotech from the Dark Age of Technology on Pandrax III, now held by the Eldar of Craft World Alontok. In response, 3 companies of Blood Angels, including the revered Terminators of the First Company's most veteran warriors, were dispatched to reclaim these vital vaults from the Xenos interlopers, who had conquered this formerly human world. What ensued was a fierce battle that raged through the tech vaults and catacombs of the world. Ultimately, the Blood Angels emerged victorious, but at a steep price. The Farseer, commanding the Eldar, sacrificed himself in a desperate bid to obliterate the very records of advanced genetic manipulation that Corbulo sought. Thus, the search for the cure of the Blood Angels' flaw would persist, now necessitated to continue on another front, with their quest for redemption once again left unfulfilled, causing the Blood Angels to develop a strong animosity towards the Eldar in general. In 992 M41, a critical request for assistance drew Chief Librarian Mephiston and his elite force, the Sanguinatus, to the Hive World of Holon. Initially what was perceived as a routine rebellion against Imperial authority, the situation would quickly escalate into what was revealed to be an insidious infestation of Tyranid gene stealers, laying at the heart of this rebellion, having infiltrated the Hive cities and corrupted the populace with their psychic influence. Mephiston's strike force launched a decisive campaign to purge the Xenos parasites and their frenetically devoted cult members from Holon's urban landscapes. However, as they eradicated the last brood of gene stealers in a conflagration of hellfire and brimstone, ominous tidings loomed in the horizon. From a splinter fleet of Hive Fleet Kraken were converging upon the Holon system. Recognizing the overwhelming threat posed by an impending Tyranid swarm, Mephiston assumed command of the planet's defenses and sent an urgent astropathic plea for reinforcements to Baal, as well as Kolnal, the chapter homeworld of the Blood Angels' successors known as the Angels Vermilion. The ensuing battles within the depths of Holon's Underhive pushed the Blood Angels to their limits, testing their thirst for combat. The initial assaults by the Tyranids decimated the planet's defensive batteries and automated sentry guns, clearing a path for their nigh unstoppable advance. The second wave targeted the ancient fusion accumulators that powered the city's hives, plunging Holon into darkness and chaos in one fell swoop. Faced with overwhelming odds, Mephiston and the Blood Angels rallied the weakened planetary defense force and formed a desperate last line of defense against the unending tides of termagants, raveners, and the surprising unusually large contingent of carnifexes. Only in the presence of Mephiston did the human defenders hold their ground. For a arduous 2 weeks, Mephiston fought without rest, proving his valor and enduring time and time again. As exhaustion threatened to engulf even his Astartes brethren, Mephiston's feats would become legendary. In a moment of sheer ferocity, he would tear apart a rather large carnifex with his bare hands at the Chapel of the Emperor's Repose, holding the entrance to the Hive City's filtration plant single-handedly for 6 hours. In the final hours of the assault, he carved a path through the spearhead of the Tyranid's assault, defeating a Tyranid Hive Tyrant and its grotesque guardians, before being struck down, at least for now, by Tyragon. But rather than break the morale of the Blood Angels and their human counterparts, this incident ignited their resolve and their fury. United by shared determination, the Blood Angels persevered, managing to hold their position long enough for reinforcements to arrive. As fresh companies of Blood Angels and Angels Vermilion descended from the sky in drop pods and storm-raven gunships, they would notice that another group had come to aid them. The Athiani of Craft World Ulthwé, led by the ancient Farseer Eldrad Ulthuan, who would join the fray compelled for a reason unknown to fight alongside the Guardians of Humanity. In a spectacular display of coordinated might, the combined forces of these 3 armies crushed the Tyranid invasion, utterly annihilating this entire splinter fleet of Hive Fleet Kraken before the main body could arrive. Eldrad Ulthwain and his Asiyani remained only long enough to witness Mephiston's recovery from the rubble, his body badly wounded, but miraculously he was alive, before disappearing into the aether once more. This second resurrection would serve only to amplify Mephiston's legendary powers, alongside his status with the Blood Angels, as he was able to fight back the Black Rage, accomplishing something that the Blood Angels had sought to do for generations. In 994 M41, the relentless defiance of the Orc stronghold in the Black Fang system compelled Lord Commander Dante to mobilize the entire Blood Angels chapter for a year-long Imperial Crusade. This decisive campaign not only expelled the Greenskins from their entrenched positions within the 12 worlds of Black Fang, but also eradicated their influence across 2 other neighboring star systems that had long served as bastions of the Orc dominion. The following year, in 995 M41, the Blood Angels would see Captain Erasmus Tycho and his 3rd Company responding to a dire threat posed by Hive Fleet Jormungandr. Leading his Astartes to battle, Tycho achieved a series of pivotal victories which shifted the balance against the menacing tendril of the Great Devourer. However, Tycho's arduous tactics, while seen as effective, bordered on the reckless, which was something that was seen as particularly concerning by the sanguinary priests of the chapter, as they saw his particular increased risk-taking and disregard for his own safety as potentially signifying his ascent into the madness of the Black Rage. By 996 M41, Commander Dante received word of the Eldar response for the Blood Angels on Semel years prior. He resolved that the Sanguinary Guard would extract a vengeance upon these elven foes. The Sanguinary Strike Force would track their quarry to the arid badlands of Zoros, where an intense aerial engagement would ensue. The Blood Angels Sanguinary Guard clashed with the Eldar on their jet bikes and swooping hawk, ultimately emerging victorious in a dramatic confrontation. Yet despite their triumph, the identity of the individual who had betrayed the Blood Angels on Semel remained unknown to them, even after consuming a number of the fallen Eldar, leaving the chapter without the complete retribution for their losses. As tensions escalated, the Third War of Armageddon would ensue in 998 M41, as the notorious Orc warlord Ghazghkull Thraka launched an unprecedented assault on the Hive World of Armageddon, commanding the largest Orc WOG in the Imperium's history. As this catastrophic conflict would prompt the response from over 24 Space Marine chapters. However, the Blood Angels found themselves stretched rather thin at the time. having committed much of their strength to combat the perilous threat of Hive Fleet Leviathan. Nevertheless, compelled by honor, Commander Dante sent assistance to Armageddon, as he would dispatch the Third Company, led by Captain Erasmus Tycho, along with a significant number of support units, including PDF personnel from his own planet. During this fierce fighting, Captain Tycho would ultimately succumb to the Black Rage, valiantly taking his stand on the outer walls of Hive Tempestora, where he fell after claiming the lives of countless orcs. Following his heroic sacrifice, the mantle of leadership of the Third Company would be passed down to brother Captain Galan Machivi, who would take command of the company, carrying forward the legacy of courage and tactics learned from Captain Tycho. Alarming news would reach the Blood Angels' homeworld of Baal. The Krypton shield, designed to withstand the relentless onslaught of Hive Fleet Leviathan, had, in all meanings of the word, collapsed under the strain. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Commander Dante swiftly initiated a series of defensive measures to protect Baal. Strike forces engaged in a harrowing hit-and-run campaign against Leviathan's smaller splinter fleets throughout the treacherous expanse of the Red Scar sector. Simultaneously, the defenses of Baal and its moons underwent unprecedented fortification, as indomitable fortresses emerged from its sweltering sands, rising like mountains, while the combined might of the Blood Angels' successors was assembled from across the galaxy to lend their strength. Despite these efforts, the overwhelming number of Tyranids persisted as a formidable challenge, as Hive Fleet Leviathan demonstrated an unnerving ability to adapt at a staggering rate, and what appeared to be a development of a new mindset, one that would disregard entire resource-rich planets to target the Blood Angels out of what appeared to be genuine spite. Understanding that the complete consumption of the Cryptus system would serve as a gateway for an unstoppable Tyranid invasion of Baal, Commander Dante would then take an active measure, personally spearheading a formidable strike force, which would conduct a campaign of combat later known as the Cryptus campaign, which included the entirety of the first and second companies of the Blood Angels, alongside Brother Carbulo, Captain Carlian, and Chief Librarian Mephiston, along with almost the entirety of Gabriel Seth's Flesh Terrors and the ancient dreadnought Kasor. Together, this mighty coalition ventured towards the Cryptus system, arriving at crucial moments and locations to support the beleaguered Imperial defenders, preventing what could have been a complete annihilation time and time again. The ensuing conflict was nothing short of brutal, with both Imperial and Xenos forces, in particular that of the Necrons, suffering catastrophic casualties. In a desperate bid to turn the tide of war, the Blood Angels resorted to deploying an ancient weapon of the Necron tier, known as the Magnovitrium, all thanks to a temporary alliance between the Silent King and Lord Commander Dante, who had originally equipped his armor with enough destructive weaponry and archaeotech to blast him and the Silent King, along with everything else on the planet, out of existence. However, due to the Silent King's reverence towards Sanguinius, another temporary alliance was formed, allowing the Blood Angels to use Necron tier weapon, as this devastating device allowed them to annihilate an entire world within the Cryptus system instantly, and to such totality that it would not allow any of the Tyranids to either gather data or biomass from its scattered remains, utilizing the devastating blast and remnants to create a temporary barrier of debris against the approaching Hive Fleet. Despite this temporary reprieve, Commander Dante exhibited a rather important bit of strategic insight, acknowledging that while the Tyranids had been delayed, they were far from defeated, and they would learn from these tactics, and they would learn from the Cryptus campaign at a higher rate than any of the Imperium's other enemies had. Understanding that the Hive Fleet seemed to be intentionally going directly towards Baal, avoiding almost any other resource-rich system, Dante ordered his forces to return home and prepare for a battle of survival upon the very world of their birth, one which Dante scarcely believed that they would survive. In 999 M41, the Blood Angels faced one of their most catastrophic events. On the world of Cybele, a powerful figure would emerge from within the chapter, Brother Archaeo, who wielded a sacred relic known as the Spear of Telesto, and proclaimed himself as a reincarnation of Sanguinius, the revered Primarch of the Blood Angels. This bold declaration resounded within many of the ranks of the Sixth Company, who pledged their allegiance to the so-called Reborn Angel. who was not only blessed with a Primarch's titanic size, but with a set of his very own angelic wings, and a visage that almost seemed like a carbon copy of the Primarch. Inquisitor Remus Steele, a covert agent of Ordo Hereticus, along with a secret servant of the Ruinous Powers, had manipulated the circumstances to create a deep schism within the chapter. Following the depths of Galileo and Void, both victims of Arceus' zealous loyalist, Mephiston, the chapter's chief librarian, determined that he had to confront Arceus directly, believing that his psychic abilities would allow him to detect for the insidious taint of chaos, which he suspected was reason for Arceus' appearance along with his actions. Mephiston would journey to the Blood Angel's shrine world of Sabian to judge Arceus' claims. Upon his arrival, he utilized his formidable psychic might to scrutinize Arceus and uncovered a hidden seed of chaos, one which was linked directly to the Inquisitor. In a moment of supreme clarity, Mephiston denounced Arceus as a false prophet and identified the Inquisitor as a heretic. Mephiston would then issue a challenge to Arceus, but before the duel could commence, Arceus' brother, the legendary Sergeant Raffin, a member of the Sixth Company, would step forward and confront him instead. Raffin was one of the few who doubted his brother, in part due to being his birth brother, and having known him throughout the entirety of his life, had remained loyal to the Emperor and their Primarch, formally and vehemently rejecting his brother's claims. Mephiston, probing Raffin's mind, discovered that Raffin had experienced a vision of Sanguinius and believed it was his destiny to face Arceus. With this revelation, Mephiston allowed Raffin to take his place in the duel. The siblings would then engage in a fierce combat that would determine the fate of the Blood Angels. In a climactic moment, Raffin inflicted a grievous wound upon Arceus, who in a moment of cowardly desperation fled from the battle. Following Arceus' retreat, the Inquisitor ordered the Blood Angels loyal to him and the warriors of the Angel Reborn to attack Mephiston and his entourage, igniting chaos amidst this conflict. Ultimately, Raffin emerged victorious, having driven the spear of Telesto through Arceus' heart. As his birth brother lay dying, Arceus looked up to Raffin and begged for forgiveness. In a tragic testament to their brotherhood, it seems that Raffin promised to allow the collection of Arceus' gene seed, and to protect the brother born from it, unlike how he had failed to protect Arceus. With Arceus' demise, the true orchestrator of this dark plot revealed himself, Maleflax, a greater demon of Tzeentch. Maleflax, in league with the Inquisitor, along with the Wordbearer's Legion, sought to use Arceus as a false messiah to corrupt the Blood Angels, so they may bend them to Chaos's will. As the Inquisitor attempted to summon Maleflax to possess his servant Ulan, the demon betrayed him, seizing control of the Inquisitor's body and fully manifesting as a Lord of Change. Maleflax sought to plunge the Blood Angels upon the planet into the Black Rage. However, Raffin, wielding the Spear of Telesto, the legendary weapon of Primarch, which was believed to be a piece of archaeotech as ancient as the Emperor himself, managed to banish the demon back into the warp. Despite Raffin's triumph, the battle took its toll on Mephiston, as he had become overcome by the Black Rage, falling to its horrific influence. In a desperate act of brotherly love, Raffin redirected the power of the Spear of Telesto towards Mephiston, shattering the curse's hold on the librarian. In the aftermath of this tragic conflict, Arceus' remains were honorably cremated on a pyre, as a tribute to a brother who had been misled into heresy against his will. The Blood Angels who had rallied around Arceus soon realized the depths of the deception that they had suffered upon the hands of the Inquisitor, as they grappled with the harrowing truth that they had become unwitting pawns for the nefarious schemes devised by the Chaos God Tzeentch, aimed at stealing their very souls. The captured Blood Angels would be taken upon Mephiston's ship, stripped of their war gear and shackled, as a dedicated strike team loyal to Mephiston discovered a hardened steel module from the wreckage of Abylos, which housed the progenoid capsules containing the genetic material of all the fallen Astartes who had followed Arceus. While many clerics on board the ship deemed the gene seed tainted, fit only for destruction, Mephiston believed it still held value, as he secured the genetic material for transport back to Baal, where Lord Commander Dante alone would decide its fate. There were murmurs of discontent from within Baal's Council of Blood and Bone, with some advocating for Raffin's execution alongside the survivors of the Sixth Company, fearing that they might follow in Arceus' treacherous path due to their shared bloodline. in particular due to Rathan's shared lineage. However, Rathan demonstrated the ability to wield the Spear of Telesto, which shifted the opinions of those within the council. Upon their arrival to Baal, Lord Commander Dante granted Rathan a personal audience. Although he was offered a promotion to captain and the command of his own company, Rathan would humbly decline, preferring to earn his rank through merit when the time was right. His singular request for the chapter master was for compassion and clemency for the battle brothers of the Sixth Company who had been misled, both by the Inquisition and by their faith in Archeo. Mephiston would then caution Rathan that the rites of cleansing and purification would be grueling, with many of his brothers unlikely to survive the ordeal. Yet Rathan stood by his beliefs, as he assured Mephiston that they would endure, and in their faith emerging stronger than before. The next event of galactic import that would occur in 999 M41, during the conclave of the Sons of Sanguinius, as the Blood Angels chapter faced an existential crisis following the devastating events on the Shrine World of Sabine. Their survival hinged on the solidarity and support of their successors. Recognizing the perilous state of his chapter, Lord Commander Dante convened a conclave on Baal, inviting the leaders of all the successor chapters of the Blood Angels to unite against the looming threats that would come from both the Tyranids and the forces of chaos. This gathering was more than a mere assembly, despite what it originally was. In reality, it was a desperate plea for assistance in safeguarding the sanctity of their Primarch, Sanguinius' homeworld, and the sacred remains that lay within. During a critical meeting, while Dante articulated the gravity of his situation, the Apothecaria was engrossed in a radical and controversial endeavor aimed at rapidly replenishing the dwindling ranks of the Blood Angels. The long-forgotten art of replique. Cassius, the chief apothecary, found himself increasingly perturbed by the bloodshed and losses his chapter had endured, leading him to conduct perilous experiments in the cloning of Space Marines. Although Lord Commander Dante had ordered that these reckless acts be halted, Cassius persisted, driven by despair and misled by an agent of the notorious Chaos Space Marine apothecary, Fabius Baal. As it seems, Baal had cunningly disguised himself as the respected Adeptus Mechanicus Magios Biologus, and in doing this, he manipulated Cassius into believing that he could assist in the cloning of effective Space Marine warriors, in essence being able to duplicate or triplicate the greatest warriors of the chapter's long and storied history. This treachery resulted in Cassius creating horrific mutant clone Astartes, known as Blood Fiends, monstrous aberrations that bore the visage of the Blood Angels, but were stripped of their humanity, and had their strength, speed, and resilience greatly enhanced by the sinister technology of Fabius Baal. These creations were driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, a twisted, magnified variant of the Blood Angels' own red thirst. As the Blood Fiends broke free of their containment chambers deep within the fortress monastery, they unleashed chaos upon the sacred halls of Baal's fortress monastery. In the midst of this turmoil, Brother Corbulo, a valiant sanguinary priest, raced to confront the foul beasts, understanding that their malicious intent was nigh unstoppable, and they were unable to be reasoned with. Knowing this, he charged into battle, wielding a chainsword known as Heaven's Teeth. He would valiantly defend the chapter's most revered sanctum, the Chapel of the Red Grail. Yet the largest of the Blood Fiends, a monstrous brute who in bare flesh was the size of a Space Marine, clad in the largest variant of Terminator armor, made a beeline for the Red Grail. Seizing the holy relic, it drained the precious blood of Sanguinius, which it was designed to crave with an unquenchable thirst. With Baal achieving his goal, he escaped, clutching the last vial of this precious untainted vitae from Primarch Sanguinius' body. After this event, Rathan was tasked with extracting vengeance upon the Chaos Apothecary for his grievous transgressions, leading him to embark on this quest aboard the Blood Angels' strike cruiser Tycho. Rathan would then be joined by his blood cousin, Nox, of the Flesh Terrors. Their combined strength enabled them to confront Matuan Zeke, a rogue Magos of the Adeptus Mechanicus who had been covertly aiding Baal for years. The confrontation unfolded aboard the Archaeopt, an ancient Mechanicus starship rife with a near unending army of servitors and Skitarii. Utilizing intelligence gathered from a turncoat within the Magos' own ranks, Rathan and Nox led an assault on the Magos directly, cornering him in a trophy room filled with relics. During the skirmish, Raffen lost his bolter to a cunning trap, but salvaged a plasma pistol once wielded by Arion, a long-dead hero of the Blood Angels, from the Magos' own collection. With their forces reinforced by flesh shards loaned from Gabriel Seth, Raffen and his allies pursued Baal to the planet Dinkas 5. This world had been scarred by Tyranid attacks and presented rather unique challenges as it harbored aquatic mutated Tyranids, which had for some reason remained on the planet and its nearly untouched oceans. Sacrificing the relic plasma pistol, Raffen and his squad were able to descend into the planet using a submersible, intent on locating Baal's stronghold. In the rough waters, Raffen's squad engaged with monstrous tyrannic creatures, reminiscent of the fabled Kraken. However, during the chaos, Raffen would become separated from his comrades and captured by Baal's mutant thralls. Bound and implanted with a genetically engineered parasite which left him incapacitated, Raffen was brought before Baal. In a moment of perverse grandeur, Baal revealed that his grandiose plan was to clone the Emperor of Mankind himself, along with the Primarch of the Blood Angels, if need be. Despite his injuries and confinement, Raffen summoned the last remaining vestiges of his strength, launching into a ferocious attack, slaying that which had bound him by rending his throat out with the very fangs Sanguinius had gifted him with. In the shocking twist, Baal had not been defeated despite what Raffen had believed. Instead, immediately following Raffen's seemingly lethal assault, he found himself in a bizarre arena, forced to navigate a perilous race against grotesque mutants and captured space marines from various chapters, all forced to vie for survival. To Raffen's dismay, he soon spotted Baal amongst the audience, very much alive. Amidst this chaos, Raffen managed to sway the despondent Tarkios of the Doom Eagles chapter to join him in a rebellion against Baal's tyrannical rule. Meanwhile, Nox and the remnants of the Blood Angels and Flesh Sharers' combined forces made their way towards the fortress, mounting an offensive against Baal's stronghold from the outside. It was during this crucial juncture that Cyrus, a librarian in Raffen's squad, reached out psychically as he urged Raffen to target a particular warp signature that posed a threat to their operations, which he identified as a captured and subjugated Tyranid zoanthrope. Baal had exploited the creature's ability to craft warp portals, using it to keep the Tyranids at bay, making the planet both a nigh impenetrable fortress and a playground for all his experimentation. In a moment of surprising clarity, the zoanthrope welcomed its imminent demise at Raffen's hands, perhaps yearning from a liberation of its torment, or perhaps the essences of the hive mind willing the return of one of its nodes. As the battle raged on, Raffen encountered a rather bizarre and unsettling revelation. Fabius Baal could be killed multiple times, as he faced no less than 4 iterations of the Baal Apothecary, slaying him over and over again. In the climactic encounter, Raffen and his small band of allies confronted 2 clones of Baal simultaneously, only to discover they were merely duplicates of the true Baal, who was not even present on the planet. However, one of these clones retained a vial of the Primarch Sanguinius' blood, which he had stolen from the Blood Angels' fortress monastery. In a desperate bid for victory, Raffen seized the vial and injected the potent contents into himself, empowering him with a fraction of the Primarch's ungodly strength, allowing him to finally slay this version of Baal. In a final act of desperation, the last remaining clone attempted to escape, but Raffen and his men, along with Baal's enslaved Space Marine forces, executed a last-minute teleportation from the planet, narrowly escaping and stranding the clone in the midst of the onslaught of a feral Tyranid splinter fleet as it descended upon the fortress. As the dust settled, the golden sarcophagus of Sanguinius lay within a sacred sepulchre, which had forever preserved the great angel in a state of eternal rest, in perfect stasis since the moment his body was reclaimed by the Blood Angels during the Horus Heresy. In the aftermath of this ordeal, Lord Commander Dante took full responsibility for the calamity that had unfolded, as he acknowledged his hubris had allowed the chapter to descend into darkness. This admission resonated with the successor chapters, prompting them to consider Dante's original request for a tithe of their initiates to bolster the Blood Angels' ranks. In a show of unified support, the successor chapters all agreed to share a handful of neophytes each with the Blood Angels, ensuring the restoration of their combat strength in the wake of the Chaos incursion. This act of solidarity would be vital
as they prepared for the imminent threat posed by the Tyranids and the ever-looming forces of chaos, in a function recreating, at least in miniature or in part, a version of the Legion of old. In 999 and 41, the Blood Angels would face yet another trial, reminiscent of the harrowing final days of the Horus Heresy. As the Imperium grappled with the consequences of the 13th Black Crusade, a tendril of Hive Fleet Leviathan was detected. This one was particularly different, as it seemed to have an identity, a consciousness, unique from the greater hive mind, one which had a particular hatred for the red-clad angels, as it was inexorably charting a direct course towards the homeworld of the Blood Angels, ignoring a litany of other viable targets. Compounding this dire situation, the return of the dreaded bloodthirster Kabanda, known as the Bane of Sanguinius, was set to emerge from the warp at the helm of an almost unending demon army. His first strike aimed at Amanai, the outermost planet of the Baal system, signaling the potential onset of a war of extermination upon two fronts against the Blood Angels chapter. In light of these overwhelming threats, Lord Commander Dante acted decisively, initiating swift preparations to consolidate a coalition of imperial and even non-human worlds under the aegis of the Blood Angels. This alliance was forged not merely for the sake of strategy, but for the survival against both the Tyranids and the demonic horde heading their way. Surprisingly, even former adversaries of the chapter and the Imperium were enlisted in this desperate bid for survival and unity, though the question of their true reliability remained uncertain. Recognizing that even this newfound coalition may still fall short against the impending onslaught, Dante made a difficult decision to recall the Third Company from its operations on Armageddon. He dispatched urgent requests for support to all known Blood Angels successor chapters, aware that every last ally could also face annihilation. The Flesh Terrors were renowned to be some of the first to respond without hesitation. Rather than sending a significant part of their forces to bolster the Blood Angels, they moved the entire chapter to aid the homeworld of their primogenitor, bolstering the fighting forces of the Blood Angels in their hour of greatest need. Ultimately, nearly all the successor chapters, with the notable exception of the Lamenters, due to in part them being both lost in the warp and currently being attacked by both a demon horde of Chaos Undivided and another splinter fleet of Tyranids. Another notable chapter that did not take part in this event were the Atlantean Spears, in part due to their own gift of foresight, allowing them to see that their assistance would only lead to greater losses overall. Even the Knights of Blood, long deemed renegades by the Imperium, answered Dante's call, and he would accept their aid, albeit with cautious speculation, with the cautious stipulation that they refrained from fighting alongside other chapters, sans the Flesh Terrors. This stipulation in part was made in order to avoid political fallout, and to aid by example the Flesh Terrors from following in the same path of damnation that the Knights of Blood themselves had tread. Thus, the stage for the defense of Baal was set, with a force equivalent to that of the legions of old. Astartes had not been seen gathered in a single place in such numbers for eons. To go into further detail in this campaign, we have to go back to 998 and 41, where the Blood Angels found themselves standing against the impending horrors of Hive Fleet Leviathan, as it was detected on a direct trajectory to the chapter's homeworld on Baal. That, along with the situation growing increasingly dire, with a complete collapse of the Krypton shield which had been tasked in halting the relentless advance of the Great Devourer. To compound this already grave threat, a massive army of demons, which was being led by the already mentioned Kabanda, had unleashed its fury upon Amanai, the outermost planet of the Baal system. In a desperate race against time, Dante's forces hastened themselves through the warp in order to defend Baal. However, learning from High Chaplain Astrath the Grim that a new peril had emerged in the Diamor system, which was an invasion force of Chaos Space Marines, the Blood Angels were ultimately stretched thin in an act to attempt to maintain this force of chaos from joining Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade. High Chaplain Astrath changed his route, commanding the Blood Angels' 5th Company to aid in the defense of the Cadian Gate. Thus, Dante pressed onwards to Baal, with little more than his honor guard by his side, while the bulk of his warriors set their void craft to a different direction, towards the Diamor system, prepared to confront the threats that lay ahead. As Lord Commander Dante hastened through the warp, racing to reinforce the defenders of their homeworld, they would be abruptly alerted by High Chaplain Astrath the Grim to the insidious threat on the Dimor system, an invasion fleet of Chaos Space Marines, poised to completely undermine a whole segment of the Cadian Gate by themselves. Astrath, already leading the Blood Angels' 5th Company, faced the overwhelming threat, knowing that even though they had an entire company at their side, they needed more. With a heavy heart, Dante made a difficult decision to deploy almost the entirety of the elite 1st and 2nd Companies, commanded by 1st Captain Carlian and 2nd Captain Asafel, to support Astrath's beleaguered forces. However, as these 2 companies translated to the Dimor system, they encountered unforeseen delay due to unknown forces. This unexpected holdup would prove fortuitous, for it separated them from the fate that befell the 5th Company. Upon their arrival, the 5th Company had been struck by a potent warp sorcery, a malevolent attack that caused chaos and despair, leading to the entire company succumbing simultaneously to the Black Rage. Only Astrath and the Death Company chaplain Anor, alongside the remaining chaplains and librarians who possessed sufficient psychic training or defenses, managed to survive the onslaught unscathed. The rest of the 5th Company would be engulfed in a bedlam, spiraling into uncontrolled fury aboard their vessels. 1st Captain Carlian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dispatched all the chaplains from both the 1st and 2nd Companies, as well as the entirety of their Sanguinary Guard detachment, in order to assist the survivors in restoring order amongst the fallen. Having regained some semblance of control and assessing the strategic landscape of the star system, the Blood Angels launched a counterattack without delay, utilizing what amounted to an entire company's worth of Death Company, as the enemy's plans were evidently far advanced, as the Crimson Slaughter warbands had infiltrated all primary Mechanicus hubs on the planet of Amathal. The secret that the Black Legion had sought, a prize the Adeptus Mechanicus was racing to claim, lay deep beneath the planet's surface. A powerful artifact known as a Banshee Stone, an ancient relic said to function as a cage for infernal entities of the warp. A weapon in a manner which was similar to that which kept the Catan shards under the Necron's control. This was a far greater weapon than the damnation cache that had slipped from Abaddon's grasp on Pandorax. According to the dark divinations of Chaos Lord Zorphas and his acolytes, the Banshee Stone was teeming with untapped potential, requiring only the right ritual to shatter its confines and unleash an unholy torrent of warp entities, so great that it would rend a gaping wound in reality itself. The ensuing battles were brutal and bloody, while the Death Company suffered catastrophic losses, losing over 90% of its afflicted battle brothers. In a notable confrontation, Chaplain Anor faced the infamous Khorne Berserker known as Karn the Betrayer in single combat, sustaining grievous wounds in the process. The sacrifice of the Death Company, though, would be deemed acceptable, since they were able to stall and put a halt to the entirety of Karn the Betrayer's personal detachment. Ultimately, in a confrontation of his own, Astrath the Grim would succeed in extracting Anor and the remaining afflicted brethren from the surface of Amathal, while the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Company continued their relentless fight against Chaos Lord Zorphas. Although the Blood Angels managed to thwart the foul sorcerer's immediate plan with the Banshee Stone intact in its cage, it seems its cage was beginning to crack. Meanwhile, Dante and the remaining battle brothers of his original cohort continued their journey towards Baal, on a mission to defend and fortify the system against the impending arrival of the Great Devourer. As the tides of the warp and the warships of the Blood Angels' 1st and 2nd Companies raged ahead, they rapidly closed in on the beleaguered brothers of the 5th Company. Remarkably, they translated into the Daemor system a mere solar minute behind Astrath and his valiant warriors. This delay allowed them to act throughout the campaign more freely, while also protecting almost the entirety of the Terminator cohort of the Blood Angels chapter. As all this happened, Astrath and Lamartes, working in contingent, led Death Company on an assault to the outer defenses of what would be the evacuation site, aiming to encircle their foes in a tightening grip of their own destruction, which the entirety of the Crimson Slaughter, sans Karn the Betrayer, found themselves trapped in. As this occurred, the rest of the Blood Angels pressed forward, driving the Crimson Slaughter back on all fronts, forcing them to retreat amidst the wreckage of their own defenses on the outskirts of Beta Secundus. Many of the traitorous warriors, burdened by uncontrollable mutations and racked with volatile warp energies, found themselves succumbing further and further still into their own corruption, and some even began to burst into flames, eviscerating themselves under their own strain. As the battle raged on, the Crimson Slaughter's entire momentum was ground to a halt, and it would eventually wane, their attacks disintegrating under the combined assault of the Death Company, the 1st Company, and the remaining Mechanicus forces. Anor would observe with pride, injured though he was, the strength and valor of the Death Company warriors, who despite their dire affliction fought with an unwavering ferocity, even at the face of overwhelming odds, which ranged from brass-sinewed demon engines to grotesque manifestations of warcraft. Yet, regardless of what chaos threw at them, the Blood Angels pressed on with their assault. For nary a fleeting moment, it seemed the Imperium was poised for victory. However, this hope was quickly quashed, with an unexpected ferocity coming from the Chaos forces, as the true mastermind orchestrating the traitors' attack had anticipated such a development, and thus he concocted a dark ritual, all the while the Blood Angels pressed their advantage when the World Eater's murder fleet surged into the system itself, led by Karn the Betrayer. This formidable coalition, known as the Butcher's Horde, would back up Karn the Betrayer, who would proceed to guide his forces alongside Berserker Lord Korabosh and Valkal as they executed their own Dreadclaw drop pod assault on Amathol, and it was not long before Karn once again joined the fray. However, it seems that, unfortunately for him, the World Eaters encountered rather stiff defenses from the Death Company, who stood firm against the onslaught, and even as the favorite of Khorne had faced off against the Death Company chaplain Anor, it seems that all was not right for the favorite of Khorne, as he and the rest of the World Eaters were led into an ambush by Anor and the Death Company, with the aid of the Imperial Reaver-class Titan of the Legio Metallica. This moment marked the official deployment of the Titan Legion upon this world, as it unleashed a devastating barrage that decimated the traitor forces. However, despite this temporary setback, the overwhelming numbers of the World Eaters began to press down on the beleaguered and weakened Blood Angels. Yet, under the expert leadership of Astrath and Chaplain Anor, the afflicted brothers began to regroup, with the bold and fiery oration of Chaplain Lamardes at the forefront of this group. The Death Company executed a daring counter-charge in the mirror to the tactics used during the Great Crusade, shifting the momentum of battle once again. This bold maneuver slowed the relentless advance of the Khornic forces. Despite their courage, the Blood Angels faced staggering losses, as almost the entirety of what was left of the Death Company and notable numbers of the remaining non-lost brothers were also slain before the arrival of the Legio Metallica. In 999 and 41, the void around Baal and its moons became a hive of activity, as fleet cruisers and battle barges assembled in numbers not seen since the Heresy, their collective power capable of annihilating a star system within mere hours. Yet as deep void aspect scans illuminated command rooms, they were all covered in blood red contact runes, as an ominous 10,000 kilometer wide wave of chitin and flesh surged towards the Baal system, casting doubts on the efficacy of their preparations. While the Tyranids were closing in, Commander Dante and his trusted lieutenants took actions that would have been inconceivable on more prosperous times. The precious gene seed reserves of the Blood Angels were meticulously extracted from their storage crypts, safeguarded under the vigilant eyes of the sanguinary priesthood, and dispatched on the swiftest starship they had, accompanied by a carefully chosen cadre of guards. Simultaneously, centuries of tradition would be abandoned by the Blood Angels as gunships scoured Baal Prime and Secundus, gathering every viable aspirant from the nomadic tribes, as these youths were filled with a mix of excitement and fear, as they would be armed and ferried to the Arx Angelicum, where they would form a defensive garrison to bolster the strength of Sanguinius' sons. Approximately 40,000 eager youths would be amassed, and informed that those who survived the impending conflict would earn their rightful place within the chapter. Little mention was made of the remaining tribesmen of Baal, who would be poised as the outer defenses and armed with whatever weapons and rations the Blood Angels could spare, as the women and the children too young to fight would be sent off-world with the gene seed in order to preserve some aspect of Baalite culture, as any of those who did not choose to join were left to either hide or confront the Tyranid threat on their own terms. Their efforts against the oncoming swarm, though commendable, were unlikely to stand for much. Determined not to relinquish void supremacy to the advancing Tyranid Hive Fleet without a struggle, Commander Dante ordered his naval forces to engage the enemy and impede their relentless advance. Across 100 fronts, blood-red voidcraft of the Blood Angels and their successors clashed with a mighty Tyranid Hive Fleet, unleashing a devastating barrage of lances and artillery. As the darkness of space erupted in a fury, the void would be filled with ruptured biofleets as they careened away, spilling ichor from their shattered forms into the emptiness of space, as the Blood Angels and their successors were able to obliterate dozens of Tyranid bioships, slaughtering hundreds and thousands of their warrior organisms before they ever reached the irradiated, now thirstwater infected sands of Baal. However, with each hard-won victory came significant losses in the form of flaming wreckages and fallen battle brothers, leading to a toll that increasingly became unsustainable. As more Tyranids surged from the abyss in grotesque waves, the Blood Angels were compelled to retreat and forced to harass the Hive Fleet's flanks with the remaining Voidcraft, as what they could would fall back and join the rest of the defenders on Baal, Baal Prime, and Baal Secundus, as the skies darkened with aircraft-sized mythic spores which almost blotted out the sun in its entirety, as the encroaching shadow in the warp descended like a suffocating shroud, extinguishing almost any lingering hope for further reinforcements. The Sons of Sanguinius, now as a veritable legion, stood alone against the unyielding tide of alien monstrosities whose hate had caused it to gain an identity all its own. As the conflict escalated, the Tyranids ascended upon the defenders of Baal in ever-increasing waves. Their spores plummeted from the heavens like hellish seed pods, unleashing ravenous hordes of war beasts onto the battlefield. Despite the formidable onslaught of orbital lasers and gunships wreaking havoc upon the Xenos ranks, the Tyranid assault seemed almost endless. In certain sectors, the defenders inflicted such devastating losses that purple ichor rained down like a macabre storm. Yet the Tyranids continued unabated, with Tyrannocytes falling in increasing frequencies while gargoyles and harpies swooped through the chaos, unleashing torrents of corrosive acid that sent Blood Angels' aircraft spiraling into the ground in flames. On Baal and Baal Secundus, a relentless surge of warrior organisms crashed down into the defenders' lines directly as they were shredded amidst the withering fire. Their carcasses formed grotesque mounds, taller than Space Marines or even Custodies. Inch by inch, the Tyranids would continue to press forward. On Baal Prime, the situation would deteriorate further and further still, as the overwhelming forces were hurled into battle, turning Angel's Fall into a blood-soaked altar of war where defenders were slaughtered beneath a deluge of chitinous bodies and razor talons. Gabriel Seth, commanding the Berserk Flesh Terrors, led a fierce counterattack into the midst of the swarm, tearing through wave after wave of Tyranid forces. However, these hard-won victories came at a significant cost. For solar weeks, the fighting would rage on, as the body count of Tyranids escalated at an alarming rate. Dante's warriors managed to fell hundreds, if not thousands, of Xenos for each battle brother lost. Yet the Sons of Sanguinius could not escape their fate. One by one, their defensive lines were breached and overwhelmed. Ultimately, the remaining defenders were pushed back into the final fortifications within the Arx Angelicum. Yet still, the Tyranids descended from the sky, the slaughtering unrelenting. On Baal Secundus, the Carmine Blades would stand firm, with their feet planted and their bolters roaring. They would successfully maintain their hold over the astropathic relays against impossible odds, earning honor with every body drawn. In a climactic turn of events, the largest Tyranid wave yet would crash into the defenses of the Arx Angelicum, breaching their formidable lines during the battle at the Dome of Angels. 3 chapter masters from successor chapters would all fall, their bodies piled high amidst the wreckage. Yet the defenders would refuse to yield, going so far as to open the Gate of Damnation within the Tower of Amero, unleashing the captive members of the Death Company who had mutated further and further still into blood fiends whose own strength rivaled that of the Custodies, able to rend even the largest Tyranid bioforms, unaided by any form of armor or weaponry. If the Blood Angels were to meet their end, they would do so in battle on their own terms. As the Great Rift tore across the sky, warp storms would spew from its gaping maw, engulfing the war-torn worlds of the Baal system in a chaotic fury. Isolated from the hive mind's greater intelligence, the Tyranids faced an unexpected turn of fate. On Baal Prime, a sudden and violent incursion of demonic entities emerged, obscuring the passage of time in a manner similar to that which Horus had done during the Horus Heresy, as solar hours were bent into days, to a point that even years had passed, relative to the rest of the galaxy. Amidst this reality-bending energy, the Sons of Sanguinius and the beasts of Hive Fleet Leviathan were engaged in a desperate struggle for mutual annihilation. Then, as the tumult seemed to subside for a few seconds, the stars reemerged, and not a single bioship was in sight. The whereabouts of these Xenos voidcraft remained unknown. However, it would later be revealed that Kai Bran, alongside the armies of Khorne, had slain much of what was left of the Tyranids across the moons of Baal, because if anyone were to slay the line of Sanguinius, it would be the Angel's Bane, and the Angel's Bane alone. However, he would also offer the Knights of Blood a chance to serve Khorne alongside him, which were rebuffed by the Chapter Master, for their fury did not originate from the Blood God. Their strength came from the Angel, something that this lickspittle of Khorne would never understand. However, after this, the Indomitus Crusade would arrive, with Ghazghkull at its head, guided to Baal by the signal of the astropathic relay which had been defended against all odds. The salvation of Baal would not be swift nor without sacrifice. As Ghazghkull's forces arrived, they had noted that the defense of the Arx Angelicum was still ongoing. Joining the beleaguered Sons of Sanguinius, the Primarch, along with new Astartes bearing the marks of the Angel, plunged themselves into battle with the Xenos filth, as countless of Imperial lives would still be lost despite this new reinforcement. Yet what once seemed inevitable became a distant memory, as defeat transformed into a rousing victory. Meanwhile, if certain grim secrets of the Blood Angels were laid bare, into a resounding victory, in part due to the arrival of the Sanguinor leading the Company of the Damned into battle alongside the Primaris, naming Lord Commander Dante Warden of Imperium Nihilus, and all of that which was north of the Great Rift, bequeathing unto him the right to command equivalent to his own in Imperium Sanctum. Within a solar month, Baal and Baal Secundus were cleansed completely of the Tyranid menace, the slaughter spearheaded by the Primaris Space Marines clad in the livery of Blood Angels and their successors. On Baal Prime, however, there was no need for such mortal efforts, as the moon had been utterly and completely scoured of life, both Imperial and Tyranid, though Gabriel Seth and the last handful of surviving flesh terrors managed to escape the cataclysm before it was too late. The only remnants on Baal Prime was an immense ornate sigil created by the greater demon Kai Bran, the ancient foe of the Blood Angels, crafted from mountains of millions upon millions of Tyranid skulls. Said symbol was so massive it would dominate the moon's entire southern hemisphere, being visible from Baal itself. The following events of galactic scale involving the Blood Angels all fall within an unknown timeline due to the differences in dating thanks to the eruption of the Great Rift. In the aftermath of the Titan's assault, the surviving ornate warbands, dispersed from the hub of Beta Secundus, were unleashed upon the battlefield as they sought more blood and skulls. Similarly, the last remnant of the Legio Metallica's war engines retreated, their colossal titans in desperate need elsewhere to defend against the relentless waves of demon engines. Yet the threat extended far beyond hub Beta Secundus, as conflict would once again ravage the surface of Amethol. Imperial counterattacks would falter repeatedly, and they would be repelled or worn down by the formidable packs of newly forged demon engines, as the traders were receiving a constant influx of powerful reinforcements, while the beleaguered Imperial troops found themselves increasingly isolated. Just when the Blood Angels' offensive against the demon engine factories of Lionel appeared doomed to result in a costly failure, a powerful, mysterious figure emerged to aid the Sons of Sanguinius in their darkest hour. Illuminated by golden radiant light, the Sanguinor descended from the storm-laden skies, rallying the wary Blood Angels. With this divine intervention, the Blood Angels mounted a renewed and ferocious assault, in part due to having a warrior with the equivalent power of a Primarch. They were able to successfully destroy the Helix Infernum, denying the traitors of any further access to their demon engine reinforcements. As the Crimson Slaughter continued to suffer heavy casualties against the now reinvigorated Blood Angels, Chaos Sorcerer Zorphus revealed that his dark machinations had come into fruition, for he intended to exploit the slaughter and carnage across Amethol to empower the Banshee Stone. Within a few hours of the destruction of the Helix Infernum, urgent reports reached Imperial leadership. Combat was intensifying throughout the solar system. As the specter of victory loomed on the horizon, the forces of chaos prepared to deliver a devastating lethal strike. The time had arrived for triumph or extinction. Fueled by the devastation of Lionel, the Black Legion launched a direct assault on Amethol proper, concentrating their full might on hub Beta Secundus. The Black Legion sought the dark prize hidden within its depths, with a desperation heretofore unknown. In a strategic counteroffensive, the Imperial forces united to form a formidable rope on which chaos would tangle itself, ready to unleash a final onslaught to eliminate the chaos threat within this sector once and for all. At the helm of this operation was Captain Afel, commanding the southernmost contingent of the Imperial advance. Together, the armies of the Imperium surged forwards across a scorched expanse that the Adeptus Mechanicus had painstakingly cleared weeks prior, as they charged into the inferno unleashed from above by warships of the Black Legion. Barrage bombs cascaded down, detonating with climactic force, sending Imperial Knights tumbling and reducing squads of Skitarii to mere ash. Lance beams lashed out, hammering Titan void shields and vaporizing squads of assault marines. Yet despite this overwhelming bombardment and horrific devastation, the Imperial forces pressed on, undeterred by the chaos around them. Meanwhile, high above the planet, colossal warships engaged in fierce duel, their fates entwined with those below. The Adeptus of the Adeptus Mechanicus grasped the true prize which the Black Legion coveted within Amalthal. Even if few understood its significance, it was a relic that had drawn the technologist Dominus Lysenprom and his followers from the forge world of Metallica to this accursed planet. This ancient artifact possessed what the Imperium understood as unfathomable power, which was sought by both loyalists and traitors alike, albeit for rather different ends. Chaos Sorcerer Zaros, aware of its true nature, had been instrumental in its discovery by the forces of Abaddon, as the Despoiler had mobilized a significant portion of his forces the moment its location was confirmed. Deep beneath the surface, where the artifact was kept, both factions raced towards the deep hidden artifact, the main excavation zone. Despite the Blood Angels holding their ground against the Chaos forces, an ominous dread settled amongst the red armored warriors, sensing that they had been maneuvered and attacked just too late. With their enemies retreating, the Blood Angels rushed down the earthen ramp into the flickering darkness of the excavation site proper, only to confront the horrific reality that the Banshee Stone, a grotesque crystal the size of a boarding torpedo, was surrounded by blood that had surged through the fractured rock itself in lapping tides. Although the dark ritual to unleash the demon cage had not reached its completion, Zorfas realized that he was running out of time, and that this would not unfold like the catastrophe on Pendrox. The Banshee Stone had reached a critical state of disharmony, and the wards containing the demons sealed within suffered substantial damage. While a rupture might not occur immediately, the integrity of the seals was in grave jeopardy. With a commanding roar through the chamber, the Chaos Sorcerer ordered a retreat, leaving the Banshee Stone to operate for as long as it could. The Sorcerer and his cabal ascended the ramps leading out of the pit, accompanied by black armored Terminators, where they would unleash the full fury of their psychic powers to repel the Blood Angels, who surged forward to confront them. With their escape secured and teleport lock firmly established, the Black Legion warriors vanished in a blinding warp light, leaving their foes seething in their wake. On the planet's surface, the carnage continued unabated for many solar hours, as the last of the traitor forces still on the planet were annihilated. It was only through the combined efforts of Librarian Azamel and his psychically attuned brethren that the Banshee Stone's horrific lament was sealed permanently. By that time, however, the traitor fleet had already scattered, retreating to their predetermined coordinates as echoes of their dark ambition would fade into the shadows forevermore. As the Blood Angels withdrew from Amalthal, a climactic wave of destruction erupted from the planet, obliterating every remnant of chaos. In the solar hours that followed, a rolling blast wave swept through the landscape, leaving nothing but blackened ash and glowing embers in its wake. It would take a full 7 solar days for the relentless fury of the global firestorm to subside. By that time, Amalthal had been reduced to a desolate shell of itself. The magnitude of this destruction was unfathomable. The Blood Angels emerged with a hard-won victory, having dealt a severe blow to the forces of Zareth. However, there was a troubling absence amongst the triumphs. The Sanguinor, Carlion had witnessed the golden figure escape annihilation on Lionel as a streak of golden light soaring into the heavens. It seems that the belief of the Blood Angels remained that when darkness would once again engulf the battlefield, he would return from the void to aid the Sons of Sanguinius in their ongoing struggle. The Imperium reveled in what they believed was a monumental victory on Amalthal, convinced that they had thwarted the ambitions of the Despoiler once more. Yet Librarian Azamel understood that grim tidings were only to come, as the damage inflicted on the Banshee Stone was far greater than what the Blood Angels had initially comprehended, as it appeared that the defeat of Chaos on Amalthal might have only postponed rather than entirely averted in its opening. Unbeknownst to the Imperial forces, the crack in the crystal that functioned as a prison for some of the most powerful demons that had been lost to chaos for millennia had spread beyond the possibility for proper repair. Even if there had been a living soul capable of mending the damage, it would have been futile. The energies once harnessed by the Banshee Stone were no longer necessary. The completion of Zorfath's dark design was merely a matter of time, as the bars of the demon cage were now weakening. As the Blood Angels regrouped to depart to their homeworld of Baal, they left behind Librarian Azamel and a contingent of 10th Company scouts, tasked with a critical mission to remain on Amathal and assess the true extent of the devastation, along with standing in permanent vigil against the threat of the Banshee Stone, as it teetered on the brink of rupture. Their vigilance was now paramount, as Carlion would eventually set up the conditions to have a permanent detachment of Blood Angels, not under the Codex Astartes restrictions, permanently guarding the resting place of the Banshee Stone. In the aftermath of the catastrophic fall of Cadia to the 13th Black Crusade, the Great Rift tore open the galaxy, unleashing wave after wave of chaos across the stars. The once vibrant Baal system now lay withered and nearly desolate, ravaged by the relentless etheric storms from therein. Strikingly, despite the apparent cessation of assault waves from Hive Fleet Leviathan and their eventual defeat, the Blood Angels were only left to question what had become of the rest of Hive Fleet Leviathan. Would there be another wave to come? And so, from this moment on, the Blood Angels and their successors would act in a manner resembling a pseudo-legion, rarely working in cadres smaller than multi-chapter organizations, but under a looser structure under Commander Dante via the will of the Primarch. As it seems in the aftermath of Leviathan's defeat, a glimmer of hope would emerge from the depths of Anor. The Blood Angels and their successors began the process of rebuilding and reclaiming their gene seed stocks beneath the soaring skies of the restored Arx Angelicum, as the thousands of battle-hardened aspirants who had survived the brutal siege would quickly be inducted into the chapter. Those who had proved their mettle were funneled into now enlarged scout companies, which deviated from the Codex Astartes significantly, as the Blood Angels and their successors had learned the importance of having greater numbers. This was a strategic move authorized by Commander Dante, now with equivalent power within Imperium Nihilus equivalent to a Primarch, allowing the new organizational structure of the Blood Angels and their successors to come about. The Blood Angels were then further reinforced by the influx of Primaris Space Marines, recently unfrozen from their vaults in the Arc Mechanicus Zar Questior. Further Primaris would be produced on Baal itself, utilizing the newly established mechanisms introduced by Archmagus Dominus Belisarius Hall, with Commander Dante declared as Regent of Imperial Nihilus by the esteemed Rebut Guilliman. The Blood Angels and their successors rapidly prepared to re-enter the fray of war on the behalf of the Emperor, and while not a legion in name, Fleet Nihilus would function as one. This readiness was not a moment too soon, for the conflict across the Imperium had escalated to unprecedented levels of desperation. Even as the Blood Angels focused on their rebuilding efforts on Baal, the galaxy itself seemed to scream in response to the chaos that reigned. Scattered astropathic messages began to filter from the vastness of space. Some were little more than disjointed nightmares, so warped that they were stripped of meaning. Others contained anguished death cries of entire worlds, so violent that their transmissions burned out the receivers of the astropaths' minds, leaving them unable to comprehend the horrors that they had just conveyed. Yet many messages were coherent, and particularly of those originating from neighboring star systems to the Red Scar would call for immediate action. In the light of these communications, Commander Dante took decisive action. He assembled multiple strike forces from Fleet Nihilus's newly bolstered ranks, dispatching Blood Angels and successors of the Blood Angels into the void as a resurgent force of hope and vengeance against the encroaching darkness. At an unknown date in M42, Strike Force FRL would undertake a rather bold maneuver, taking a treacherous leap into the warp, successfully navigating into the Pandrak system. Their arrival was a response to a desperate distress signal from the capital world, Lastrana, which lay under siege. Upon their arrival, the Blood Angels discovered rather grim tidings. A regiment of traitorous Imperial Guard had unleashed a cannibalistic onslaught on Lastrana's southern continental expanse, threatening to overrun the defenses of the planet's northern hives. Compounding the peril, demons of Khorne fought alongside these traitors, creating a nightmarish alliance that rendered Imperial forces nearly powerless. In a stunning display of aerial prowess, Inceptor squads descended from the upper atmosphere, targeting and neutralizing the traitors' southern polar ritual sites. thereby severing their supply of demonic reinforcements. Meanwhile, ground forces comprised of intercessors, tactical squads, hellblasters, and devastator marines deployed via drop pod or gunship, executing swift strikes against the traitor leadership, wherever and whenever they could be located. As the battle raged on, Inceptors swept the skies, successfully engaging and eliminating renegade Valkyries, which had posed a significant threat to the Blood Angels' ground operations. On the ground, armored spearheads of repulsors and land raiders executed devastating charges into the enemy's rear echelons, disrupting their formations and further destabilizing their ranks. After weeks of relentless carnage, the morale of the traitor forces began to unravel. Ultimately, they found themselves trapped, crushed between the wrathful might of the Blood Angels and their back to the resurgent loyalist advances from their front. The tides of war had turned, and the Blood Angels had once again demonstrated their ability to turn almost any near loss into a victory. At another unknown date in M42, there would be a concerted effort to reclaim the dormant system from the clutches of the Black Legion, as elements of the Blood Angels joined forces with the Carmine Blades in a combined assault, which was a tactic that was becoming all too common to believe that the Codex Astartes had not been disregarded in almost its entirety. While Reaver squads of the Carmine Blades excelled in a brutal display of shadow warfare on the world of Heddoth, the combined might of the Blood Angels Death Company and the Talran 44th Armored Regiment achieved victories on Zonala. However, the tide of battle shifted dramatically when the Black Legion counterattacked and threatened to overwhelm the Blood Angels on the feudal world of Tidor, as Commander Dante and Astrath fought valiantly back-to-back amidst the ranks of the Sanguinary Guard. A golden figure once again descended from the heavens to join their ranks. The Sanguinor had arrived. With this trio of angelic warriors leading the charge, the Blood Angels regrouped, driving back their assailants with renewed fervor. Ultimately, they hurled the last remnants of the heretic Astartes over a cliff at Fell Haven, sending them plummeting to the darkness below. Later, in a sudden turn of events, a Tau colonization fleet propelled from the eastern fringes by a climactic empiric convulsion initiated its claims over various worlds of the Red Scar sector. This would prove to be one of the worst ideas they had ever had, as their ambitions were abruptly curtailed by strike forces composed of Blood Angels, Flesh Terrors, and the Angel Sanguine, in, once again, a combined force, nearly reaching the strength of a chapter. The manner in which the Loyalist forces reclaimed the planets of Draskari and Grandos Reach were so fierce that once the conflict spilled over into the Severus system, the Tau Empire itself would deem the Red Scar system an exclusion zone, in other words, a no-go zone. As the bloody vengeance those of the Ninth Bloodline had reaped had sent a shiver of terror across the Tau Empire. Meanwhile, Strike Force Mephiston faced an ominous fate when they were lost in the warp while undertaking a daring crossing into the Charkax Tempest, aiming to reach the beleaguered world of Ramhel. As the morning bells tolled on Baal, the loss of Mephiston's forces seemed all but certain. Yet, in a remarkable twist of fate, a full Terran year after their disappearance, they emerged from the warp, launching a sudden assault on Ramkhal. Their return to real space marked a swift and brutal annihilation of the demon pleasure cults that had seized control of the planet's cities, restoring the world into imperial light. Later, driven by the intense fascination with the Primaris Marines, and particularly the potential to further research his cure into the Blood Angel's genetic flaw, Brother Corbulo made it his mission to accompany these enhanced warriors into battle whenever possible. During the final assault on the Alpha Legion's infamous stronghold, the Fortress of Lies, located within the world of Kovan, was when Corbulo witnessed the full extent of the conflict. As the Blood Angels launched their offensive, supported by heavy armor in the form of Vindicators and Repulsors, they breached the massive fortress that protected the Alpha Legion. This pivotal moment allowed squads upon squads of intercessors to surge into the stronghold's depths. However, the Alpha Legion would prove masters of psychological warfare by prolonging the engagement in order to bait their opponents into reckless actions. They struck at their Primaris Blood Angels with precision, goading them into violent responses. Though victory would be ultimately achieved, the cost of triumph was steep. The brutality displayed by several Primaris battle brothers during the fight was staggering, as traitor Astartes were torn limb from limb in the fury of the assault. However, while no official reprimands were issued, Corbulo was compelled to seek an audience with Commander Dante soon after the battle. His expression was grave, for he harbored troubling revelations. While the Primaris Space Marines were indeed resistant to the twin flaws, despite their advanced status, they were not free from the curse of the flaw as initially hoped. When talking to one of the Call inferiors, it would later be revealed that the flaws, at least in part, were in place from the initial design of the Legion and their Primarch by the Emperor of Mankind. Later, amidst the ongoing Angels Halo campaign, the Blood Angels found themselves engaged in a fierce struggle to defend the Shrine World of Akbarbalar from an invasion orchestrated by splinter fleets of Hive Leviathan. This conflict was not merely a battle of territory, but for the spiritual well-being of the subsectors that hinged on the preservation of this Shrine World to maintain order. Joining the Blood Angels in this crucial defense were once again multiple chapters, as they operated with a strength greater than any single chapter at that point. These aiding chapters were the Bloodsides, the Cure Blades, and the Flesh Eaters, each chapter contributing their own unique strength and manpower to create a force well over what any chapter would normally be able to amass into one warband. As the forces of the Imperium rallied to protect the Shrine World, they prepared to face a relentless tide of Xeno, aware that the very fate of the faith and the communities of those surrounding the Shrine World rested in their hands. The battle promised to be a brutal confrontation, with the outcome holding profound implications for the Imperium's ongoing struggles. The final event, as of now, of galactic import is the reshaping and restructuring of Baal. In a pivotal moment for the galaxy, Dante of the Blood Angels would respond to reboot Guilliman and the now arriving Archmagos Belisarius Call, or at least a Call inferior, of greater standing than the one that they had dealt with earlier, as they had arrived bearing a monumental gift. Emerging similar to the hibernation of the Primaris Space Marine, Baal was to be terraformed into a Terra of the North, a bastion for Imperial forces, and it was further fortified to the point that outside of Terra, there would be no more well-defended planet. To this end, a giant orbital station was created to dock a fleet greater than that which had ever been known on Terra. Said orbital station was that of a great angel, with some of the most advanced weaponry that Belisarius Call had ever created. This would serve as a rallying point for humanity in the dark reaches of Imperium Nihilus, especially since Baal was slated to essentially function as a hub for multiple Space Marine chapters who operate from and compete in strike forces. Amongst the Blood Angels, whispers of admiration now spread, claiming that Commander Dante had never stood taller, even amidst such overwhelming odds, as a regent of Imperium Nihilus would soon also meet yet another Primarch, and this time aid the now resurgent Lionel Johnson. And through their combined conflict against the Demon Primarch Angron and their defeat of him, Dante and the Blood Angels would have multiple chapters of the Unforgiven seconded to them, and under the orders of Lionel Johnson, Dante's word would be second only to his. Towards his end, he named the chapter master of the Angels of Absolution as a liaison between the now Unforgiven chapters operating within Dante's Fleet Nihilus and the Sons of Sanguinius. As the now regent of Imperium Nihilus, with the backing of multiple Primarchs, vowed to cleanse his dark domain of chaos's insidious taint, regardless of whether the task spanned and forced him to live through another millennium. For it is said that in the depths of night, it is golden angels who shine the brightest and illuminate the path forward.